โอ้
ไอ้ทาย
ดี
ปิง
หวัด
น้อย
ดีปิงน้อยปิงน้อย
ปิงน้อย
โอ้เยสเฮียจะเริ่มอีกชั่วโมงหนึ่งภายในชั่วโมงครึ่ง
อะไรอะไรเริ่มอีกชั่วโมงหนึ่ง
ไอเฮียไอโดตาแข่ง
โอเคเล่นไหม
มา
กูเข้าเกมอยู่นะ
เออไอเฮียออม
วันนี้หวังว่าจะได้เล่น Witch Doctor หวังว่า
วันนี้กูเล่นตัวอะไรดีวะเนี่ยมี3 ตัวให้มึงเลือกให้หน่อย
อะไร
มีเออร์ซ่ามีวอยมีโทร
วอยคือไอ้ Faceless Void เหรอ
ใช่
Void
โอเคแต่กูเล่นตัวนี้ห่วยมากแต่ว่าโอเคมึงเลือกให้กูเพราะฉะนั้นกูจะไว้ใจมึง
เย่เพราะอะไรรู้ป่ะ
เพราะว่า
เพราะว่าถ้าสมมติมึงเปิดท่าไม่ตายอ่ะกูจะปัดวอร์ดข้างนอกสเฟี
ไป
ยร์
ข้างใน
ไอ้เหี้ย
มา
โอ้ยเหี้ยครับเฮ้ยมึงยังโอเคนี่ของกูยังโหลดไม่เสร็จเลยอ่ะ
เอาเหรอนี่กูเห็นนี่กูกดแคนเซิลกันมา
ไม่เสร็จแล้วตะกี้มัน
วันนี้กูเล่นเฟสเลดวอยมา2 เกมกับโทร1 เกมแพ้ทั้ง3 เกมเลยฮะเลยโอ้ยโอ้บริษัทเตะบอลมาฮะ
เหรอ
ไม่มีไอ้นี่เล่นเลยเว้ย
เอามึงเพิ่งไปเตะบอลมาเหรอเราได้ล่ะได้ไม่ได้
ได้ไปดูด้วยว่ะ
เย่เจ็ดที่ไหนสู้
เจ็ด
แล้วมึงท็อปฟอร์มป่ะวันนี้
ท็อปฟอร์มคืออะไรวะ
ท็อปฟอร์มคือเล่นดีอย่างนี้ไงหรือเปล่า
ก็ไม่ค่อยก็โอเคก็โอเคเจ็ดดูดีไหมเนี่ยโอ้มาแล้วเย้ต้องให้คนแบกกูอ่ะ
กูยังไม่ได้แบนเลย
มาแล้วนาแบนมาแล้ว
แบนไปเลยกูแบนวอยกูเล่น
เฮียจริงไหนวะ
อย่าแล้วกูไปบน
มันดูกระตุกว่ะเรียกตัวสตันมานะมึงกูเล่นวอยโคตรห่วยเลยอ่ะSerial Killer ว่ะ
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
โอ้เยลูน่าโอ้สไนเปอร์
วันพฤหัสหน้ามาติดอะไรหรือเปล่าต้าว่าจะพามิล่าไปกินแต่แพรไม่ได้มาด้วย
มีมล่า
From a place beyond time,
เออ
and time beyond counting.
You got this?
ถ้าไปแอนน่าจะมาด้วย
Or distracted? It's hard to tell.
Dark portents ahead. I go.
โอ้ยเฮียโดนแย่งว่ะ
ยังเลยเนาะเนี่ยเอาอีกแล้ว
All right, gang. 30 seconds.
เออ
The march of
Yeah.
time.
น่าจะได้แหละ
อะไรมั้ง
It shall be. A path foreseen.
มา
Foreseen is forearmed.
Smell that forest. Wind at your back. Supports at your side.
เราไม่ได้ไม่ได้
เราไม่ได้เหรอ
I don't know what that
เนี่ย
guy
ได้ดิ
กู
ได้ดิ ไม่ได้เหรอได้ดิ
กูกดเอ๊ะ
ได้ดิได้ดิป่ะไม่ได้
ใช่
ว่ะ
ป่ะกูกด
ไม่รู้อ่ะแต่เราได้ทั้ง4 เหรียญเลยเหรอ3 เหรียญเหรอได้3มึงอยู่ไหนวะเนี่ย
Face forward.
อ้าวไอ้
กูลงไปด้านล่างก็ได้เฮียแม่งเดี๋ยวกูลงไปด้านล่าง
กูไปก่อนเดี๋ยวกูไป
กูไปแล้วกูว้าไปแล้ว
โอเคเอามึงไม่เทเลพอร์ตแล้ววะ
My path
Free.
unspoons.
หืม
มึงไม่เทเลพอร์ตไปอ่ะ
กูเทพอร์ตไปแล้วไงเทพอร์ตนี่ฮะช่างแม่ง
เอ
ใช่
อ
ไหม
ได้ปะเดี๋ยวมันยังไม่ได้
โอ้ยเฮีย
แค่ลืม
โอ้ยเฮียเอ้ยโดนดินไนโอ้แมนโดนดินไนครับ
เอาก้านไว้ใจก็ดีนาย
Inexorable.
ข้างล่างเป็นสไนเปอร์อีกแล้ว
โชคดีกูไม่อยู่ข้างล่าง
A path foreseen. I go. Road to oblivion. I'm under attack. Dark portents ahead. The march of time. A timely increase in power. Yes. Time flows. Face forward.
โอ้ยเฮียพลาดหมดเลยหมดมาพลาดโอ้แมน
It shall be.
อ๋อ
Dark portents ahead.
มันจะพุช
The
รีบ
march
พุช
of
ไปไหน
time.
เล่นยากสัตว์
Time flows. It must be. A path foreseen.
เฮีย
Face forward.
โอ้
It shall be. My path unspools. Yes.
โอ้
I go. So be it forever. Inexorable. Road to oblivion. Road to oblivion. Inexorable.
เฮีย
Foreseen is forearmed.
มันแรงนิดหน่อยนะเนี่ย
เนาะ
แต่ไม่เยอะ
Shall be.
โอ้
Dark portents ahead.
เฮียจริง
Yes.
ๆมิลานโนกำลังไปหาข้างบนลง
march of time.
ไม่รอดแล้วเนี่ย
ตายละ
A path foreseen.
Without one of his.
I hear whispers. That's gotta hurt.
I go.
Guys,
Time quickens.
The bottom tower's under attack
My
there.
path unspools.
You people, I'm using the term loosely here. I know you're probably a giant pink bat or a robot
Time
made out of
flows.
fairy water or whatever.
โคตร
But
แย่
you
เลย
people need to handle this, and I mean
แม่
yesterday.
งเจอเฮียฮีโร่ที่แม่งพุชสิเฮียกูเชื่อแม่งเฮีย
The march of time. My path unspools. Time flows. A path foreseen. Feel my mace. Inexorable. Back here.
แย่ครับ
Face forward. I go. Road to oblivion. Yes. It shall be. Inexorable. It shall be.
Remember,
Face
tower's taking a
forward.
beating. I wouldn't worry about it though. It's not so.
Tide is money.
That's pretty bad.
A path foreseen.
The middle tower might need a little attention. Nice work fortifying those structures. They are looking sharp.
My path unspools.
Your middle
The
tower's
march
taking a
of
beating.
time.
You know what? It's probably fine.
I have a face now. Road to oblivion.
missing middle.
Dark portents ahead. Face your doom. I go. Primal shard. My foresight sharpens. Time
อ๋ออาวุธ
flows. Yes. Time is money. It shall be. Foreseen is
โอ้
for
แม่งเอ้ย
รอบไหน
face unkind.
โอ้แมน
What the hell's going on down there? Was that a kill spree? I'll finish this.
Time tells, the mace fails. My path unspools. Dark portents ahead. Road to oblivion. Yes. The march of time. I go. Where do you think you're going? A path foreseen. Time flows. Inexorable. A path foreseen. Your time runs out. I'm under
Nice
attack.
one. You just denied bottom top.
Time flows. I'm not ready.
คนหาย
แมน
How do you like your little tower? I hope you like it destroyed, because it is. Dominating.
Forsaken.
I return to fulfill my destiny. Yes.
ฟาร์มอะไรเฮียแม่ง
Face forward. As foretold.
Your middle tower might need a little attention. Oh, this is gruesome. I mean, you have to feel some kind of responsibility.
Foreseen is forearmed. Attack. Dark portents ahead. The march of time.
ภาพบน3 หรือ 4นี่แหละอัน
ได้เดี๋ยวกูล
My
งใน
path
ฟาร์ม
on spools.
น่าจะ 4 เชดวอยมาแล้ว
Why want to haul ass over
Road
your
to
top tower?
oblivion.
I'd get over there if I was you. You fortified your structure.
I go. Foreseen is forearmed.
ไม่มี
It
พอยไป
shall
ละ
be.
โอ้
เนี่ย
ยชิบหาย จะได้ว่าพันจะได้ ได้แล้วดีมาก โอ้ยเมื่อกี้แม่งกูเกือบจะได้ปล่อยพลาดเต็มที่แล้ว
My path on spools.
Could you?
Ultra kill.
It shall be.
เด็ด
Face forward. My gratitude. I go.
ไนเปอร์
Yes.
ต้องซื้อสไนเปอร์นี่ว่ะ
The march of time.
ไหววะ
Inexorable. Foreseen. Dark portents ahead. I'm under attack. Road to oblivion. So it must be. Time
เฮ้ย
flows.
เกิดอะไรขึ้นวะ
กูอยู่ในป่า
อ๋
เนี่
อ
ยกูเจอแม่งในป่า
ว่าต้องทิ้งทาวเวอร์
Do you need your top tower? I'm only asking because it's being destroyed. They say history is written by the tower.
กูต้องเอานี่ใช่ไหมแบ็ค BKB
Face the future. Inexorable. The march of time. Your end comes.
เจอสันวะแย่มากเลยอะ
Radiance fortified their
Time is
structure.
เวลา
the
เจอไอ้
coolest
แย่
time.
ไอ้ออกสัน
อ๋อ
A path
เออใช่
foreseen. It shall be. Dark portents ahead. Face forward. Road to oblivion. Time is money. Yes.
Might want to
Inexorable.
look into your bottom tower. Are you letting them do this? I mean, if this is an insurance scheme, say no more. I can keep my mouth shut. Bottom tower's under
กู
attack
ยัง
there.
มีหวังอยู่
It shall
ว่า
be.
มึงจะเจอ
Time flows.
เยี่ยม
ด้วย
The middle tower's down.
My path unspooled.
Got him on the ropes. Hit him again.
สุดยอดป้า
Foreseen.
ออกการมาซ้ายไม่โดน ไม่ใช่ไม่โดนไม่ทันเยี่ยม
Path for.
Hey,
The
top
march of
tower's under
time.
attack. Radiant structures look stronger than before. Not much, but still. You need your top tower? I'm only asking
It is
because it's being
presaged.
destroyed.
Road to oblivion. Go be its
ไม่มีคนวอร์ดเลยวะ
Might want to haul ass over to your top tower.
นี่กูต้องมาซื้อเองอันเนี้ย
forward.
ซื้อเลยมึงซื้อเลย
Inexorable. I'm here.
เมื่อกี้แม่งสวยสัตว์
Path foreseen.
โชคดี
My powers grow. My path unspools. It shall be. Road to oblivion.
เฮียตัวละ
Face forward. Dark portents ahead. Time quickens. Time's up. The march of time. I go.
กูรอคอมโบท่าไม่ตายกับมึงอยู่แล้วพัน
Fate takes
นี่
you.
อืม
Time
Oh, fuck.
flows.
คงจะไม่ได้คอมโบแล้ว
Yes.
I saw us three before. 1, 2.
Now
Right,
I
one.
want it.
Kill. That's a double kill.
Your fate approaches.
แอฟแอฟ
Foreseen is forearmed. The march of time. Face forward. Road to oblivion.
The top tower is down.
I go. A timely increase in power.
เออ
Look at you down there. You are dominating. That's a goddamn problem. It's not top yet. I know my son said this. That is a double kill.
thank you กูขาย
Yes. Tide is under attack.
อ๋อเฮียไม่ทัน
It shall be.
ช่วยได้ไหมเนี่ยได้ไหมเนี่ย
โอ้ยเฮียตัวละ
It shall be.
สุดยอดตาสุดยอด
เยี่ยมมากพันชีเยี่ยมมากป้อมไป
Nice. Their top tower.
เยี่ยมมากได้ไหมฆ่าเจ๋งมากป้อมเลยแล้วกัน
ด้านหลัง
ป้อมด้านหลังไหนวะไอ้เนี่ยชิบหายแล้วชิบหาย
สตันมีป่ะ
ไม่มีหายตัวก่อนแล้วกัน
มันสู้เลยเมโลดิก
มาแล้วไปเลย
ยอด
Beneath the tree.
เย้
Middle tower is taking a beating. I
ตื่
wouldn't
น
just
เต้นจัง
ignore this. You gotta show
ไอ้
these
เหี้ย
idiots who's boss without
นั่นแหละ
ดีกว่า
ยืนอยู่แล้วด้านหลังมึงยืนคุมด้านหลังไม่ต้องเข้าไกลได้สู้เลยได้เปิดฮิวไป
ไปดู
อ๋อมาซี่เข้ามาแล้วยืนเดี๋ยวถอยหลังนิดนึงนะอย่ายืนด้วยกัน
Top tower is down.
The end is already written.
มาแล้ว
Yes.
โอ้ฟอสแลนด์
And that's all she wrote for their top barracks.
ไหวป่าวะเนี่ย
โอ้โหทุกคนต้องไปไหวอ่ะ
มีสตันมามึงมีสตันมาเตรียมตัวมันมีตัวมา
กูหายตัวอยู่แต่ว่ากูจะพาไปเนี่ยเดินศึกอาเซียว
แป๊บนึงนะ
เอาอีกแล้วแ
ป๊บนึงมา
หายติดโอ้ติด
Control him, you lose faith. Time flows.
Double kill. Killing spree.
A path foreseen. Dark portents ahead. I go.
End of the road for their top barracks.
My path unspools. Foreseen is forearmed. Inexorable. Dark portents ahead.
Their bottom tower is down.
A path foreseen. Yes. The march of time.
Is empty.
Good stuff. Their middle tower's a sad pile of gravel.
My path unsmooths. Time flows.
เอ้า
It shall be.
โอ้ยเฮียกดผิดปุ่มกดผิดปุ่มสตันเลยเมลาดิกสุดยอดตายละระวังบินลันเนอร์มาละฮิวมันกลับมาถอยเลยป้าถอยก่อนสตัน
เนี่ย
วาร์ปกลับได้ปะไม่ทันละ
2 3 4 5 6
วาร์ปเลยวาร์ป
เรื่องขอนี้ก่อน
เนี่ยมันตามมึงแล้วใช่ไหมอย่ายืนสตาร์
2 3
สตาร์เลยวาร์ปเลย
In the land of time,
ว้าว
the no
Take a bite.
is king.
เออ
Road to oblivion.
เมื่อกี้กูพลาดเฮียมัน
โอเคไหมมาแล้วไอ้เยี่ยมไม่ได้เยี่ยมสู้ๆนะพันชี่เดินมาช้ามากโอ้โหพันชี่ไว้ตายเอาให้ตายตายเดินมาอยู่ไม่ทันแล้ว
แม่งมันร้องหนนั่นไงเสร็จละ
โอ้
My path unspooled.
Let the skies take
I
you.
thank you. It shall be. Inexorable. Indeed. Foreseen is forearmed. So it must be.
ลุยเลยเหรอวะ
โอ้ยเพียงเดียวกดผิดแย่มากอ่ะเฮ้ยเรียกจะได้
Face forward. Your time runs out.
Bottom tower's down.
It must be.
You ruined those bottom barracks. It was standing still.
Foreseen is forearmed.
Sunrise, sunset. Triple. Bottom barracks is a smoking pile
Face
of
the
ground.
future.
Wait till they see what you have in store for an encore.
Yes.
Dies.
You become past tense. I go. I'm here. Road to oblivion. The march of time. It's not time.
ไม่ตาระวังมีตัวเดียวบายแบ็กดีไหมเนี่ย จะซื้อฮาร์ดดีวะลิงเคนหรือฮาร์ดดีวะ
เออ
ตายช่วยสตันพิว
Time
เออ
is a river with
ทำไมไม่โดนคนนั้นเนี่ย
แป๊บหนึ่งนะ ไม่โดนใคร
โอ้
ฆ่าได้ปะ
ไม่กูโดนนี่ฆ่าได้ตัวหนึ่งนะ
portents ahead. Time flows.
เดี๋ยวกูไปหาไอเทมเลเวล5ก่อน
Road to oblivion. A path foreseen. Inexorable. Dark portents ahead. Time is money. Attack. Feel my mace. Foreseen is forearmed. Face forward, not. My path unspooled. It's not time yet. I have seen the future. You're not in it. Attack. I go. Yes. Time flows. The march of time. Foreseen is forearmed.
ไม่แค่เอาเลเวล5เลยเหรอมันมีเลเวล5อยู่
อืม
มันมีเลเวล5นั่นกูยังไม่กูเกรงใจกูไม่อยากเอาคนอื่นน่าจะได้แชมป์มันดีกว่ากู
แป๊บหนึ่งนะขอกูซื้อฮาร์ดก่อนแล้วกัน
Path foreseen. Dark portents ahead. I go. The march of time.
ระวังนะ
Time flows. Inexorable. My path unspools. Foreseen is forearmed.
เข้าไปดีกว่าเนี่ยกูเสียวโดนยังเลย
Shall be. Yes. I hear. My path unspools. A path foreseen. Time flows.
ต้องฆ่าใครก่อนวะ
It shall be. I go. Inexorable. Dark portents ahead. I'm under attack. The monster. Face forward.
เอ้า
Your fate approaches.
What is
Road
this?
to oblivion.
I came here for a
Good
battle.
stuff. Their middle tower's a sad pile of
เอา
rubble.
เลยแล้ว
Time's up.
That was a fantastic try with his middle barracks. You just obliterated
อีกเกมไหม
middle barracks.
ได้เย็น
อันนี้
เอ
คือ
อ
คิว
เอ้ยในที่สุดก็ชนะ
Victory.
อ้าวมึงแพ้ตลอดเลยเหรอ
ใช่ใช่
นี่ไงเล่นกับกูไงก็เลยชนะ
ใช่ใช่
นี่เอาเลยนะ
เอท honorable mention ว่ะ
เย้ซี
แป๊บ
เรี
นึ
ย
ง
ส
นะ
คิว
ตา
เล
ตา
อร์
แป๊บนึงนะ
แคนเซิลก่อนนะ
ทันป่าวะเนี่ย
แคนเซิลนะ
ได้แป๊บนึงนะขอแป๊บนึง
เสร็จแล้วโอเคโอเคโอเค
เออ
เสร็จแล้วบอกนะจ๊ะ
ให้มันก่อนขอกูหรือเล่นเฟสเลดวอยอีกดีวะ อีกเกมหนึ่งละขอกูเข้าห้องน้ำแป๊บนึง
ได้เอาเลยเสร็จแล้วบอกคนนึง
แป๊บมาเฟสเลดวอยเกมหนึ่งแล้วกันมาละป้าอยู่เปล่าป้าได้ยินป่ะ ฮัลโหล
อ่ะ
พอดีกูเรียกใน Discord ไม่เห็นมึงไม่ตอบ
เอ้านี่ก็ตีแล้วกูวางนะ
เอาเหรอ
กูไม่ได้ยินนะเนี่ยแต่เพิ่งรีบมึงเนี่ย
เอาเหรอกูเมื่อกี้กูเรียกอยู่ตั้งนานโอเค
โอเคไม่เราไม่ได้ยินเลยกูก็นั่งนั่งอยู่หน้าจอเนี่ย
นั่งเกาไข่
นั่งเกาไข่
โอ้ยเมื่อยชัด
มาแล้วหวังว่าเราจะได้คอมโบกับมึงนะ
แบบเมื่อกี้ตอนท้าย
ที่มึงเปิดโคโรสเฟียร์แล้วกูก็เดินเข้าไปเลยปัก
ไอ้เฮียมึงกูไปปักใส่ไอ้นี่แหละเพราะกูเฮียจะรีบฆ่าไอ้เฮียตัว Red Mage ไอ้เฮียแม่ง
5
ก่อ
seconds.
กวนไอ้เฮีย
รีบเดินเข้าปักวอร์ดปักติดเลยไอ้เหี้ย
ไอ้เมื่อกี้มึงปักไปแล้วไหมอ่ะตอนที่เนี่ย
ไม่กูปักหลังจากที่โคโรสเฟียร์มึงหายมั้งถ้าจำไม่ผิดนะท่าน
ไม่มั้งไม่เว้ยมึงปักก่อนเว้ยแล้วกูก็รีบปักไอ้เฮียไอ้นี่เว้ย
เอาเหรอ
รีบโคโนโทเฟีย
เอาเหรอ
เพราะว่ากูจะรีบฆ่าไอ้ Red Mage แม่ง
อ๋อ
ก่อ
โอเคใช่หรือว่าไปนะไปล่ากันนะเซฟเลน
10 seconds. Someone left.
เอา
Don't
เฮีย
tell
มี
us
คนออก
Not a
อย่าง
huge
เหี้ย
loss. We're starting in 5 seconds with or without you.
ไม่ทีมนู้นไม่เลือกสักทีวะ
หวังว่ามันจะกลับมานะบอกว่ากลับมาแล้วไอ้เหี้ย
โอเค น่าจะพอ น่าจะไหวนะ
Wait, where'd he go?
เจทูลิฟไอ้เหี้ยกูหลุดไปแล้วพัน
อะเอา
ดิ้น
มึง
เปล่าหลุด
มึงหลุดเหรอ
เออ
มึงหลุดเหรอ กูยังเห็นมึงอยู่เลย
ไม่เขียนว่าเซตทูลีฟแล้วกูก็ยังอยู่ดีว่ะกูยังอยู่ดีว่ะ
มันจะนับเปล่าวะเนี่ยเกมนี้
ไม่นับมันก็ไม่เขียนว่าเซตทูลีฟแล้วอ่ะ
จริงเหรอ นี่เอาออกเลยไหมอะเสียดายจังเลย
ขอดู
ฮีโร่ดูแบบ
มาดูก่อน
From a place
Foundation
beyond
Failure
time,
Returning to Matchmaking
and time the uncounted.
What
แปลว่าเรา
ในเกม
Death to
Will
Live
not be
Death to
score
Live
ลีฟเลยแล้วกัน
รีบ
Right,
เลย
get ready.
รีบแล้ว
อืม
โอเคหาเกมใหม่กูกดเดี๋ยว
แป๊บนึงนะ
เกม
โอเคมาลีฟเกมอยู่ด้วยกันละ
โอเคงั้นเดี๋ยวกูกดนะ
อืม มึงใช้รูปไอ้แฟนทอมแอสซัสซินเหรอ
ใครกูเหรอ
บอกเกมเมื่อกี้มึงเลือกแฟนทอมเหรอ ไม่ใช่ดิ
เราโควิดเลิกตัวเดิม
เนี่ยกูเห็นในเวลาเลื่อนไปจอมึงเห็นตรงด้านซ้ายอ่ะมันมีเป็นรูปแฟนทอมปะ
สายไหนวะ
ตรงซ้ายบนอ่ะที่มันอยู่ใต้ชื่อมึงอ่ะ ข้างบนเฟรนลิส
เข้า
อ่ะ
มาหน้าหลักกูเข้ามาหน้าหลักแล้วว่ะ
ใช่หน้าหลักนี่แหละ
ว่ะจริงด้วยว่ะว่ะทำไมวะกูงงเหมือนกันกูไม่เข้าใจเหมือนกันนะกูแบนพัสก่อนแล้ว
You're
กัน
up. Make your band. We're starting in 5
กู
seconds.
โคตรเกลียด
with or
ดาร์กวิลโล
without you.
เลยเฮียกูเล่นกูไม่เคยรู้วิธีดีลแม่งเลย
ไปบนนะเจ็บสิ
โซฟาโซกูด
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
เยเรามีบิชเชอร์แบ็กไม่น่าจะแพ้มีดัซเซอร์อยู่หากไอ้เหี้ย
อืม
โอ้เฮียทีมนู้นมันมีไอ้ไวเคาน์เตอร์โคโนไว้เลือดแสลกอีกโคตรเกลียดไอ้เหี้ย ต้องฆ่าไอ้
I am the Elder One.
The Elder
กูจะ
One
ไปรอที่
อืม
รอที่รูนต่อแล้วกัน
Road to oblivion.
All right, get
It's
ready.
in the bag.
It's in the bag
Yes. It shall be. A path
All right, everybody,
foreseen.
30 seconds.
The march of time. Dark portents ahead.
ฆ่าแม่งเลยทีนี้
เอาเลยเหรอเอาเลยเหรอ
ไม่เป็นไร
I go.
กูยังไม่ออกไปนะกลัวไม่ออกไปนะ
ไปเอาด้านล่างเดี๋ยวาเนี่ย
เดี๋ยวกู
อ๋อช่วยต้าสตัน
It all comes down to you and your teammates. That
Time flows.
เย่ได้เอาว่าลิสเตอร์แบ็คลิสเตอร์แบ็คลิสเตอร์แบ็ค
เดี๋ยวเฮียสตันได้ปะ
ไม่มีแล้วใช้ไปแล้วจ้า
Told you a storm was
เสาวิไม่
แต่
น่า
นี่
is
กูไม่เหลืออะไรละชีวิตนี้
ไปฟาร์มก่อนแล้วกัน
Road to oblivion.
ไม่ทัน
A path foreseen. Time flows.
เฮีย
The march of time.
โอ้โหโดนไปเยอะเลยโว้ย
นั่นแหละกูชิวให้
ไม่เป็นไร
Inexorable.
โว้ย
My foresight shot. It must be.
มันที่กินเข้ามาเลยขนาดนี้วะ
มันรู้ว่ามันไอ้เนี่ย
Face your doom.
กิ้ว
Face forward.
เก็บไว้หน่อยนะ
Dark portents ahead.
เฮียมึงได้ปะ
I go.
ได้สวยโอ้เฮีย
My control improves.
ได้ปะ
ได้กูได้
ดี
เคสกินสวยเพิ่งเห็นเอาไปเลย
It shall be. Time flows.
ดีไม่เป็นไรมันไม่ได้ลาชีก็พอละ
Road to oblivion. I go.
มึง
กูได้
สวย
A path
แป๊บนึงนะ
foreseen.
ของกูซื้อของมัน
Inexorable. My path unsmooths.
โอ้
I'm here.
ไม่
Yes.
โดนเว้ย
The march of time.
ไม่น่าเลยไป
Dark portents ahead. Dark Primal shard.
โอ้
I go. Time flows.
เอาไปพัด
thank you
Face forward.
แม่งเล่นยาก
My path unspoons. Denied.
แม่ง
Inexorable.
สตัน
Road
Mày hả?
to oblivion.
อ๋อ เมื่อกี้น่าจะสตันเสียดายมันอยู่ในนี่อยู่กับคลิปใกล้
Path foreseen.
มาคิดขิงกันดีอย่าง
The
ไอ้เนี่ย
march of
ๆฮะ
time.
มาใช้ท่าไม่ตายแล้วกูสามารถใช้ท่าไม่ตายในวงมันได้เลย
อ๋อจริง
Yes.
แม่งดีนายแล้วสวย
It shall be.
You're not
Ah.
aim for.
A path
แฮ่
foreseen.
เปลืองมาหน้าพลาด
Time. I'm under attack.
อ่า
My path unspooled.
น่านที่คนนี้น่าเพิ่งเคยเล่นตรงเนี้ย
ตัวไหนเต้ย
Your middle
Well,
tower
they-
might need a little
I
attention.
go.
Are you
มันเป็น
letting
มัง
them
กี้หรือว่า
อื
I
ม
mean, if this is an insurance scheme, say no
Yeah.
more.
It shall be.
รู้ได้ไงวะ
As
ไม่รู้มันดูท่าใช้ท่าแปลก
มี
Road
ใครพูดกูอยู่
oblivion.
ป่าวะปัก
ๆว่าอะไรอ่ะ
Inexorable.
ลองอ่ะ
เอาเราบอกนะ
Dark portents
มันชอบเข้ามา
ahead.
ใกล้ๆเลย
เนี่ย
จะ
เจ็บ
เข้ามาสิกูจะตามแม่งตัดถัดนะ
The march of time. Yes.
มันไปล่าคลิป
Face forward.
มันไปล่าคลิปกาสตันมามีป่ะไม่ทันละ
Dark portents ahead.
ไม่ขอโทษ
เดี๋ยวต้องฆ่านี่ละ
The march of
จะเอา
time.
ใครดีมึงมีนี่ป่ะมีเมโลดิกป่ะเตรียมตัว
มีละไม่เลยมีท่าไม่ตายด้วย
Time
ขนาด
flows.
นะ
อ่ะ
ไม่ใช่พันละ
เดี๋ยวมา
ไอ้เหี้ย
เอ้าไม่อยู่อ่ะ
มันเรื่องคือ
เฮ้ย
Foreseen is far.
โอ้ยสวยเราสวย
เดินออกนิดนึงไอ้เนี่ยตัวตีเฮ้ยถ้าไม่ตายก็ยังไม่ได้
My path unspooled.
เมื่อกี้กูลืมอ้ายมันใช้เอาได้เนี่ย
กูยังไม่มีเอาสักทีนี้
มึงบอกมีแล้วมึงหลอกกู
อีกนิดเดียวว่ะอีกสิบนิดเดียวว่ะรู้ว่าจะได้แล้วว่ะ
Fate takes you. Face forward.
ไอ้เหี้ยมันยังไม่ได้ทีวะ
Road to oblivion.
เมื่อกี้กูลืมกดใช้นี่ด้วยแมททอมแมนเน็ต
Uh-oh. Radiance fortified their structures.
Inexorable.
เอาเลยใส่ไม่สตัน
นี่มาไอ้เหี้ยเอา
นี่แม่ง
Handle this, and I mean yesterday.
โอ้เหี้ย
Time is not. I'm under attack over here.
สวยละ
A path foreseen.
อื้อหือ
Touche. I'm not ready.
โอ้โหเฮีย
Path foreseen. A timely increase. Face forward. Time flows.
Just the top towers
โอ้ยเฮียแม่ง
hacking at limbs, blood spraying everywhere.
The march of time.
กูมันฟาร์มกูมาวันเนี้ย
I'm only asking because it's being destroyed.
ไม่น่าแล้ว
I'm
มั้ง
no expert, but yeah.
It shall be.
หนักเลยเฮีย
Your top tower's under attack. Your top tower is gone to be with the big brick in the sky.
No years forever. Road to oblivion.
Your middle tower's taking a beating.
Attack.
เอาใหม่นะพันเอาใหม่นะ
หืม
เอาใหม่นะเดี๋ยวมึงโคโดนเสียแล้วกูไปนั่นเสียดายมากเลย
Your middle tower
Time
might need a little
quickens.
attention. I wouldn't sweat it. These things are built to take a
Yes.
lot of punishment.
มา
Well, maybe not that much. Your middle tower's
เฮีย
taking a beating.
ไหววันเนี้ยสวยละข้างล่าง ยอด
and the nails are just filled with blood.
โอ้ย
Dark portents ahead.
มึงรู้สึกว่า
อืม
เวลาเล่นแล้วไม่งหัวร้อน
Future.
เป็นดิเป็นปกติแหละ
แล้วไม่ใช่แล้วยิ่งถ้ามึงลาสทิตสู้ครีปไม่ได้ มึงยิ่งหัวร้อนเข้าไปใหญ่แม่งไอ้ที่แบบแค่ครีปกูยังพลา
ก็
ด
ที่
ว่ะ
มึงก็ที่เห็นกูบ่นไงฮะ
Inexorable.
แม่งไอ้เหี้ยเนี่ยไอ้เหี้ยแม่ง
You're in
ไหว
cow.
วะเนี่ยโอ้เฮียเกือบตาย
เนี่ยอ๋อ
I go.
แบ็คแทร็ก
I go. Dark portents ahead. I'm here. Attack. A path
ตายละ
foreseen.
โอ้โหไอ้ตัวละ
The tower might need a little attention.
ว่ากูต้องเอาตัวฟลายฮะ
And then the tower
Face forward.
You know, just because
เฮีย
the
เอ้ย
tower
ไอ้
being
ต้าระวังนะศัตรู
doesn't
แม่ง
mean it's gone.
มันเดินเข้าป่าใช่ไหม
I didn't want to say it, but that was my
เดี๋ยวกู
favorite.
อยู่ใกล้ๆมึงแล้วกัน
เตรียมตัว
มีทุกอย่างพร้อมมาเอาเลย
เอาเลยแล้วเดี๋ยวกูเข้าสไนเปอร์นะ
The march of time.
กูรอมึงนะไอ้ที่จะบอกนะว่า
Road to oblivion.
โอ้
ได้ปะ
จะได้ค่าแต่แบบ
Killing it out there. Double kill.
สุดยอด
แต่กูวางวอร์ดตะกี้ไว้ขอบโครเซียติดพอดี
ไอ้เฮีย
ติดพอดีอ่ะนึกว่าจะแบบเฮ้ยมันไม่ควรติดอะไรทีกูเล็งดีแล้วนะ
So it must be.
ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไร
จะได้ท่าไม่ตายเซตเตอร์ไม่ตาย
Women's structures look stronger than before. Not saying much, but still.
It shall be.
โลมีเฮียโลมิงเฮีย
Flows.
ไหวไหมเนี่ยมึงไปนู่นเลยเหรอ
แล้วมันตามไปนี่ไปอยู่โอ้ฟักแมนกูตายละกูหนีแล้วเนี่ยโอ้ยที่โดนดึงโอ้โดนดึง
สุดยอดไอ้เฮียเมลาดิกมึงเนี่ย
Hold on. And
Road to oblivion.
turns out that was a double kill.
Inexorable. Face forward.
Kill spree. Triple kill.
Dark portents ahead.
The bottom tower's down.
Face the future. I go.
Miss.
The march of time.
ไอ้เฮียกูไม่เข้านะโอเค
A path foreseen.
ไม่รอด
Here I am. Yes. My foresight sharpens. I go.
เออดูงกะ
shall be.
I'm over here.
Yes. Dark portents ahead. Inexorable. Face forward. A path foreseen.
Right, hold my phone. Is this a kill spree?
The march of time. A timely increase in power. Road to oblivion. My path unspools. Time
ลากูละ
flows. It shall be. Yes. I go. Dark portents ahead. Time flows. Inexorable. A path foreseen.
มันยังไม่
Road to oblivion.
มาละได้ละ
เฮ้ยอยู่นั่นก็รอ
My path unspooled. The march of time. Face forward. The march of time. Attack. I'm under attack. Final shard.
That is a double killing spree.
Your page in history ends. A path foreseen. Gold is forever. Time flows.
สีส้มตัวสีส้มเลอแทร็ก
Inexorable. Feel my mace. Face your doom. I'm
โอ้
Road to oblivion. I go. Foreseen is forearmed. Yes. Face forward. Time is money. It shall be.
กูต้องพก
โอ้ยดีเนี่ยเรารู้สึกแย่มากเลยเล่นเรา
ทำไมอะเกิดอะไรขึ้น
แบบมันไม่ไม่
My path
The
unspools.
tower's taking a beating.
The march of time.
เดี๋ยวเริ่ม
I go. My path unspools.
อ้สวยแล้วสวยแล้ว
It shall be. Time flows. Out of time. Face forward. Path foreseen.
Their top tower smashed all to hell. Wait till they see what you have in store
Dark
for them.
portents ahead. Road to oblivion. Face forward. Where do you think you're going? The march of time. It is presaged. Time flows.
นี่ม็อบนี่ม็อบ
Foreseen is
หืม
forearmed. It shall be. Yes. A path foreseen. Dark portents ahead.
ไซเปอร์ก็มา
Road to oblivion. I go. Inexorable.
เอา
เลย
My path unspoken. I'm under attack. It shall be. The march of time. Dark forces ahead.
เฮียปวดผิด
Time flows.
โอ้ชุดอย่างนี้ก่อนนะ
Inexorable. Tide is mighty.
Down.
Path foreseen.
That was a master class in middle
Yes.
barracks.
My path unspools.
Might want to look into your bottom tower.
Road to oblivion. It's not time yet.
The bottom tower is under
Time
attack there.
flows.
Great, their bottom tower is all busted up.
It shall be.
โอ้
Look into your bottom tower. I don't like your odds.
My path unspools.
Look into your bottom tower. Great.
Your time runs out.
Told them from this to say,
My control improves.
their bottom tower is down. Bottom tower is down. Good stuff. The middle tower is a sad pile of rock.
Foreseen is
Mark one far
flawed.
last over to your top tower. They say history is written by the victor. So you might save yourself a writing assignment here.
I go. Road to oblivion. Dark portents ahead. Here I am. The march of time.
ทันละคิวทันอยู่
ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไร
School bus off a cliff.
เย่ชนะแล้วเย่
ตอบไหมหรือว่าจะได้อะไรปะ
ฮะ
ตอบไหม
ได้แป๊บหนึ่งนะปวดฉี่อะไรตรงไหนดื่มน้ำเยอะไปอ่ะโอ้หรือตื่นเต้นเกินเลยปวดฉี่อ่ะเย่สุด
มึง
ย
จะ
อด
ฉี่เปล่า
ไป
อินเตอร์บูลองนะ
เออเย่ทำชาเลนจ์เสร็จแล้วอีกอันหนึ่งแต่ตอนหลังกูไม่เห็นไอ้นี้แม่งใช้เอาเลยไอ้อะไรวะไอ้ที่ตัวที่เป็นไอ้ออมนิไหนอ่ะ
อืม
ตัวนั้นแม่งเอาแม่งเคาน์เตอร์แต่แม่งต้องขอบคุณในแค่ป้า
ว่า
มาละแม่งต้องขอบคุณ
โอเค
ในตัวหมู
ขอบคุณใคร
ไอตัวหมูกับ
อ๋อ
ไอตัวนั่นแม่งแทงเฮียทำให้กูเล่นง่ายใช่นี่อะไรวะเนี่ยแป๊บนึงนะต้องชนะ one of the most play มี2ตัวที่กูเล่นได้โอเคมา
ไปแล้วเนี่ยกูรออยู่
มาโอเคเย็ดเฮียเวลาเล่นไอตัวเฟรนด์บอยแม่งชนะแล้วแม่งสะใจรัด
อืมมานะ
It's your band. 5 seconds. 4, 3, you get it.
เล่นดูมหรือเล่นอะไรเดี๋ยวเนี้ย
ดูช็อกเนอร์ก็โด
เดี๋ย
น
วดู
แบ
ก่อนแล้วกันว่าแม่งมีใครเล่นอะไรบ้าง
อืม
ที่มันมีให้เลือกระหว่างดูมกับอัลเคมิส
เป็นอัลตรา
เล่นเออร์ซ่า
We're 10 seconds out. Plenty of time to tell an announcer
อี
your
ปูยัง
level
ไม่เลือกเลย
if that's what they're doing. 5 seconds.
ต้ามึงไปข้างบนปะ
ได้ไปข้างบน
เพ
มึ
ราะ
ง
ว่า
เล่นอะไรนะ
กูเล่นดูมเพราะว่ากูไอ้นี่ว่ะ กูจะฟาร์มเยอะๆ โอ้โห
โอ
เป็น
เค
เล็ดบอยเป็นเล็ดบอยกูส่งแล้วกูต้องดูมใครเนี่ยดูมเฟสเลดบอยก็จะใช้อะไรไม่ได้เลย
The seven hells hunger. Remember, it's all on you here. A lot of pressure. All on your shoulders. Man, I would be a wreck. All right, let's go. Heads up. 30 seconds.
It's in the bag.
ใช่5 ทุ่มแล้ว
To damnation come. The fire spreads. I am the midnight of your soul.
All right, let's play this.
โอ้เย็ด
Just a little game I threw together in my spare time. Hope you like
The
it.
fire starts now.
My pride. Your
The ground burns. Ha ha! Yes. Oh, yes. This boom. The inferno rages. Surfaces written bar.
เฮีย
Hell's on earth. Yes. Oh, my sword flare. Bring it. Oh, yes. Hell's on earth. The soul eater hungers. I am the midnight of your soul.
เล่นยาก
Ha ha!
โอ้ไม่ได้
Burning steel. The fire spreads. Till damnation come.
ไม่ได้เลย
Bankrolled.
โอ้ฟัก
The inferno rages. Fan the flames. I'm under attack. The ground burns. Bring it. Till damnation come.
10 50
The ground burns. The inferno. I am the midnight of your soul.
โอ้โอ้โห ได้ด้วยเหรอ
ทำไร
สุดยอ
อะ
ดฟัก
The soul eater hungers. Hell's on earth. Almighty money. Yes. Almighty money. The inferno rages. Ha ha! With sword of flame. The fire spreads. Defy. Oh, yes. Firestorm. Till damnation come. I'm under attack. The ground burns. Yes.
It's not time yet. Dues paid. Ha-ha. Not yet. Hellfire. Bring it. The Soul Eater hungers. Hell's on earth. Yes. The inferno rages. The fire spreads. Ha! Their middle tower is down. Oh, yes. I am the midnight of your soul. My flame burns bright, yes. I'm at your shoulder. Ha-ha! Then fan the flame.
What was I doing?
The fire spreads. Not enough mana.
โอ้ยเฮียพอดี
Bring it. The inferno rages. Hell's on earth.
Stop is missing.
I am the midnight of your soul. Till damnation come. The Soul Eater hungers. Oh, yes. Yes. The ground burns. Oh, yes. The fire spreads. I am the midnight of your soul. Till damnation come. The Soul Eater hungers.
Killing spree, killing spree, killing spree.
Defilement.
Welcome to the secret.
Hell's on earth.
โอนอีกตีแบบโอนอีก
Fires of the pit. Hell yeah. The inferno rages. Ha-ha. Ha-ha.
Their top tower is down.
Hell's on earth.
ไม่เชื่อเลยวะ
สวยดิอ้าวก็โอเคไหม
You're
อ่ะ
not supposed to say
Hacking
holy
at limbs,
right
blood
now. I don't
spraying
like it.
everywhere. Bring it.
Just adorable.
มึงคุยกับกูป่ะ
ใช่ใช่ใช่ใช่ใช่ใช่
The inferno
ก็
rages.
โอเคอ่ะ แต่ก็แบบตกใจอยู่
Till damnation come.
เชสได้ไปเทอร์ฟิวรี่แล้วเช็ดเช่กูเก่งเหมือนกันนะเนี่ย
plenty money. The Soul Eater hungers. Consume withdrawal. The ground burns. I am the midnight of your soul. Yes. Yes. Firestorm. The ground burns. Bring it. Till damnation come. The fire spreads. I am the midnight of your soul. Hellfire. Upon my horse, I'm under attack.
โอ้สวยละแม่งเอ้ยระยะแม่งไม่ถึง
They are on a killing spree.
พลาด
The furnace delivers me eternal life. Inferno rages. Hell's on earth. Oh, yes. Ha ha. The Soul Eater hungers. Attack.
You need your top tower? I'm only asking because it's being destroyed. Look, Greg called the cops, and apparently assaulting these towers is not a crime. So you're gonna have to handle this yourself.
Till damnation come. Ha ha. Inferno.
The top tower's
My
under attack.
soul hunger grows.
Ah, good. Perfect
The
example.
ground
See, this,
burns.
right here. Bottom tower's down. This is what you want to avoid.
Hell's on earth. The Soul Eater hungers.
The tower's down. I'm on the ropes now. Don't rush me. Dominate.
สุดยอดตา
That there is dominating.
เยี่ยม
กูเอาอะไรอีกดีเนาะ
I come with all hell's fury. The fire spreads.
Double damage.
Attack.
โดนอะไรวะ
ชิบหาย
แล้วเอามัน
โอ้ตายไม่เรื่อง
มั
ช่วน ย
อยู่
กู
แล้
แล้ว ว
เหมือนกันนะ
Ground
อะไรนะ
burns.
อยู่ลึกเหมือนกันนะเนี่ย
เพลินเนี่ยขอโทษที
เอ้ย
Yes. Hell to pay. I am the midnight of your soul. Almighty money.
ไอ้นี่แม่งเก่งครับ
Our middle tower might need a little attention.
Yes. Bring it. Handsome devil, aren't I? The infernal mages.
เด็กเมล
Till damnation come. Hell.
โอ้โห
Double kill.
Birth is a promise.
แม่งไม่น่าเลย
All hell's broken loose.
ยังไม่ได้ใช้ดูมเลยเนี่ยจะใช้แม่งโดน
Hell's on earth. The fun fan the flame.
Towers under attack there. Let's see how this plays out. Maybe it's just a very stupid trap. Might want to haul ass over to your top tower.
The fire
It is getting
spreads.
smashed all to hell.
The inferno
Hey, your top
rages.
tower's under attack.
Yes. Yes.
โอ้ ไม่น่ารอด ไม่เข้าแล้วกัน
Damnation
ค่า
come.
ตัว
The soul eater hungers. Hell's on earth. Yonder sun. Bring it. The ground burns. I am the midnight of your soul.
All right, bottom tower's down. He didn't need it anyway. Would it have helped? Yeah, I mean,
Rages.
yes, absolutely. But it's gone now, and there's no sense crying about it.
The soul eater hungers. Oh, yes.
Might want to look into your bottom tower. You are not going to like this. They are really tearing that thing to pieces.
Till damnation come. Bring it.
Kill spree.
เข้าไปแล้วเหรอโนงงกันทำไมเข้าไปกันวะ
Bottom tower's under attack there. Yeah, that doesn't look good. Might want to haul ass over to your tower. It is pretty fun, destroying towers. Your opponents must be having the best time up there. Cut down to the prime of its tower life. Taken too soon.
What fresh hell is this? Firestorm. The ground burns. Hell's on earth. Steel.
Finders keepers.
Yes. I am the midnight of your soul.
ไม่มีคนมาแกล้งเนี่ย
Do you need your top tower? I'm only asking because it's being destroyed. Hey, you really need to handle
Fan the flames. The Soul Eater hungers. Oh, my sword flares. Oh, yes. The fire spreads. Bring it.
กูเล่นแดกเกอร์ไม่เป็นไหวเนี่ย
มึงต้องซื้อแดกเกอร์ไอ้เหี้ยวาร์ปเข้าไป
คือ
ก็ตบก็วาร์ปเข้าไปตบเลยไอ้เหี้ยโดดเข้าไปอยู่ข้างๆแม่ง
กูโอเคกูจะพยายามแต่ว่าแบบ
I am the midnight of your soul.
มันยากสำหรับกูไอ้เนี่ยแต่ก็เดี๋ยวเอาก็ได้วะ
อีเหี้ยไม่ทัน
เหี้ยงงหมดเลยเนี่ย
นั่นน่ะดิ
งงมาก
That's a double kill.
Fan the flames. Hell's on earth.
Holy Hercules, this is a killing spree. Good stuff. Middle tower's a sad pile of rocks. Smash that middle barracks to pieces. That thing is spitting bricks right now.
Bring it. It's not time yet.
All they're just saying is cold dead. I have multiple cold dead hands. Cold dead overall body. Greg, that's an ultra kill. Limber up. They've fortified their structures.
บิงแดกเกอร์ก็บิงแดกเกอร์วะแม่งกูแบบไม่ค่อยเก่งใช้พวกนี้เท่าไหร่
Bottom tower's all busted up. Bottom barracks demolished. A lot of dead creeps. You ruined those bottom barracks.
The ground burns. It's not time yet. The fire spreads. Fan the flame. Slice
The
your
tower's down. It was standing
ชนะละ
stood.
น่ารักเดี๋ยวกูไปนอนละไอ้เนี่ย
ยอด
ยอดชนะ3 เกม
เย้สุดยอดเล่นกับมึงเนี่ยเมื่อกี้ตอนท้ายชนะได้ไงวะฮะงงแบบเกิดอะไรขึ้นวะนึกว่าก็เฮียตอนแรกนึกว่ากูจะไม่รอดแล้วเฮียอยู่ดีๆกูรอด
โอเคพันเดี๋ยวว่ากันไปนอน
ว่า
ละ
กันว่ากันโอเค
บา
บ๊ายบาย
ชนะ3 เกมนี่สุดยอดเลยนะพันสุดยอดเลยโอเคว่ากัน
ว่ากันว่ากัน
เป็นยังไงวะ โอเคโอเคได้
ดูนี่ดีกว่านี่ตอนเที่ยงคืนอีกครึ่งชั่วโมงต่อโอ้ย
should I 1 versus 2 them? Yes.
ๆโอ้ยร้อนเอ็มมาเท่าไหร่มาสอนวะ
เล่นอะไรดีเนาะไปดูตอนท้ายดีกว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นวะงงครับตอนท้ายนี้เราตาย นี่ช้าๆก่อนหน้านั้นนิดนึงตรงนี้เปิดชิปหายจะไม่รอละ
Ultra kill! Don't you dare stop!
Got you.
brick chips. Dyer's using Radiant's bottom barracks as a punching bag. Oh, Radiant's bottom. Radiant's middle tower is hanging on by a come back from this.
Regeneration!
เกิดอะไรขึ้น
Be ensnared in fire. I'll let you go now. Double kill.
Tied.
Kill spree? I didn't authorize this. Radiant's middle tower is about to be a pile of smoking rocks. Radiant's middle tower is hanging on by a brick. That's it, Radiant's middle tower. We'll never forget you, Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's middle barracks just fell.
โอเครู้ละ
Ultra kill.
มายัง
A day that I could reminisce on for as long as possible, but we have to look forward. We have to move on. Because today we can focus on the top portion of the lower bracket. Our first series being Shopify TSM. They get a little bit of a break while EG and Game Nouns awaiting that opponent and 9 Pandas later today. These are all approximates. It's a rolling schedule. We don't know what's going to happen. We could see more 3-game best of 3s, but is there a series, a matchup, an outcome that you think is going to be the most exciting or even the most possible?
Just the NA bloodbath. The fact that we get to see Shopify TSM and then another run announced, like, you know, we had them throughout the entire DPC battling it out, and now only one gets to survive and stay in the road to the international. It's like, that alone is spooky.
I would agree with that. I think this is series of the day, personally, because you never really know how TSM and Shopify are going to do on a tournament. Sometimes they have good results, sometimes they have weak ones. So this will kind of determine what's going to happen for this team for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, we're looking at their head-to-head records, just comparing some of the stats here in, against other teams, but also against teams that have made it to the upper bracket, how they fare against those teams that are a little bit better, the average kills and their average win time as well, which 50 minutes, let's just round up, 51 minutes here.
It's a long time.
It's a very long time.
And the thing for me in this is, like, at the start of the year, TSM, they were like the top dogs of NA. They were crushing Shopify in Tour 1, Tour 2. Then it got to like the middle part of the year, Shopify's like, wait, we know how to play Dota again. And then they're coming back to number 1. And then like at Riyadh, they both bombed out, but TSM was the better of the worst, and they then took the spot. So throughout the entire year, they've been going toe to toe, and they are kind of, it isn't like the old school days of just Shopify, one team, everyone else. It really is the two of them at the top, and yeah, the nouns showing up, of course, as well at TI.
A lot of back and forth between them, but if you don't know too much about TSM, then fret not, because we have a little video summarizing their year and their journey on the road to the international.
After a disappointing last place finish at the previous international, TSM felt the pressing demand for change. First, Saberlight left the team to join regional rival Shopify. Then their captain, Moon Meander, made a pivotal shift, transitioning from player to coach.
He was like the captain, the drafter, the shot caller, the face of the team. You think of Team and Nine, TSM, kind of thought of Moon. When we decided to make changes after TI, because we had a really rough TI, first person to being let off was Tuvu, and I was really sad. Lots of talking, and I came to the conclusion that he was the one that needed to be changed. Then Moon had this idea where he thought, what if I just kick myself into coach and I just get 5 young people and I just keep the mid and the carry player, which are way younger than the support players. He was like willing to sacrifice his dream of winning TI, to coach like 5 young players that all they need is guidance. That was his idea.
Despite numerous shifts in their lineup, TSM showcased their strength in the region, clinching spots at the first 2 majors. But when it came to delivering on the main stage, they struggled to rise to the occasion.
In the team, I am one of the oldest, and I've never played with such inexperienced players. They don't know about after a loss, things that you should say, things that you shouldn't say. So it's been quite interesting. When you're a new player and you just join the scene, you're kind of like, you watch from your screen and you play your pops and you're very good. You're like, damn, these guys are bad. Like, I'm so much better than them. Like, if I were there, or if they got me instead of that guy, I could do what he's doing 10 times better. Like, I see it. But then you get to LAN and, like the admin walks in and the room is silent and the AC is cold. It's been a lesson to everyone. Everyone's learned something different this entire year. But it comes down to how fast you learn and how quickly you can apply it. That's what TI is going to be for us. But yeah, he's going to have to go roll with it, see what happens.
Hey guys, before we get started for the day's matches, let's do a brief meta overview of what we've been seeing from group stage and playoffs so far. Now, you may have noticed a lot of Hand of Midas purchases. The map is bigger, that means that there's more camps to farm, and that means it's generally safer to hit creeps because that's harder to spend time to go gank. Now, if we take a look at a clip, if you do end up ganking somebody, you move 3 heroes across the map, and if this gank fails, this is a lot of time that you could have spent farming instead. So in this game from yesterday, 9 Pandas try to kill New here, he ends up surviving, and that causes a lot of problems. So some teams right now are updating meta by grabbing heroes that allow you to gank very efficiently. Spectre is the best example. Previously a very farm-heavy hero, but now you can just teleport across the map as the gank begins, and you contribute a Spectral Dagger and an Urn of Shadows damage to help get kills. So in this way, Spectre is still allowing you to farm constantly, and you don't have to spend time setting up a gank that may or may not succeed in getting a kill. Now, there's other heroes that are able to do this as well. Dawnbreaker has a nice global ultimate Team Liquid used for yesterday. In this case, just jumping in just to be there to help guarantee jabs dies and accelerate the game. Now, before this advancement happened, a lot of teams are doing this Wraith King offlane type thing, summon skeletons, pressure the tower, but the problem is that after this, what ends up happening is you're sitting here AFK farming for a long time to get a Blade Mail and a Radiance. That is too slow. The teams that are winning right now are teams that are accelerating. Here's another hero that does it. Centaur offlane, you're pressuring the carry, you're hitting him with double edge, you're setting up pressure to make sure his game is slower, and then later on your first item is basically a Blink Dagger, which helps you get in action. These teams aren't buying Midases, they're trying to farm a little bit less, and they're trying to get things done. LGD yesterday used Night Stalker, if I can get the clip to load any second. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Night Stalker offlane was used. Look at this. He bought Urn of Shadows. He's pressuring. The Spectre comes in. This is 11 minutes into the game, and they're already pressuring the carry. And the other cool thing the Night Stalker does that so many of these Wraith King offlaners don't do, he spots heroes in trees, so they say, we can get another kill. And then to further compound on this, because you need to get so many ganks off to beat this farming playstyle, they pair it with a Grimstroke. The Inkswell allows you to chase, deal damage. AA is another good example of a support that can apply gank pressure globally without having to be there. But the downside is when they run at you, not necessarily the best hero. So my view so far of the current meta, you want to put pressure on the map. You have to gank constantly. Sometimes you pick these Ricky mids, and I think this is something that could really favor TSM in the upcoming match. Their average game time is lower than Shopify Rebellion. I think they're farther ahead in the meta as of right now.
Thank you so much, Purge. So that's his viewpoint here on that meta, that you got to be fast-paced, you have to be active, you have to make sure that your opponent doesn't get anything across the river, that you're constantly pushing it onto them. Any other heroes that Purge didn't mention that could also fit that description?
I mean, there's Earth Spirit, there's Primal, the Grimstroke that he kind of touched on as well. He touched on Kunkka. I mean, Bristles, of course, top on that game as well. Like, I think any hero that allows you to get to, like, say, like level 6, level 7, use a Twin Gate and go look at fighting, insanely good. And just be able to continue that and know that you're not going to suddenly be starved. And obviously he was touching on the points of you get the kills, but you need to find that balance where you can't just overly be aggressive the entire time. We saw that yesterday with VP. They keep going aggressive. They make these cool plays that are in the meta, but then they get to a point where it's like, wait a second, they haven't kind of taken that breather to be able to readjust and make sure they're scaling throughout the entire game.
Yeah, it's why it's also so nice that all of these big, beefy heroes are so good right now, is that you're going to have so much health earlier on to be able to just go put yourself in dangerous positions, go fight, go dive a tower, go be out on the map. Everything just seems to come together really nicely in those strats.
Yeah, it's also down to that execution, and like we've already talked about TSM, they might have that slight advantage against Shopify Rebellion when it comes to meta, when it comes to being more active. But let's hear more about Shopify Rebellion. Let's see what their journey to the road to the international was.
The reason for me joining Shopify Rebellion is that I think last TI we had like a really bad performance on TSM, like we were dead last at TI. And I've been playing on that team for 2 years, and then Bulba approached me at that same TI whether I would like to play for them. This team is like full of extremely good players who I respect a lot, and I feel like it's just too much of a waste to not seize an opportunity like this, to, like, you know, play with such experienced players and learn from them and see how it goes. It was exciting. I think this team has like a lot of history and a lot of ideas of how things should be done. There's like a lot of experience. So when I joined the team, there's like already a structure that's already set up for me, and I just, you know, do my part. So that's been very interesting.
Shopify Rebellion kicked off the season by securing a 4th place in Lima, yet they found themselves in the 9th to 12th spot in the following May
when you're just like fully immersed yourself in the game.
Some wise words from Saberlight. You know, he's still quite a young player as well. He talked about being on TSM. Now he's facing up against his old team on his new team, Shopify Rebellion, for their life in the road to the international. It's still an upgrade for himself. TSM didn't even make it out of groups last year. Now he's made it out of groups. Unfortunately, straight into the lower bracket for himself, though.
Yeah, I think the main thing from that interview is just knowing that today is the first day of eliminations for the road to TI playoffs. These players, they've played for an entire year to get to this point, and if they are to, fall short, it's a whole year of work to then not get there. So, show some love to them if they are to get eliminated today, Shopify or TSM or any of the other teams today, and yeah, the road continues.
I just like the moment to humanize the class clown guy, because he always brings so many laughs in so many tournaments that he plays in. So to give a little picture into his struggles, I think it just makes me root for him a little bit more.
Yeah, I was going to open up back from the interview with Bing Bong, and I was like, this doesn't feel appropriate anymore. Let's not do that one. Yeah, it is nice to see that. And I think it's also been a really tough year for Shopify Rebellion. It's almost this sandwich, right, for themselves of they get that fourth place at Lima. They got second at Dream League Season 21. So just after TI, they do fantastic. Just before TI, they do fantastic. Everything in between, it's just lost direction. So where does that really build you up for, and where does that place you now for the road to the international?
You're not allowed to do well before TI. They fucked it up, man.
No, they messed up.
It's over, man.
Yeah, that's what everyone thought about Team Spirit. They're still up a bracket.
But did you see them? They did not look in form anymore. It's all downhill.
It's one game.
It's over.
They bounce back and through and through. It's just over. Okay. Well, so
I thought VP just played well myself. VP just impressed me. I thought Team Spirit still looked good though.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I think Shopify is a team. I look at them. They don't strike me the same way that like LGD yesterday struck me, for example. Everyone was saying, "Where's Magnus? Where's Magnus at TI?" They're coming out. They're playing Magnus. They're playing Dark Willow Carry. They're playing Broodmother. These guys are like super thinking about stuff. They're playing the Night Stalker offlane. Like, these are all heroes that other teams are not really touching that much. And when I look at that team, I think that they have like fresh ideas. They have confidence, excitement. Shopify doesn't excite me as a team that much anymore, which is unfortunate because you love the players. They've played together for so long. You're drawn to them. Yeah. I'd love to see them feel like a new team.
Yeah. I mean, what you're talking about here is expectations on this team. Arteezy as well. A lot of expectations on him, and I think infamously, there's a guy on Reddit called Baboon97, and this guy, he asked such an important question about 6 days ago. Any idea why Arteezy doesn't buy BKB? Didn't buy BKB? 440 upvotes, 287 people flabbergasted by such expectations. But don't worry, guys, I did the homework. We're going to look right here. Arteezy, since TI5, has won more games without a BKB in his inventory than with a BKB in his inventory. Thank you very much. A 65% win rate. This man does not need the BKB to win a game. So thank you very much. And don't forget, at TI, Arna, he has the highest win rate. He has more games won without a BKB, 74% or something. So in the footsteps of a 2 TI winner, Arteezy is on his quest to get there. So please, if you are to make Reddit posts, do the homework first. Don't just randomly make statements about these pros.
Oh,
thank you.
Great homework,
Thanks, T.
great research. Oh my goodness,
I'm
that was very aggressive.
Sorry.
Mild crack there.
I felt good for a second, but
Don't
yeah.
question the pro players is what you're saying.
I mean, you can. Some of them make egregious plays, Kiyotaki yesterday.
Question pro players, but not if they're Arteezy.
And wasn't he against a Spirit Breaker that game anyways? So it was like the BKB wouldn't.
That's what made me want to
There
research
were so many BKP
and the fact that my belief right now is that teams do have to accelerate to punish this like AFK farming thing. They're doing that. I mean, they played Ricky mid one game because they saw an AA and a puck on the enemy team, and they're like, oh, we're just gonna up tempo this. Like Ricky had top net worth and he had like 38 CS that game. So I was like, okay, they're doing what they need to do. They're picking abnormal heroes that fit the game circumstances, and that's why we're praising the Chinese teams as well, because they're doing similar things.
I mean, Tomato, he's got 10 games played, 10 different heroes. So he's sporting just creativity in the draft. Of course, it's not had the best success because they're in the lower bracket, but the idea that they are coming into it with their own ideas, their own confidence, their own camaraderie.
ได้ยินป่ะพันเซอร์บอบบี้ตายเห็นป่ะเซอร์บอบบี้ตายเซอร์บอบบี้เพิ่งตายได้ยิน
เวิร์กพอวันเนี้ย
ได้ยินป่ะ
I will not leave a broken world behind. A mother's work is never
ตอน
done.
กี่โมงเนี่ยเมื่อกี้ที่บอกข่าวอ่ะ
ไม่รู้ว่ะเร็วๆเนี่ย
พี่เห็นยังไงอ่ะ
สอบกันเน็ต3 ทุ่มอ่ะ3 ทุ่ม 7 นาที
Round 1, capture your objective.
I'm in A.
Stay near my pylon.
โอ้มาแล้ว
I got you.
ด้านเฮียด้านหลังเฮียด้านซ้ายพี่เฮียด้านซ้ายเฮีย
โอ้ยเหี้ย
โทษ
Anyone want to join me? Stop whining. You're fine.
เหี้ยแม่งมาแล้วเนี่ยจะลองดู
เดี๋ยวถอยมาเดี๋ยวถอยมา
ตอนจะแม่งตายครับ
ยิงไม่โดนเลย
We died.
My ultimate is charging. Thanks.
Don't check. I see you. You're powered up. Get in there. Close your eyes. The Eye of Horus watches over you.
เดี๋ยวด้านหลังเนี่ย
ไอ้เหี้ยแม่ง
โอ้ยยังไม่มีคนลิงทำอะไรวะ ม่งอุตส่าห์โยนระเบิดให้
ระเบิดอะไรวะ
You'll have
Purple.
to try harder than that.
เหลือ
I have you. Keep fighting. أنا ما حدش يقدر علي. I've got you.
ช่วยไว้ฮะ
I'm here. Keep fighting.
Thank you.
Eyes on a target.
เอาซ้ายป่ะ
พี่แฮมนี่
I slept the target.
อยู่ไหน
Cut the cake.
โอ้
Covering you.
My coals are red
Right.
hot.
Check. Affirmative.
ก็เริ่มแข่งแล้ว
Enough whining. You're fine.
สวยละด้านซ้ายด้านหลัง
Over there.
อุ้ยเนี่ย
เฮียด้านหลังนี่ด้านนี้
ตายจะตายเลย
ทำอะไรกันวะ
I still have some fight in me. Group up with me. I have you. Keep fighting.
My fuse is lit.
You're powered up. Get in there. Next time, say please.
That TIA. They're back in the fight.
Say your wounds. The Eye of Horus watches over you.
Stay out of my way. Over there.
เย่สุดยอด
เย่
Score 1-0.
แต่อาเก่งแม่งสึกเล่นหวย
อะไรนะ
Particle cannon online.
ปลาลาไม่ค่อยเก่ง
ใครอะ
ปลาราไม่เก่ง
อ๋อ
No mistakes. No mercy.
ไอเธอรี่น่าจะเก่ง
Capture the objective.
ใครจะเดินเนี่ย
ชื่ออ่านว่าอะไรวะ ดาเมจมันเยอะไงอะไรฮะใช่ป่ะเฮียริปเปอร์ด้านหลัง
I won't let you fall.
เฮียถอยมาม่วง
อยู่ไหนวะ
ริปเปอร์ด้านหลังปะยังฮะยังไง
อย่างไร
ริปเปอร์
Enemy in sight.
เหี้ย
เฮียช่วยหน่อย ต้องช่วย
Get in there.
เฮียดัส
จะตายวะ
โอ้เฮียมึง
ลอยเป็นฟาราดีเนี่ย
ฟารา
เจียนเล่นไม่ค่อยเป็นเลยเนี่ย
เนี่ยบาสเตียนมาเล่นบาสเตียนละเฮีย
เราเลย
ริปเปอร์ด้านบน เฮีย
ใครเอากัน
เฮียวิ่งไปด้านหลังแล้วใช้เอาอะ
I won't give in. Come over here for you. You're powered up. Get in there.
Tactical visor activated.
ที่จริงไอเนี่ยแม่งไม่ควรเล่นเพราะไอซาเลีย เพราะว่าซาเลียแม่งไลฮาร์แม่งชนะซาเลียใช่แรงอะไรวะไม่รู้วันเนี้ย
I barely recognized you.
Push your limits. Nothing breaks that I cannot mend.
Five, four, three, two, one. Round three. Capture the objective.
Only one of these people is walking out of walking out.
Hey.
Don't fret. I see you. Take this. Sweet dreams.
The objective is now.
I'm under attack.
เฮียช่วยหน่อย
It's healing you. I am looking down. Fortified.
โซเจอร์แม่งไล่ฟันดิเฮียระวังนะ
I have you. Keep fighting. Cut the pain. Too eager, Reinhardt.
There is pride before the fall.
Taking care of you.
ลงนะ
No recovery.
ม่วง
Healing you.
ปาราซอมบ้า
Come here to get healed.
I am ready to unleash
Group up with me. I won't let you fall.
Your assistance is appreciated.
Rest up, old man. Targeting hostile. Stand up straight.
Tactical visor.
อยู่ไหนเนี่ยใช้เอายัง
ใช่ไหมล่ะยอด
I'm here. Keep fighting.
เดี๋ยวพอยเฮ้ยพอยเฮ้ยสวยละ
This is not the end.
ไม่ระวังกันเนี่ยเล่นไม่ระวังกันเนี่ยแม่ง
I rub some dirt on it. Let's go. Let's go.
ลองเฮียยังนี่เดี๋ยวมันมีเอามันเนี่ยอย่าลองนะอย่าถอยมาเดินถอยมาจังรัดอยู่ด้านซ้าย
You're powered down. Get in there.
เหี้ยใกล้ตาย
เย้
Play of the game.
ทีมนู้นน่ะทำอะไรวะตอนตรงนี้นี่ตรงนี้ที่มันบอก
Pulse munitions delivered to targets.
ขาสีเหี้ย
แป๊บหนึ่งนะอ๋อโอเคเย้
Prepare for battle. Select your hero. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Let us proceed with haste.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Hallo. Goed, ook op zijn hoofd heeft, moet uit de zon blijven. I don't think you understand it. I don't think you understand it.
อะไรของแม่งวะ
อย่าปั๊ม
ไอ้ที่อะไรวะแม่งตลกครับ
I have you. Keep fighting. Improve and end.
A record interval. Moving further still.
I want you to fall.
ที่อะไรวะ
ไอ้เฮียไม่โดน
No recovery. Taking damage.
โอ้เอาละ
หนึ่งนะ
I still have some fight in me.
Hello. Strike quickly and hold their movement. Hello there.
I keep you up.
ยังไปอ่ะ
We can't let them push ahead of us.
อันเจอ
So it's for you.
How the enemy codes. Oi. Impede the robot.
The enemy barricade moves.
ทำอะไรกัน
เดี๋ยวใช้เอาเปลี่ยนเลยดีป่าวะเปลี่ยนเป็นฟาราเลยนะ
I
ใช้แบบเดี๋ยวไปใช้แบบเวสเลยอะ
Over here.
คนแม่งดำแล้ว
Your team has lost.
What is that melody? Tactical visor activated.
will get in.
โอ้เฮียมันไม่มีคนดูด้านหลังเฮียไม่ให้ดู
This is not the end.
ด้านหลังเฮียเมื่อกี้ตายคู่เลยวะ
เก็บไม่เก็บหมดเลยวะ
The enemy has stolen away our friend.
Daria, ready for duty.
The enemy moves. We
Get together.
Nodding off.
ไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ย
ไอ้เหี้ย
อย่าเล่นพาราเลยเฮีย
ทำไมอ่ะ
เอาไว้
ทำไมอ่ะ
เปล่า
We
ไอ้
need
เหี้ย
to
ยิงไม่
put a
เป็น
stop
นะ
to their push.
ใช่แต่ว่ามันสวย
Join. Group up
ต้องหัดสักวันด้วยวะ
I appreciate the support. I'm here. Keep fighting. Over here. I help.
ด้านบน
Taking damage. Targeting hostile. I have you. Keep fighting. Being fortified.
I am on fire.
I won't let you fall.
I need help.
อันนี้อยู่ไหนครับข้างหลัง
นี่ไหน
Rest
ข้างหลั
up.
ง
I'm here. Keep fighting.
Over here.
ด้าน
Eyes on a target. Enemy stepped here.
ไอ้เหี้ย
I'm in.
Stop the robot.
ไอ้เหี้ยแปดพวกเราดีกว่าแม่งหมดเลย
My
ไอ้เหี้ย
ultimate is charged.
ถ้าแบบไอ้เหี้ยเราไม่แพ้เหี้ย
Stop that
อ
pushing
ยู่พวก
robot
มีค
over
นน้อย
here.
สุดเลย
โอ้หายไปหมดวะ
I keep you up.
Over here.
อย่าเข้าไปตรงนั้นดิ
Don't fret. I see you.
สุ่มเอาเลย
No power down. Get in there. Touch now.
ทำเป็นใช่ว่ะ
أنا ما حدش يقدر عليا. One of these days I'll end up in Fiji. I have you. Keep fighting.
เกมเริ่มไปแล้วไม่ทันแล้ว
I'm here. Keep fighting.
Over there.
ด้านบน
Over there.
เดี๋ยวด้านหลังด้าน
Over there. Over there.
ในบ้านด้านซ้ายมือ
I've got you.
Graviton surge is ready.
I have you. Keep fighting.
Over there.
You need this.
ดิปเปอร์โอ้ยเฮ้ย
They took him from us.
Stop the robot. Graviton surge is ready.
โอ้ยเฮ้ย
Stop that pushing robot. Stop the robot.
ขายเวสเลย
We have the robot. Time to move.
Stop that pushing robot.
This is not the end.
อันนั้นฮิวเยอะสัตว์ไอ้ไลฟ์วีเวอร์
This one. Enemy here.
มันเล่นไม่ดีเลยฮิวน้อยแล้ว
Spirit burns. Here. Enemy. This one.
ถอยมา
I'm under attack.
โอ้
Tactical visor activated.
เย็ดเสร็จเราไม่เก่งสัตว์
You'll have to try harder than that.
Stay sharp. My ultimate is charging.
Forward spawn activated.
Push the robot.
Seconds remaining.
ไปแล้วโอ้เฮียกูเพิ่งเดินมาถึงเนี่ย
We're outnumbered. Be careful.
Stop the robot.
Forward spawn.
อ๋อแพ้เลย
Play of the game.
Such a lack of awareness.
ไม่ทันแป๊บนึงเดี๋ยวลงโทรศัพท์แป๊บนึง
ได้
มาแล้วพัน
วันนี้เล่นบอลกันเป็นไงวะเห็นว่า
ไม่รู้ว่าจะให้พูดเรื่องอะไร
ทั่วไปในเล่นเป็นทีมไหมหรือเป็นไงบ้างอะไรเงี้ย
เลยที่เละสัตว์ปัตเตอร์ไม่ค่อยมีแบบเดียวก็ถึงข้างหลัง
อะไรนะอย่ามองจากข้างหลังเพราะว่าอะไรอย่ามองจากข้างหลังเลยที่
มันไม่มีดิสซิปลินเว้ย
หมายถึงอ๋อเมียดูแมนยูอ่ะเนี่ยด่านอะไรวะอ๋อด่านนี้อ่ะ
Plenty of bombs to go around. Who's ready to commit some crimes?
Knowledge is its own reward.
Remember what we're fighting for.
No mistakes. No mercy. No mercy.
I brought the fireworks.
It's done.
ขอฮิวที่จริงแม่งไม่ควรเล่นมันเดี๋ยวมันเปลี่ยนตัวแล้วมั้ง
Let's give it a
มันก็ยังเล่นเนาะตัวนี้ดีว่าเปลี่ยนตัวเปลี่ยนตัวแป๊บนึงนะเล่นอะไรสไนเปอร์ดีวะสไนเปอร์ด้วย
I aim to devastate.
ยิงยังไงเนี่ย
La veuve 10 étoiles.
ได้ด้านหลังไม่โดนเลยพอแล้วนะตัวแล้วสวยใช่ไหมจริงไม่ควรเล่นตัวเอาเดียวไอ้ด้านหลัง
No one can hide from my sight.
I see a hostile.
Tactical visor.
Locked on. Work together. Face the sunrise.
ไอ้เหี้ยยิงไม่โดนเลยอ๋อดูไปอ่ะไม่น่าเล่นสไนเปอร์เลย
เล่นไปวะ
ฮะอะไรอะมันระยะไกลอะใช่มันคุมพื้นที่ง่ายดี
Score 1-0. Switching sides.
อย่าเล่นเลย
From imperfection, we build a new world.
Keep in sight. I'll have us in and out in no time.
Yeah.
I have opened the path.
ไปไหนมาวะทำอะไรวะเนี่ย
อะไรวะ
Teleporter taking shape. Placing a turret here.
Defend objective A.
Your end is within my reach.
เหรอทำเหี้ยอะไรวะเนี่ย
Accepted my plan.
โอ้ยเหี้ย
เก็บไปต่อ
จะรออะไรฮะ
No path is completely certain.
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
แก๊งเราทำเหี้ยอะไรวะเนี่ยตายอะไรฮะอะไรอะอย่าลองตัวมีโดนไม่หายเฮียเดี๋ยวพี่ด้านหลังเฮียโอ้ย
Keep that in mind.
โอ้โหเฮียแม่งเก่งแล้วเดี๋ยวเปลี่ยนดูมเรา
โอ้โห
ตัวละ
Every soldier needs a cause.
ดูไงวะสโตโอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยมันเก่งเลย
That's better.
นี่ยังไม่เก่งเลยที่ไอ้ที่เนี่ย
ไอแอสมันเก่งเนี่ยปัญหาแทงเราแม่งไปปลายด้วยใช่ไหมแทงเราแม่งเล่นอะไรไม่รู้งงกัน
Play of the game.
Do something!
แม่นแบบ
last one coming here ว่ะทำไมวะนี่ไอ้นัดเอามาเล่นอยู่ปะ
หมายว่าไงอ่ะ
แม่งดีกว่าไอ้เชื่อซันโทเลยนะ นี่นะเพื่อนแท็บญาติแท็บ
อ๋อเจ็บเห็นบอกว่าเจ็บอยู่นะฮะเล่นชวนเลมมิ่งเล่นป่ะหรือไม่พี่เกียรตินอซานโชอะไรมั้งอายุ13เองแค่
นั่นแหละเฮียกูเอาไปซอเว้ยไม่สนว่าแม่งเก่งแค่ไหนหรืออายุแม่ง
ก็จริงแค่มึงเก็บบอลไม่ได้เลยอะยืนลึกเกินแล้วก็ส่งบอลไปเก็บไม่ได้บางทีมันนั่นปองกลางบงแม่งก็เก็บบอลแม่งลั่นตลอดเลยอะ
I will not leave a broken world behind.
2-0แล้วไอ้เหี้ยยอด
อะไรอ่ะพูดถึงอะไรเนี่ยฮะ
เชลซีอาร์เซนอล
ก็เหรอมันไอ้แค่เตะอยู่อ่ะ
Knowledge is its own.
จะดูทางไหนวะ
ดูสกอร์เกิน
ด่านไหนไม่เคยเล่นว่ะคอนโทรพอยต์
Hello there. Hello.
Covering you. Taking damage. I keep trying.
โอ้เฮียตายหมดแล้ว
I won't give in.
Viva locking on.
I've got you.
ด้านขวา
Over there. Covering you.
ด้านหลังเฮีย
I'm here to keep fighting.
ฝั่งแย่
I've got you.
นี่ลองนะ
เราวางเลยวะ
เล่นซิมไอ้เฮียเดินตัวละสุดยอดเดี๋ยวโยนช่วยหน่อยพลอย
I still have some fight in me.
Okay, thanks.
Unassailable prowess.
I'm on fire.
Covering you.
Your carry is
You're
here.
powered up. Get in there.
You're welcome.
ด้านขวาเฮียพลอยช่วยหน่อย
The Eye of Horus watches over you. Over there.
ยังอยู่
Over there.
ดีว่าเลย
โอ้ยเฮียไม่เร็วยังวะไม่มันฟัน2 ทีวะ
What else is this?
Cheer. I'll be right there.
ยังนะโอเคใช่สุดยอดด้านหลังเฮียช่วยหน่อย
ไม่ได้
เจนสี่มันนะ
You'll have to try harder than that.
เจนสี่มันเก่งกว่าเจนสี่เราเยอะเลยฮะมึงมันเป็นแชงไม่ใช่เหรอวะมึงนำทางไอ้เหี้ย
You remind me of myself when I was younger.
I'm way cooler than you.
That's exactly what I would have said. All you're missing is the hat and cigar.
Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Round 2. Capture the objective.
Watch out! Watch out! I'm young. Let's group up.
Enough whining. You're fine. Salt for your wound.
ไม่ได้ดู
You seem familiar. I killed you before.
อย่าลองให้มีเมนนะ
Taking care of you. Over there. Healing you. I wanted you home.
Your carrion here.
I won't give in.
เอ้ย
Over there. I have you. Keep fighting.
ตัวแล้วหลบ
You're fine. You're powered up. Get in there.
โอ้ยตัวแล้ว
I won't let you go. Watch out, get.
appreciate the support.
Para reporting.
Физкульт, привет.
Raise upon us.
No recovery. I keep you up. Taking care of you.
เฮียช่วยหน่อยโอ้ไม่ทัน
Soldier en route.
I'm not finished yet.
Deploy the objective. Hello.
Come to my position.
อย่าใช้เบลดนะมึงอย่า
Covering you.
Move off here.
อะไรเฮ้ยเฮียมีฟ้าทำเฮียอะไรวะ
Healing you.
Привет.
ไอ้เฮียไอ้เฮียโอ้
Close your eyes.
โอ้ยเฮียโอ้เหี้ย
ไปแล้ววะ
ไปแล้ว
Play of the game.
เฮ้ยเฮียเดือน
เดือนนึง
Whoa! Look at the damage! The right clicks are there, down to almost fully dead in one round of Shadow Realm. This is scary, Trent.
Yeah, it's only a minute left on the Aegis anyway. How quickly you might be able to lose it in a situation like that.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, the inability to take the tier 2s is just killing them right now. Like they were so slow getting it done. Like sure, they're all knocked down now, but it feels like this whole window that they had is just missing. And like now it's here. The beast has emerged.
All right, they need more blade mails. More blade mails is the only option. Might die just from full if those right clicks are streaming out from the Dark Willow.
So currently it's a 5-second gap, right?
Yeah.
And Coddle's level 15. Right. Has CDR reduction 6.
Be careful though, Tomato, he's again caught. Damage starting to come forward. Dawnbreaker ultimate already connecting. Tomato dead. That's Aegis down. Now Abed, soulbound together. Crit in no man's land. He's in trouble. They get the silence now onto Arteezy. Do have anybody that can find him though and deal the damage that they need. They've already taken down another. Ryle turned upon. Snowball saved for the moment. Good damage out onto Fly. He's gone. And it's going to be a TP away for the Willow. Saberlight going to be brought down. Oh, just turns. Hard to kill this guy. 3-second stun, but once they finally isolate, they'll kill Saberlight as well.
Yeah, definitely need that combo, right? It is finicky.
Yes.
They need things to go well. Abed got really low there, barely able to survive and escape out of that fight. Great damage in that one as well there from Bryle. And he still has that cheese too.
Oh yeah. Well, this one might require a couple of buybacks. You have 60 seconds before the Bristle is going to respawn. And do TSM want to try their luck going high ground into this? Man, it's tough. It's not easy at all.
Shopify are thinking ahead right now on the supports, though. They're trying to go for 4 staffs because, like, I think Tomato knows he needs Blink, right? So he just wants to, like, Blink stun Arteezy. And then if he does that and he's BKB'd or something, they don't really have any good saves, assuming there's any sort of detect there for TSM. So they're just going to try and, like, 4 staff away, essentially.
Okay.
Like, what else can you do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of your only option. Unless we're going to get some Wind Wakers.
Wind Wakers is probably a little ways off, but the rate that this game is going, it makes it feel like we might see them.
You might as well just start prepping for them at this point.
Honestly. You can see Dota Plus win probability up at 62%. Do kind of wonder if that's factoring into it, the insane damage that can happen. I mean, again, we saw in that last fight, if it's not done perfectly, this Rebellion draft very much falls apart. It's a tall tower on some shaky foundation.
And this is where you make this one change for Tomato, right? He gets rid of the treads and he puts in the blink. Okay. I've just been waiting for this for like 20 minutes, but I get it. I understand why it takes this long on the CK and why you have to really be sure, like, okay, we are just committing for fights now. That's the life that we're leading, and we can just win this game. Like, if I get the kill, do we win the game? Yes. Okay, I'll buy blink. You know, I'll make the big commitment right now.
Tomato needs to be that guy. He's 10,000 net worth ahead of the next highest in the game. And if he can find the right avenue, he can get the right hero caught out of position, he can win his team this entire one here.
Yeah, I mean, that could be Saberlight. It could be a blink into immediate break if he wants to go that way. It could be Abed, too, right? Abed still, you know, he doesn't have a Lincoln's or anything.
A lot of bounty runes down there for old Saberlight. And TSM threatening high ground. Necessitating Shopify Rebellion response, which is taking a little bit of time to come, and they're just going to claim a good chunk of the damage onto that tower.
Brow with an interesting tactic there, spinning and waving in front of the tower, trying to entice them.
I like that.
Yeah.
Rotating out, going bottom, hoping to find somebody. And Shopify holding this high ground. Honestly, if he steps too far forward, he can die too. But no, now that Arteezy's TPing away, it's not going to happen.
Arteezy, speaking of dying, doubling up on the survivability, going for that Lincoln Sphere. So, same build that we were seeing at Ashiro before. Just trying to live, because it's all just about damage and attack speed. That's the goals that we're looking for here. And the other goal is Roche, which is back in about 35 seconds, right here. And once again, going to be Radiant side. So, the roles have been very kind towards TSM in terms of the timings everyone's been killing Roche, and then the actual respawn times. And now look at these big level 25 counts. We got level 25. We got Roche coming up. We got Blink Dagger CK. Surely this is the time where they're going to win the fight.
We'll see.
Shopify, on the other hand, though, they're just thinking, like, we're going to hit this Dream Coil.
Yep.
Arteezy's going to Shadow Realm. It's going to be sick.
I mean, to be honest, it is a scary situation because if you do manage to find it, the Dream Coil, even if Arteezy dies, Abed's starting to deal some serious damage himself. He's got the full Mjolnir completed, trying to queue into the Refresher next. Now, it is a very short respawn time on Roche, but TSM has not checked it yet. They're still a little bit spread out, and, well, first point of contact, Saberlight running down is going to find Whitemon, and that should be a quick one. They've got him in their sights, kill him off. Trying to collapse in on the rest of them. Ari, off to the side. Saberlight runs right by him, gets the blink away, but a little bit far forward, and now the fight for Tyranny over on the other angle. Dawnbreaker ultimate down, Bryo connecting, killing Fly, Saberlight throwing out those quill sprays. Bryo rolls back in onto Saberlight. Abed is there, but they're having to back away. TSM all together, Inkswell onto Tomato. Turns, wants to get a sun. This Soulbind is going to connect onto both, and now the roll through. Kasane gets the heal back up from the Luminosity, and then the snowball save. That is what they needed. Arteezy under control, down to half HP, goes back into the Shadow Realm, and finally, they're going to bring him down. Kasane with the triple kill. He was so close to dying. Unbelievable. TSM trying to play cleanup as finally this moment has opened up for themselves. The snowball means that Saberlight is going to get controlled. Still dealing a lot of damage though. But Tomato moves back in. 3-second stun. Godlike.
It was right back to the laning stage right there. It was Ari and Kasane just jumping on top of Arteezy and blowing him up with the Walrus Punch and just the big damage there from that Dawnbreaker. Absolutely smoking him.
Man, that was so close to bringing him down to that last swipe of the Luminosity heal. brought him back up to surviving, and then of course that snowball save like you're talking about. Clutch stuff for TSM, and now a 10k gold lead and going to claim Roche.
And Shopify, they want these centralized fights here. This fight, we're everywhere. We're all over the map here right now, right? This is already after the Dream Coil. Like, it's dropped down right there. Gets a couple, but then it's not quite all this like amazing damage that you're hoping for. You're looking for this like absolutely wild combo.
And of course, the chase down, you can see here trying to focus, kill him off, get so close, and bam, back up. He was so on the edge.
And look, Arteezy's still at full health right now.
Yeah.
And he gets punch, swipe, swipe, boom.
Would have been able to get off a bunch more damage if not for that blow up there that came out from the Dawnbreaker. And now you're in a world of hurt. It's going to be a tough time going forward here.
Oh, buddy. Phantasm Aghanims as well.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we got a couple illusions all around the map now.
And this is going to be an interesting couple of minutes here. I mean, it's still not easy going high ground against this lineup, but with double cheese and Aegis, you feel like you should be able to make some type of a play. But maybe that's what the Phantasm's for. Just send all the illusions in.
Well, I know I've heard you say never go high ground.
Yes.
Is now the time.
I mean,
are they
with
permitted?
Illusions? With illusions?
Should they apply for a permit? Is this like building a gate?
I think you never go high ground, Trent. I think that's the reality. Ari, don't die. Blinks away. Oh my god. Oh, what does he have right there? That's not the block of cheese, is it? No.
Oh, dude, how could you do that?
I wanted to see it. He eats a cheese, though.
Imagine the first block of cheese happens at TI.
That'd be crazy.
Be fitting.
Well, 17,000 net worth lead at the moment for TSM, and still don't feel entirely safe going high ground, so the illusions are being sent in.
It's a great way to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, the other options were maybe giving it over to Ari, right? I mean, he's trying to farm towards his own Aghanims. It's not the most reliable game, though, for pumping someone out with the Ags of the big Walrus kick and just, like, giving yourself the win. Right. I guess Solar Guardian could have been pretty good, too, for Sonic. You know? Reject Scrooge McDuck to get Donald Duck.
Okay.
That's what they were talking about, I think.
Yeah, that's the one.
Makes a lot of sense.
You know, I will say that I think the focus that we've seen from TSM on the killing Fly pretty continuously has been a huge part of their success in these fights, because that natural order can really start to rack up when you pair it with all this magical damage that they've got.
Well, both ways too, right? If he gets into the fight with the Bristle.
Well, that's a scary position to be in, but he decides to go for more. Still has that shield rune, keeping him very survivable, but interrupting it. Saberlight gets to the far side, and now the Phantasm don't have enough. Even when he walks in alone, they just can't do anything. Too tough. And in the meantime, down bottom, Tomato spammed his illusions onto the melee racks, and they got to deal with that quickly. We'll bring them down, though.
And this is working out really well, though. I mean, it's a slow siege, but you understand the risk here, right? This is an extremely high ground defending team. Like, this is what they want to do. They want to catch you in like a 3-4 hero Dream Coil. They want Arteezy just sitting there doing his thing. And they're going to try and break that up, though. Ari, no buyback. He goes all in. He just buys the eggs.
Oh.
Says, team, I got this. So,
well, you know, he's the first player from Britain to play at TI. He's taking a little bit of football here. He's going to play in the tusk, trying to kick people back and away.
A little more American football, I think. I think he's trying to convert a bit here, right? Through the uprights.
Silence. Roll, catches, decides to go for crit instead of the Willow. Now throwing out the damage, controlling onto Bryle. He's dying, eats the cheese a whole second round. So much damage out from that Willow. When left alone, can they do enough though? Abed Chase, he doesn't quite manage to connect, and there's the TP out.
Tomato?
Willow not around anymore, but Tomato dying. The Saberlight. He's got the bug on him, but it just doesn't look like it's going to matter. Do they have enough to kill him off in time? Trying to kill him? And yes, they do. TSM taking a lot of damage, dealing a lot of damage, and everybody ends up falling.
The Dream Coil is kind of feeling like it's tickling if it's just the individual heroes there. I mean, how much did Bryle just tank in that fight?
It was so much.
I feel like all of the damage done was mostly on Bryle. You know, he's just like making his way through the engagement. They're chasing him over and over, popping the cheese, still surviving. Got off 2 rounds with a Shiva's Guard to boot.
And just like that, I mean, there's no buyback on the Bristle, no buyback on the ET. You're going to have to do this one with just a couple of heroes at this point, as they even break through backdoor protection and start to lay out on it.
Tomato.
They're going straight in. Why not? Tier 4 towers. Who needs to go get the racks? trying to end this game right now. Arteezy coming back in, but he's on the far side of the map. Goes for the terrorize play with a blink forward. Tomato dodges it immediately onto him. Goes for the silence. Nothing there. In trouble. Forstaff tries to get away. Lane into Ari, but he's gone.
That's it.
Arteezy dead. 100 seconds. TSM clean up.
Really a draft kind of built from the ground up, I feel like, right? Getting super solid lanes, some nice combos, nothing complicated, just Grimstroke, CK. Lots of synergy in the laning stage, lots of synergy throughout the game. Grimstroke proving to be a solid hero throughout the entire thing because you have this hard dispel the team's been utilizing a lot with the Shard. And then, of course, on the other side of the map, Dawnbreaker Tusk.
Absolutely.
Worked fantastically well as well.
A really impressive showing. The crowd giving a little bit of love here. Got to give highlights there to Tomato. Guy went in 12, 1, and 6 at 32,000 damage, one of the highest in the game, and just never looked back. A really impressive showing from him. And for Shopify now, need to come up with some answers for what they want to do in game number 2. I got to say, CK looks scary, man. This hero's crazy.
Yeah, combined with the flexibility too, being able to move around the lanes, I think that's a super important aspect of why you're going to see it. I think it could easily have gone to Kasane with a couple points in this draft, and partially why Shopify felt compelled to address it too, some of their own picks. So really nicely done here from TSM. And moving forward here, like Shopify, I don't think you can try and just count on this like late game idea next time.
No, definitely not. Well, we'll see what the panel thinks and what their remedies are as we head on back to them.
We're going to focus on everything that TSM did right here because Purge, you were talking about, especially you, Purge, you were saying that this Earth Spirit's just going to get this vessel run around. I mean, he was very active. He was shutting it down, and they focused a lot on Arteezy, making sure this Dark Willow wasn't going to be able to hit any item timings early for himself.
Yeah, I was wrong. He didn't buy a vessel.
No.
But he went Blade Mail instead, which was really cool because if you're playing carry Dark Willow, you're just like, go ahead, hit me. You have 2,000 HP and you're invisible. So. Yeah, it was basically pressure. They sometimes lost 2 heroes to kill Arteezy, but he kind of needs to like farm constantly to keep net worth even with CK. And CK died like once as well, but then CK did more on the map than Arteezy did. So it felt to me that the tempo was just too high for TSM. Yeah.
It feels like one of those moments at TI where you see other teams performing well with a hero or a concept, and you try and kind of take it to yourself, but you haven't really done the homework really to understand why. Like, you got a Dark Willow here. It's pretty cool. You know, he's farming quite a lot, but then the rest of the draft doesn't really complement the Willow perfectly. You know, Bristle wants to make moves and make space for your Willow. ET wants to protect the Willow. Kottle's enabling a Bristle. Like, everything's a little bit off. Like, I mentioned it during the draft. Like, when Bristle's the only hero that can stand up front and start a fight and soak up an engagement, yes, you can counterplay, but that's no way to really play out the map. And with TSM, all 5 of their heroes love taking fights in the map. They love punishing a weak front line. And Bristle, yes, very tanky, but he can't tank literally everything on TSM by himself.
I mean, there was the thing that you were saying, Sheep, that a Dark Willow carry could potentially play by itself if you get enough save items. And when, you know, we were looking at those Dark Willow items, there wasn't that Silver's Edge or that Wind Waker that we saw Shiro picking up in the LGD game. So maybe a slight difference as well in the itemization could have still worked and not needed to have as much team synergy if those items were slightly different.
Yeah, I guess like there's issues like he went Mjolnir to help deal with the CK and stuff like that. He got Silver Edge very later. He went for Lincolns. His item build felt weird, mostly because I think TSM played so well. Because they were finding him, right? You had Bryle, who was always like finding his way into the thick of things, super hard to kill. You had the Shadow Blade on Tomato CK. Like we saw a clip just then on the highlight reel of like them playing this Roche. They get the Aegis, but Arteezy thinks he's in a good position, but he's been found out. Like they did such a good job of scouting him and pressuring him in fights and making it hard for him. Like pre-BKB, I think he struggled hard too. I do think he played poorly, sad to say, but I think that when you looked at the map for the first 20 minutes, he's constantly farming this top part on the outer parts of the map, and honestly, like plus to TSM, they went up there, ganked him, and put a ward down, and then ganked him there again, and really pressured him. But I think he could have played more with his team. I just think that Willow is not like this weak hero that only has to farm.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean that Bristle as well, like you're saying, when they're focusing so much on Arteezy, did have farm. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Bristle wasn't able to carry the game towards the end. TSM doing so much for themselves. They knew their win condition. They executed it pretty much perfectly. Were able to capitalize on every timing they had for themselves. But we're going to have a little bit of a breakup here. We're not going to talk about TSM Shopify Rebellion. Instead, we're going to have a chat with Tsunami.
We can talk about the region that they're participating in right now, though, because it's North American Dota.
The only thing that kind of has me a little bit apprehensive is that despite it being an NA versus NA match, there aren't any Americans playing. Bulba's the only USA player that's participating in this match. So maybe we can broaden our horizons a bit. We can modernize it a little bit. My friend, introduce yourself and tell me where you're from.
Hey, my name's David, coming from Vancouver, Canada.
All right, and how about yourself?
My name's Manny, also from Vancouver, Canada.
All right, a lot of British Columbians. So then, why don't we indulge you then? How about you guys want to do a Canada chant instead of the USA? We do the USA all the time. How about a Canada? You ready? All right, 1, 2, 3. Canada! All right, that's good. That's good. I like it. But this is the road to the international. It's a very multicultural game that we play. Any Abed fans in the house right now? All right, so why don't we treat them? How about a Philippines? Philippines. 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 All right. I mean, I like it, but you know, the classic. You mind indulging me? Can we just do a USA for old time's sake? All right. You guys ready? On the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. USA! 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 Oh, wait, actually, guys, listen. It's a little known fact. Anytime there's a USA chant at a sporting event, a bald eagle gets a second set of wings. Warms my heart to hear. But I don't want to leave out my panelists either, so I'll give it back to Nat with a Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Oi, oi, oi! Tsunami, he's so cultured, he knows. I don't know if I heard any other Australians in the crowd, but you better have been doing that one with me there. A very Australian calling. That's how you can find us in any crowd.
That makes sense.
I didn't know.
3 of you.
You actually didn't know? All 3 of us. I think there is. No, there's 4 of us. No, there's more. There's 6 of us.
Oh, okay. I just assumed it was you plus 2.
No, there are more. There are more in the crowd.
In a room or?
No, in this specific convention center. This specific room. I
You
know
guys
there
know
is.
each other, huh?
Oh yeah, it's a real small, tight-knit community, but we could look towards Game 2 for this series because there's a lot going on. It's an elimination one, okay? We're in the lower bracket, backs against the walls. Do you feel that Shopify have that mentality to be able to bounce back, Purge?
I mean, they switched up their draft. They tried something new. That was encouraging to me, but I think Dark Willow is a little farm heavy. If you do want to participate more in the fights, like Sheep said, which is a good idea, it needs to work. If you run across the map to go gank and it fails, then you're going to get massively out-farmed by these traditional carries that have built-in farm mechanisms. So they can try to do something like that again, or maybe they'll go to comfort and go back to normal meta stuff. But I just feel like TSM's a step ahead here.
Look, it could be their last game that we're seeing in the road to the international for them. This 5-stack, or 4-stack I should say, outside of Saber has been together for a very long time. It is a big one for them. We're going to see if they're going to be participating any further in the road to international. But for now, with their backs against the walls, let's have a look and know some more about Shopify Rebellion.
We had a bit of a rough group stage. I think not as good as we would have hoped for.
A cataclysm for the ages, but it is going to be Liquid remaining supreme.
Yeah, they're going to take this one. They're going to clean it up nice and fast here.
I mean, I think a big goal for the group stages was no matter what, like, just don't get last in the group. Don't play Team Spirit round 1. And then we had to play Team Spirit round 1.
Shopify, unfortunately, not able to put the pieces together and will be playing in the lower bracket.
But at the same time, I think we got the most out of it while not getting eliminated, so there's some positive to it, you know? You say losing is learning, so it could be worse.
A lot of these young players, they play like all day, so being able to match that as you grow older is definitely the harder part.
I think probably individually from my role is just being adaptable to what the meta is, you know, and like use what you can and still be your own player. I think that's probably the biggest thing, because this year's been like some weird position 4 heroes coming in, like some techies out of nowhere, you know, so yeah, it took a bit of adapting. I think it's helped me become a better player.
For me, number one, like the next like short-term goal is like making sure that no matter what, we're able to play a climate glitch. To see feel the passion and emotions, and not just out of the game, but in the game and in the back room, and going through all like the strategy and gameplay things. Like it's like my favorite part. So just getting to that, and obviously past that long term is winning. But just want to get the gauntlet match.
That is a great short-term goal, and they can still make it happen. They're not out just yet. They are down one game in this best of three, but they have to get through this one. They have to be able to make a comeback, and then also another best of three on top of that one later today. So that's game one. You already mentioned Purge, some change-ups that could potentially happen for them, but TSM really did have their numbers. I want to go back to this game one, look at these stats, because the numbers are impeccable. You talked about Tomato, how he only died one. I mean, this man went 12, 1, and 6. Like, that as a position one is insane, as well as Kasani doing so much, and Bryle too, having 22 assists for himself, Sheep.
They all played phenomenally. But that's kind of where I was going earlier when I talked about how RTZ was never really a part of the game, right? I felt like TSM always were together. They were always doing things. They connected so nicely across the map. It kind of brings in like the global that Purge talked about earlier in his bit. Is that you have this Dawnbreaker. It's so easy for them to bring their heroes together and do stuff, whereas Shopify felt way more disconnected. And that just reflects in all of their KDA and how easily they could take these fights.
I think it's also the heroes they chose. Elder Titan, I feel like, doesn't fit very well into this play on the map type thing, because while your laning stage is okay, while your ulti does percentage-based damage, very good at killing CK, and you're amplifying your team's damage, you're not always very useful at gank add-ons. It's like you are there to amplify other people's damage. That means it's still going to take a lot of heroes to get kills out of it. Whereas if you looked at TSM's draft, every single one of their 5 heroes is good at making a gank happen somewhere on the map. That gives them more options, they're more likely to be successful, and they're more mobile. So these are upper hands that they had in the draft.
Yeah, I also like how Ari, in the early game, how he makes those moves. He connects into a safe lane, so he kind of amplifies Tomato's early game. Kasani takes the hit in net worth, but then they make that smoke move to kill Arteezy, so the time that you've lost on farming on your Dawnbreaker, it comes back with just one clutch pick-off on the enemy carry, so again, like the lanes just go perfectly, and they're able to keep up and not ever get out-farmed, and then in your stride, they just win all the fights. So I think the position 4 from TSM as well, quite a pivotal part in getting themselves into such a dominant mid game.
Yeah, well, in that piece as well, speaking of position 4s, we heard Crit talking about how it's just been a weird year for him as a pos 4, this change up towards more ranged pos 4s, whereas he is normally inclined towards the melee. But we're still seeing Tusk being picked up. We've seen Tiny as well in group stages. Do you think with the potential of this being their last game for the road to the international, to just go for that comfort, try and make it work for yourself? Know that this is what you can do, and you've won on this. You've been able to build drafts around it before, so kind of rely heavily on that.
They honestly need to do that, I feel like, especially when you're one game away from getting eliminated. Like, when you think about Shopify, they are like the kings of consistency, where it's like the meme, of course, like, oh, Boba picks up Abed Storm Spirit, right? But like that type of concepts have allowed them to always be at the top, because they pick the best. You have to counter. If you don't, you just lose the game, right? And we kind of haven't seen that so far at this road to the international. It's been a lot of, let's try a bit of this, try a bit of that, let's copy that. It's like we're not seeing their own homework bleed into the stage, right? So hopefully in this next game from them, they have just like the Shopify strat that they have, which is their true identity, and then they can actually muscle up against TSM.
Mm-hmm. Do we think TSM has that identity, a similar one, or because they are such young players that right now they are able to be molded, that Moon, their coach, is able to kind of draft whatever he wants for them, and that is that advantage as well. That's why we're able to see something like that, them able to adapt quickly to this meta that you mentioned.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I think TSM has been playing their own style since the group stage. Shopify might be forced to pivot, and that's going to be a lot harder for them.
All right, well, the players are walking back out. TSM obviously having the confidence. Moon clapping and riling up the crowd there for TSM. I'm not sure what to expect, Sheep. I need some guidance here. What can we have faith in?
All right, we can have faith in the desperate struggle. Whoever loses the series is the 3rd best in NA. You don't want to be the 3rd best in NA. You gotta keep fighting. You gotta get stronger. You gotta get hype. You gotta bring out your classics. I don't know. I think TSM are way more fun with their drafts and playstyle right now. And Shopify, they didn't seem confident in that strat.
Yeah, we had our video earlier from Shopify. I think it's only fair that we have one for TSM as well in their road to the international.
One tail snaking. Tomato gone. Whitemon looking next. Geomagnetic Grip hits on both of them. They'll even throw a blood grenade. They get the count on Ari. Starbreaker was landing there and taking out this Tusk, and it's a full team wipe as Tundra lose nothing.
We got destroyed by Tundra. After that, we learned a lot. You know, sometimes you get destroyed, and then you're like, that's when you learn the most. So after that, we started giving it back to other teams.
Talon losing 3. Talon about to lose a 4th member of their team with Q. Can't even kill Ari.
Every time you expect us to win, we will probably lose. And every time you expect us to lose, we'll probably make a win. So that's how our group stage went 4-4. I think Dota is really a team game now. If you ask other players, they think something similar where individual play is kinda losing value over the years. Not that you need to have it, but like it doesn't define games anymore. So I could have played the best, but we probably still lose. And if I play the best and I get mad towards my teammates because I play the best and they didn't, then that's only going to create a snowball towards getting last place. It really is off pressure. I really learned to like turn the pressure into just like be thankful for like playing Dota and all that. So I'm just happy to be another TI, and also like when I'm an old man, I'll be like, oh, you went to 3 TIs, and you know I look back and be like, oh yeah, I tried really hard. So like I really enjoy the process. When you do things bad, it only allows you to do them better. So I have this mindset that really allows me to play bad, and I don't feel bad. I feel like all I have to do is when it matters, I have to know what to do. And we're getting to that point where like when it's gonna matter soon. So the learning experience has gone by.
That is so heartwarming to hear Tomato, the way that he's been able to grow throughout, you know, international showings for himself, his years as a pro player. So he's able to now channel that pressure into something else for himself, and he just wants to be able to look back fondly on these days for himself too.
Yeah, I think it's just cool to see like players just mature over the years, right? You know, when you think like Tomato, one of the younger players, but still he's speaking as if he's like some mid-30-year-old man who's like seen the whole life before him, you know, but he's still a relatively young player. So no, it's cool to see players just mature and kind of realizing what you need to do nowadays to succeed in this game.
And he's run the gambit as well. I remember the Stockholm Major, he got to finals, he lost it. I saw him at the after party, he looked depressed, so depressed. So he's been through those tough times, learned from it, and I love his outlook now, it's great.
Yeah, it's really nice to hear that, and they don't really have that pressure on themselves. It's this lower bracket, but there's always going to be an ounce of pressure for that one, no, right? Knowing that it's a lower bracket, but he's just like, I get to look back. We made it out of groups. It's better than last year for themselves. So already a big props. They're 1 game up in this best of 3, but it is time that we move and look towards game 2.
Shopify Rebellion versus TSM. Game 2.
We're going to need some solid strats coming out from Shopify if we want to see a game number 3. That's what you really wanted to see, Sheep. You wanted this NA bloodbath to go the full distance. Some drafts, some bans in the drafts have already come out of here. So TSM is still going for that tree for themselves. In fact, I think the only change-up ban for them is the Bristle.
Oh yeah, that Bristle ban is pretty nice. I think that hero was like very annoying last game because whilst like the best thing I saw from Shopify in that game was at least while Arteezy was being focused down and like being chased around the map, Bristle was farming pretty well and he was kind of an issue for a little while. They're just removing that issue now.
Yeah. And already I'm seeing like one key component here. Now you've got most likely the mid-primal beast. He's going to seek that fight, seek the engagement, and if you have Saber out in the same concept of hero, it's 2 cores, couple supports. Like you're bringing the full team to make that space for Arteezy, rather than that previous game, which was again quite a lost draft when you think about Shopify and how they normally play their game.
And it leaves them flex potential as well with the CK now being banned in the first phase, because that's just such a lane-defining carry right now that can survive through almost anything. So Shopify's opener looks pretty safe, and TSM's going to respond with the Shadow Demon.
Very nice counter to the Primal Beast, especially if you, they could lane it into it if they want to, but just of course throughout the game, having that disruption, saving that hero, putting the slows on them as well. If they do lane it into Primal, then, because obviously being off lane, you can just stop him from getting on top of your hero and just make that distance. But
and the skill that everyone forgets exists, Disseminate, amplifies the damage that somebody takes, very good against these tanky heroes, so.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great pickup for themselves then, because this Primal, I mean, there's not too much difference in the build that he does go for, so we know he's going to become that tanky boy. Some more bans coming out, Spec, Kunkka. What are TSM going to do with their 1 ban? What do they have to look towards setting up for themselves?
Probably something that combos well with Primal Beast is what they're thinking, or maybe like a lane matchup that where Shadow Demon might be a little too weak in the lane, because that can be one of his weaknesses. He can do lots of Shadow Poison damage, but if you're against some like Tusk plus Dawn dual lane, Shadow Demon can look pretty weak very quickly.
Yeah, maybe just a band that sets up their next picks. I don't think there's anything. I don't really think you want to be defending your Shadow Demon pick. It is just a support. It's rather like, what cores are we thinking of, and let's protect that. I like the response to Primal Beast. I do think that Primal has looked like one of the strongest heroes in this tournament by far. Like the damage he does throughout the whole game. Even if you have like Shadow Demon and you hit your ult on him and you're not letting him just trample all over everything. I think the biggest thing I like about Primal is his ability to kind of get out and then re-engage with his Q.
The thing that, when we talk about Shopify, it's the game where they are backs against the wall, could get eliminated. Primal Beast, they played it once, 28 days ago. Again, 4 months ago. Another time 7 months ago. They started, of course, in Lima Major, where they lost twice with it, when it was kind of his big entry.
Yeah, I was
They've
going to
not
ask,
really
like,
touched
what
this hero.
is the history for Shopify and Primal?
Bad. There we go.
Oh, okay. And where has he not mostly been played for this team? It's obviously different, right? Primal, the hero himself, is changing, but always mid?
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm quickly scrolling through multiple drafts here, but it's been a little bit mid. Yeah, basically mid every time I feel if I quickly glance through, but the fact that I can count on like 2 hands how many times they've been Primal throughout the entire year, whilst other teams are rushing towards it every time. Again, it's a hero that obviously they have played immensely in their pubs, right? Yeah. But competitively, it's not been at the top of the Shopify kind of playbook.
Well, talking about not being at the top competitively, Magnus, we are going to be seeing him. We saw him yesterday. It went mid for LGD. Where do we see it going for TSM?
I assume it's probably mid. I think it's kind of a cool hero in the meta right now because it's guaranteed to farm with the skills that you have. You don't have to worry about some Midas thing to have super high net worth. So that means you can spend your gold on something like a Blink that allows you to make action happen and also accelerate a carry or other hero on your team if you want to. All item independent, so that's a cool thing the Mag brings right now.
Yeah. And if it is in mid, then the Primal with the Trample, you naturally want to play inside the lane. So Magnus being a melee here as well, Shockwave into Skewer, get him under tower. Now you're not actually pressuring, you're actually killing him on the Mag into Primal matchup, if this is the mid versus mid.
I don't know, I'm leaning towards Shopify right now in general. I just think when I see Magnus, the whole thing of when Team Spirit won TI was that you played around the shot and the Skewer, and that was like what made Magnus so powerful. But then after that was sort of nerfed. Now he is weaker, and you aren't going to be able to just outplay a Primal whose cooldowns are so low that he can just keep going in and out. Like, you have to be able to kill this guy. And now you have a Phoenix on top healing with no real anti-heal on TSM so far. On top of that, being able to use the egg to counteract this RP is going to be really nice and powerful as well.
What if they pair it with like a Bloodseeker or something, and then you get damage from Skewer with the Rupture, it's a good empower target. Kills egg a little
hilarious,
bit.
You know, with a crowd as well.
I mean, there's nothing funnier than somebody getting ruptured and you.
That's exactly it.
No one's picking that here though. Luna makes a lot more sense. Just higher tempo, solid laning. Ooh, and a Snapfire.
This hero is literally dead.
But they want to kill the egg very easily, and they'll do that.
Probably position 4, most likely. Ari likes to play it, and we've seen it fall out of meta because the mid laners don't want to pick it up. Of course, with the talent changes, preventing kind of how quickly you got to your big explosive timings. In support, you still have Cookie, your Fire, your Blast, like you're still potent in how you play out the game. So yeah.
I guess it's nice to take some magic damage, especially when like you see Luna, you think TP time, yay, we're gonna counter that one. I think it's hard to pick illusion heroes like easily into this Shadow Demon, but it's still, you want a good carry matchup here. You're gonna have the aid of your Phoenix. I just want to make sure they can fight into whenever TSM decide to go, and I think they can so far. They just have like they have loads of spells on Shopify. They can do ganking right now. They can take early fights, early skirmishes. Now I just want to see them scale.
The thing I do like about TSM's draft right now, though, is that their team fight just looks a little superior due to the fact that the egg is not a big worry if Snapfire can get in there. Yeah. And then other than that, they have great team fight between Eclipse and the BKB piercing RP. So it's going to be hard for Primal Beast to channel his ulti confidently without it being interrupted.
Yeah, and also having damage outside of getting close enough to the egg, because whilst you jump one hero, if you just throw an egg down, sometimes you have to retreat, but now you have this Monomakiss to throw from a distance, so yeah, it's pretty cool. I think both teams are kind of similar in that nature. You've got a Primal plus a Sky, very quick. On the other side, you've got an RP into Monomakisses. Both of these are core plus support combos will be having like the same kind of ideology throughout the game. Find a hero, get the kill, get number advantage, and try and sweep through it.
And the center looks good for up-tempo. On the Shopify side, they can disengage better from Mortimer's Kisses, for example. That'll be less of a threat. But I don't have as much confidence against it a ranged carry versus a melee carry, but he can definitely abuse his lane between Skywrath and himself, and he's going to be the obvious setup if Primal Beast isn't the other one for Sky ulti. So if they do catch heroes and Shadow Demon is not quite there, that's going to be easy kills for the Shopify side.
Still respecting the illusion here as well. Like this SD pick, when you think of course, RTs, it's like Terrorblade, it's Naga, even the Void, Luna, of course they pick Luna themselves, but you know, it's like, potentially final game, we're not going to allow you to have your Terrorblade and be in a super comfortable position. They ban the Void, yep.
Yeah, Faceless Void also green.
Does TSM play Invoker? Or is it banned? No, it's in. I want to see something that can follow Primal around the map. Like, my biggest problem right now is I don't think Magnus is going to want to respond in TPs. I think Shadow Demon's a weak support. So when Shopify start to move around the map and go on people, I want there to be a hero on TSM that can match that pace or just stop it.
Technically that could be like a Tidehunter style hero, because then you put the Mag mid, you put the Tide off lane,
right.
But then Tide can soak up the initiations. A little bit of respect towards Brood actually. We didn't see that hero too much. We saw LGD play it.
Yeah.
Kasane, when I mentioned his initial entry to TSM, it was the Zoo, the toxic heroes, and Brood was one of them. Yeah, imagine getting brooded out of TI. Oof.
That wouldn't feel good.
That'd feel sour. It's like getting Huskar. It's the same kind of vein.
No one wants that cheese, no one wants that toxicity at all. So the last pick for Shopify Rebellion here, gonna be Arteezy's hero, gonna be the carry.
Maybe Sven is one of the heroes he's picked that isn't banned, and it's either that or Naga, or he's playing somebody new this game.
Are you afraid picking up a Sven of being in that melee range for the Shadow Demon, for the Magnus?
It's explosive, and they have so much frontline that an explosive hero will always be able to find entry to the game, because Primal and Centaur, or even the Phoenix Egg, will kind of cover your initiation. Okay.
Morphling instead, huh?
Well, you can empower yourself if you transform into Magnus. We saw that earlier in the tournament, just a huge amount of damage increase, plus Skewer. So between Skewer and Waveform, you're very mobile. So it works.
Okay, but how about just the hero in general, team? Morph hasn't had a phenomenal showing, but here it is. You mentioned Kasane, how much he loves the Zoo. The Brood got banned out, so he does still end up getting the Lycan for himself. Lycan, definitely one that we are not going to be seeing very often, one that has fallen out of favor. So maybe let's touch more on that one, too.
Yeah, I'm going to wait about 5 seconds for Moon to leave the booth so he can hear. This is just like...
Oh, he's there. You can tell him.
You're playing against Shopify. You know, you got last pick, Moon. You can hear me. You're picking up some Lycan. But, you know, Shopify, they're very slow. Now, like, when you look at their hero, they don't really pressure the towers. They farm backwards. Only Primal can really make their aggressive moves. So why not? Pick up a Lycan, start setting that tempo, pair it with a Luna. TSM, they want to get out of this game. They want to punch their ticket into a fight against Nouns later today, and this is a draft that can potentially do it.
I think both offlanes are going to own.
Today, and this is a draft that can potentially do it.
I think both offlanes are
comes from Thompson! That's all I need to hear, then let's get ready for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Neil and Moon. I heard him from over there. Like, we're a little ways away. Thompson! I can't even do it. My voice is going to crack. Holy moly. A big pick to end out the draft. We've got the Lycan. Do you like it? Is it the right pick?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
He's the Lycan. This is his thing. We got a couple other people here who have been the Lycan. You know, Matu, he's here somewhere. He was the Lycan. Arteezy, he was kind of the Lycan at one point as well. Even Old Man Fear, he was the Lycan. He was the Lycan mid. But today, it's Kasane. He's the Lycan. This guy, what is it? 71% win rate, I think? Yeah, all-time 38 matches, 71% win rate. That's just gross.
71%?
Yeah. It's one of his second most played hero after Beastmaster. And he's over 70% win rate. That's pretty good.
Insane. Well, we'll see if they can make it happen yet again here in this one, as Bryle doing a little bit of a dance there in the mid lane. They already got down their ward. Does look like Crit is heading over in that direction, and they're going to immediately take it away. So nice D-ward there. Shopify off to a little bit of a better start. Hoping that things go better than last game, because I mean that was a demoralizing loss. You just got to say it how it is. That was a rough one to watch.
Yeah, they look like they got kind of squeezed out of the map there for a while. I definitely had my concerns, not gonna lie, about TSM in terms of like the pacing they were taking, but they didn't take any like super risky maneuvers, and they never got punished. Shopify never hit that humongous combo that they were threatening, and they just like kind of like slow rolled it to a nice finish there from TSM.
Well, Ari steps up, take a couple hits, was threatening to steal away one of those runes as, ooh, maybe in some more trouble there. Saberlight still trying to chase back Whitemon. And there's still a bounty rune that's over in the river. That one, I don't know if it's going to be claimed quickly or not. But we'll have it in the river for a bit.
Just a little forbidden fruit there. Just gonna hang out. That never happens.
Let the sky tear down the
There's just a bounty there.
Okay.
So that's cool.
I mean, somebody gets a bottle early, you get a free extra charge. Why not? As we get to hear from Slacks and his Marine call at the end. Abed steps on up, takes it away. Bryle, need to be careful about the pullbacks with the skewer there. It's the big thing to watch. And
yeah, kind of interesting too, because you're like trying to trample eventually in the lane as well.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see this one, though, because a hero that we have not seen almost at all throughout the entire course of this road to TI has been the Snapfire. Not a lot of games, but as the panel was talking about, an answer to the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's just such a good counter. I mean, all it takes is that single point there to roll Shredder, and you can handle that egg at its earlier levels.
As down bottom, Crit takes a lot of damage, but does manage to get the TP out. Ends up going away from that one. Not wanting to run into too much more issues. Already back to the tower as Arteezy very low on HP switching over and getting the Tango regen back his direction.
Yeah, more playing, at least having some pretty high armor as well, so not the most intimidated by the constant wolf pressure, plus, attacks being relied upon here versus the Phoenix with the fire spirits. Has some defensive measures up here, and, well, a defensive support, as you can see down bottom here. Whitemon on the Shadow Demon.
Oh, just stepped a little bit too close. The concussive shot, the loosened beam, tries to get him away, but no. Saberlight gonna draw first blood, taking down Whitemon.
Nice maneuver forward there from them, and that's gonna hit level 2 there onto Crit as well, so more aggressive options open up, but despite dying here, I do think the Shadow Demon's a super solid pick. We saw banned a lot in the first phases throughout this group stage, because he's one of these heroes that just denies the opportunity later to pick certain heroes, right? You think about like anyone who really struggles versus like these Dispels and the constant purging, as Arteezy being fully back a little bit here. But the main thing in this game is versus that Primal Beast. Not only because you have this like low cooldown save versus his low cooldown ultimate, the other thing is that if you use the ultimate on top of him, he can't actually onslaught out. It is a dispellable buff. So you get ulti, you're just stuck.
So for those of you that are going to watch for that later, you'll see Primal Beast just try and run away, and then he's going to be doing the running man, going absolutely nowhere. As Ari goes for the double kill. He may take first blood, but both couriers gone, and that's a lot of regen too. How are they going to deal with that? They have no tangos, no anything up in this top lane.
Jeez, I mean, Morphlink's pretty broken in the lane, but he has his limits, you know?
Right. Oh, man, that could be a tough one.
He gets the Lotus.
That's fair. That's some regen. They need that one desperately. Bryle's just going to step up there, get a couple more hits onto Abed as he tramples through.
Arteezy getting way down there. Gotta get down to, oh, he's chilling at 3 strength. There we go. Oh, that is just so ridiculous, actually, that a Lotus can save you.
How much value you get out of it, absolutely. Yeah, they still have a little bit of time before those couriers start making their way back out. We'll see if Ari is able to time it. Maybe could even go for another pick if they wanted to.
I mean, if he gets a cookie play too onto Arteezy, right? You know?
Oh yeah.
Pretty low.
It'll be a blow up. Absolutely.
You just cookie one little creep, test the reactions there, perhaps.
Well, regardless, we'll watch for it. No early kills. The big hero that's definitely struggling so far is going to be the Luna, 12-1. And though Kasane has obviously gotten a pretty good start himself with the 9 denies, I think at least 1 or 2 of those were wolves.
Why also starting with no bonus armor versus a Lycan and a Snapfire is kind of scary too.
Yeah, it could be a tough one.
But yeah, so far so good. Despite losing their couriers, it is kind of crazy that they're still looking this okay, to be honest.
Yeah. I will say at various points when this team, Shopify, have looked their best, I want to harken back to the days of Fly on a Phoenix, you know?
Yeah.
This is his bread and butter as well. We'll see if that can make the difference for him, but already decide to go. Kasane will get cookied to a little bit of safety, and the Wolves get sent out. Fly keeps the distance. The regen is now on its way as couriers, I believe, are respawning and heading on out.
Abed's heading on out to that bottom lane there. Spun on a ward as he's just going to steal a bounty room. But this is a bit of a classic thing that Primal Beast players will do. They'll often just rotate into the lane. Like, they come to this bounty room, but if they see the opportunity, they'll utilize that early movement that you have of the onslaught to just charge forward. But I think he noticed that they were probably aware of it. Plus, he's this wave pushing in, so way too risky unless you like a guaranteed kill to go for that.
A tough one to make happen, but level 6 can make the difference. Bryle comes on in and steals away that creep from the Primal. And still just sitting steady, trying to out-farm when they can here. The deny is definitely racking up, though. As Jeezy hoping to get off to a better start and maybe be more active in this game than we saw in the last one. Obviously, you have to wait for a long time. Azari will back out. But maybe can play at a little bit faster tempo with the rest of his team.
Yeah, we had a fantastic Morphling game yesterday versus that Magnus. I mean, you could really see the ability to take advantage of copying that hero as well, so not too shocked to see it here once again. Right. Taking the skewers, of course, using that shockwave, getting yourself empowered, probably being the most important factor there.
Looks for a stomp. Saberlight not quite going to connect onto it. Gives him the bing bong and heads off. As the 7-minute mark's coming around, Fly stacking up where he can, and likely going to see some movement around for the Wisdom Runes rather. Another stomp connects, but again, Saberlight can't do anything really there to wipe on.
Very static side lanes right now. No twin gate maneuvers quite yet. Just hanging out on your own sides, and we'll see if that stays the same for the Wisdom Runes, like you were saying. Right. I do see a line drawn there. Maybe Fly saying, hey, what do you think, Abed? Want to go to the Wisdom Rune?
Let's see.
That's what he's saying. He wants to smoke with ulti and go Wisdom Rune.
Oh, whoa. Ari there playing it close. That was very close to death. Or it's easy. But no, they're just going to trade him off one apiece. Although, maybe if that rotation, they know that they're heading for the Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, I mean, they scan, right? So now they say, okay, support's definitely there. Do we catch him on the way back, or do we go for Kasane?
Who is
and Ari TP's mid. He's going to catch the wave, so this might punish Kasane.
Yeah, it doesn't have anywhere to go. This should be an easy one. They run in, tries to go for the side step. Control is there. A couple.
Oh, wait.
Bryle RP connects, pushes him away. Never mind. Kasane waveform through. They managed to finally get that kill. Bryle can't quite get in range to punish this one, though, it looks like. We'll have another shockwave. Thinks about throwing it up, but no. Won't go for it. Nice play.
Okay, not quite easy, but a kill nonetheless. As that's 2-0 now in favor of Shopify, so solid rotation, good punish on the support, heading over to that Wisdom Rune as Abed farms his way back home.
Not a whole lot separating all of the cores in this one. Centaur is top of the mark, but it's pretty even across the board. Waiting instead more likely for a couple of the big level 6s to come out. Obviously, Crit's going to be able to play pretty aggressively around the map with Abed if he wants to, comboing the Mystic Flare and the Pulverize. So Tomato will have to be careful with his positioning in this game. Make sure he doesn't run into too much trouble. As we take a look, and Saberlight, full Vanguard completed, trying to finish off those phase boots next. There was a movement over where, again, they're trying to catch and kill, but immediately banished. And that is the defensive play they needed. Also going to make it back in time to stack the Ancients. Why not?
Yeah, perfect. I mean, that's definitely the best thing about Shadow Demon, right? Infinite stacking. Certainly why I like the position 4 when you can do it, because it's really easy to stack from the side lane, but wasn't really possible with the current setup in this one.
Right, and I mean, again, Bryle's out in the jungle. He's going to make this move now to connect onto Saberlight, who is managing to stun Bryle away. But this is so much space mid for Ari and Fly to soak up some experience for themselves, trying to get those level 6s on Lycan. About to have it. This can definitely be a quick kill if they find an opening.
I
mean, they certainly have the more aggressive mid on Shopify, you would expect too, right? Like, to see it being Brile, the one who's moving around, you kind of expected this Primal Beast to be the one who's hunting for these kills, this low cooldown ultimate, but Abed, he's a little bit busy. Like you mentioned previously, there were some stacks set up here in the jungle, so taking advantage of that, he wants to try and be the one to snowball, because you think about who's going to take stacks, like, you know, sure, all three of their cores can kind of farm them up, but Primal Beast can be the fastest one at it, and also the one who's going to get the most value out of it at this point in the game. So where can he actually take that net worth and apply some pressure? Speaking of which, also, like, Ahri, level 6 right now on the Snapfire. One of the absolute best do-something supports, and, well, they're going to get a kill down bottom here with his ulti.
Moves in, finds him. Immediately there with the RP, the kiss is not quite going to connect. The Saber pops
a drive-by.
All right, I'll do it myself. Gets out of trouble, manages to break the ulti, and, oh, that is a nice dodge.
Okay, so not the synergy they were looking for there.
Not quite.
Yeah, definitely a bing bong moment.
They keep themselves alive. But yeah, big ultis used is more time for Shopify to start to come online.
That is a tough hero, though, to kill with the ulti, right? It's definitely not guaranteed when you have that Stampede versus the kisses coming out there, so. Certainly a disappointment, though, because it is supposed to be kind of free when you get 6 on Snap.
Well, this is a bit of a scary moment. Ahri does not actually have any points in the Little Shredder yet, so will not be able to stop any Supernova plays that are coming out. Abed still thinking about a play here. Does he want to go for an onslaught? Not going to do it. Did not want to try and catch him.
This is a great voice line. I mean, I get why they're spamming it.
Pressure on the bottom. They're going to claim this tower instead.
Yeah, they've been working on this one for a while. Last time Brile was able to drive them back, but knowing that there's no kisses, knowing that the RP was used and no kill, even without a Stampede, they're very comfortable just standing here and going for it. Kasane trying to apply pressure as well with Catapult up top, but Arteezy's just waving at him. They're going to high-five a little bit.
Making a move. Ahri looking, hunting. He's going to go for it here. Maybe no. With Abed showing up still very, very low. The cookie forward tries to bring down for the kill, but Kasane is gone. Oh, Shopify, they brought in numbers and take the finish.
Great defensive ag there, too, from Fly. Just to really secure things. It gives you the hesitation of, like, I can't commit. Like, there's no way I can fully go for this kill right now. Then Arteezy able to just morph on down and go right back to farming like he was, and that's going to miss out on this pressure in that top tower. So big win for Shopify. Full pressure down bottom. They take the tower. They defend their top tower right now. That's just going to keep this pressure moving up top, where, of course, they're trying to extract a ton of net worth from this top part of the map. They can't lose control. Like, you think about how Gaming Gladiators often play when they're on dire sides. They love getting wards up inside this Ancients right here. And now they're even pressuring. Like, he's not far from there right now. Have to defend with the kisses.
Yeah, just kisses there. Disruption already used. Abed, now he's out far, but they will turn it. Saberlight stunned with 2. Sunray out. Starting to bring Whitemon down. He's going to be the one left behind. So Shopify starting to get a little bit more aggressive after their defensive postures.
It's funny because, I mean, this Lycan last pick, I look at it and I'm just thinking, like, oh, this is great, because a lot of these counters that you see, like, you can't get the Lycan early because there's some pretty significant counters for the way you want to escape from fights with your ulti. You think about, like, Dream Coil, think about Mars Arena and stuff. But kind of the same thing's happening now with the Stampede, right? They're both countered by similar ideas here, and this Stampede is a big save on this one. As long as you don't get RP'd, you're kind of just out of there.
Exactly. I mean, maybe a disruption, but, you know, disruption has some elements to it which are saving you anyways, so it's a weird position to be in. And they don't really have that answer at all for the Morph lane as it gets later and later. Need to buy an answer, I guess.
And now with the Blink Dagger coming down towards Saberlight, like, I would love to see Vision up in that top Ancients camp. Like, if they could spot when TSM are trying to get in there, trying to stack with their supports, having this, like, over-the-train movement of both the Phoenix and the Primal Beast, I feel like they can just, like, run all over this part of the map. And they just want all of this gold in here for their Magnus, for their Luna, right? Like, this is where they want to live.
Well, there is not going to be a Magnus at this fight easily, but they are setting up for this. What can they do on the side of Shopify? Now they're smoking with Mag behind.
They're reading this move.
Yeah, they're ready for this. Ahri jump forward, wants to do what he can. Pulverize is going to be there, already caught. Don't quite have any items yet for the Mag. He's getting them delivered on the courier. As the rest of Shopify back out, Kasane, pop the ulti, the run forward. Now the Stampede trying to hunt this Lycan and see if they can go.
We're all running.
They just got the Blink Dagger delivered for the Mag. If they're stuck together, Shopify, they have to be careful. Kasane, run forward, the jump is there, and they caught one. Pulls him back in for the finish. So they decide to give up on Kasane, get that kill on Shopify, but they lose the morph.
And it kind of drags them all back. So at least getting the punish on Arteezy is huge there. still saves their space that they need for their heroes to farm up and become these giant cores that they're hoping for. But Shopify are making it no secret. They want to pressure this mid tower. They want to take over these Ancients. If they lose this part of the map, the game gets way harder for TSM. There's no doubt.
Pull one back. See if they can get him. Ulti out from SD. Looking for a stomp. Waits for it. Hits onto immediately. Tomorrow on the turn. The Supernova, it's already down, starting to do a good chunk of damage. Disruption and too much onto Tomato. He is going to fall. Can they get out with the rest of them, though? Fly trying to escape. Wolves after him. Abed starting to fall lower and lower. TSM chasing almost enough for the kill, and they just can't get anything else out of him.
Arteezy comes to join in the fight. Has no morph yet, though. So not able to contribute a whole lot, but hey, at least he's there.
They do manage to get that kill on Tomato. There wasn't anything after the egg.
They never got the tower.
Yeah.
Drew him right off, kind of forced the fight in behind. That's going to force the glyph out here from Shopify Rebellion.
Very back and forth type of game already. And you can see that fight handily won by TSM. Even though you lose Tomato, the rest of the squad is starting to stack up that net worth. And Abed, I mean, you look at his farm, he just has not been able to get the type of kills that you would expect out of a Primal.
It's very frustrating for sure. Like, there's just these little tiny stuns that come out there. Like, obviously the big save from the disruption, but even just having a kiss fly through, a skewer that comes by. He had to wait so long for actually using the pulverize. He grabbed Tomato when he was at like 100 HP. He just like lived him for half a second, and Tomato dies. Like, okay, well, you know, I secured the kill, but it's not that impact that you're hoping for. So clearly he's kind of just hoping for the BKB, right?
Exactly.
Still a very BKB dependent hero on the Primal Beast, despite some of the nerfs to the item. Kind of has no other recourse.
And it's really the pain of you know, the first pick overall Primal Beast. You stop all of his movement with Shadow Demon. You cause so many issues, and even with RP eventually coming out. I mean, that was a whole fight taken without RP that TSM were able to win.
It has an Arcane rune too here, so definitely just begging for a smoke right now. Smoke, Arcane, go for RP play. Sonic also has the ultimate plus his summon here. He's got a Warpine Raider. Terrifying creature.
With the Siege shot, you'll love to see it. I call it the Willow, or not Willow, the Hoodwink ulti, the Acorn shot, Siege shot yesterday. I was just thinking of the Warpine
Okay, that's fair, yeah. They're equally as powerful currently in the patch, I'd say.
They're so scary, the big pine cones. TSM hunting mid, waiting for anybody to show up. Nobody is there. Tomato starts to hit the buildings. And a similar sight to what we saw in last game for TSM. Tomato off to a hot start and on a hero that can snowball.
Yeah, just the one death, has some more stacks to go back to. Already up to 3 points in Lucent Beam and then 1 point in the Eclipse. So it's not this Luna who just feels horrendous when the fight actually breaks out, right?
Right. But that said, you do have the answer already done with the Centaur with a full Crimson Guard completed. That is such a good item against this sort of middling damage that's coming through. Bryle hunting, finds crit, misses on one. Shockwave is there, slowed. Stampede tries to get away. Cookie connects. Everything in perfect concert from TSM.
He's just silenced me, but I just get cookied for the stun. That hurts. Thought you had a play there, but not quite.
Still, a lot used for just the Skywrath Mage. As Abed heads on over, picks up the Wisdom Rune, trying to re-salvage his game. BKB, I believe, is coming out, along with hitting level 12. This could be a decent window for them to fight.
Looks like it here. I mean, no Stampede for 50, though. They might want to hang onto that a little bit. Also, still no more from Arteezy, but he is holding the point. So, yeah, if they want to go for a fight,
they're going. Looking, Saberlight wanting it, not finding it. They couldn't quite get him.
I think you approach the tower with no Stampede. Since you're not going to have it for the full chase down. Maybe just play this a little bit casual. Oh, God, if they all come, though, this could be bad for Shopify, honestly.
Ari gets hit. RP already onto a bunch. Fly trying to save it. Can dive it in. Crit is already gone, but they have the Supernova down. Already use a little Shredder trying to kill it off. The egg, is it going to pop? They managed to kill it in time. TSM hit on 2.
All right, they only lose the supports, I guess, but that definitely hurts. They weren't expecting, I think, the fact that TSM were still so grouped up just north of that part of the tower.
Oh, yeah.
Caught out there. Great skewer back there as well. Bryle having a fantastic series so far. BKB having to use there from Abed means like he probably does not want to come fight at this top tower. Saberlight caught here, skewered back.
Oh, that is not what they want to see. Saberlight pops the Stampede, but there it is, the disruption. Can they do anything? Gets the blink away. That was super necessary, but that also opens up Roche now for TSM.
Yeah, they're going to back right up towards it. Kasane already getting started here with the Orb of Destruction.
He's huge.
Yeah, he's the Helm of the Overlord. Again, another reason why, like it, just we don't see it too often. There's some heroes that counter Helm of the Overlord. There's some heroes that specifically counter your ultimate. You feel very like counter pickable. So this is why even if the hero's not that popular right now, it's still so important to ban them against TSM in these situations where they could just get it last and it gotcha.
Right. No, this aura, this group together, I'm seeing the writing on the wall. Shopify are going to need to make some big plays here.
Oh, Bryle.
And this could be it. Bryle, a bit too far forward, will get disrupted, but they have enough to keep him alive.
Saves.
It's so good, but Miles still dropping down the bolt. It's not quite enough damage to kill him off, and now Saberlight, he's in too far. Will manage to get away. Now the disruption, switching into it. Arteezy's in Shadow Demon form, trying to get the Luna connection. The stun is there, but Saberlight starting to drop lower and lower. Manta back away, gets the kill. Abed in, Cookie away. Now the disruption. Again, Whitemon doing so much on this Shadow Demon. They've already killed the Centaur. Can they find even more?
They force out the BKB on Abed with the blink forward there. Man, these plays from Ari and Whitemon have been so good. Huge saves there, just constantly enabling their cores to play a little bit more aggressive than you're probably expecting on Shopify.
Absolutely. That's what you need out of them. And a perfect lineup to do it because there's so much of this like single target going in there trying to blow up one hero. You know, you got Primal and Skyrack. And even in that instance where they caught somebody so out of position on Bryle, they weren't able to play cleanup. And Kasane now just taking away a double stack of Ancients.
The piggy bank being raided here.
Starting to get towards desperate territory. I mean, still only 1,000 gold lead, but I mean, look at this group up potential from TSM. It's going to shred through buildings.
Yeah, just being led by this ancient black dragon. Moving their way through here very confidently towards the Tormentor.
Oh no, we've seen what happens here.
Now, surely no one dies on this one.
Be careful, Ari. Run, get out of there. Oh man, Whitemon's gonna get it. So now, Demonic Cleanse available for the Shadow Demon.
Alright, and what are they getting on the map right now for Shopify? They're taking some farm near the Ancients. They might steal their Wisdom Rune. Arteezy, though, of course, very unlikely they would still be there, so kind of risky to go for. He will get the tier 1 tower top.
Yeah, but buildings falling down bottom. This tier 2, they gotta know what's coming. It's the first tier 2 of the game. 4 staff done for the Shadow Demon as Bryle. Does see Saberlight in the mid, but won't go for anything there.
Fly even catching a wave down bottom here and getting some farm. They've really spread it across this map. He's gonna put Fly almost into the Yule Scepter right now.
Okay. Whatever they can do to get more control.
I mean, you compare the saves that we're seeing from Ari and Whitemon, and you think about how they play these fights here from Fly and Crit, it just feels so much more difficult. Like, with his Blink Dagger on Crit, who does he actually target with an Ancient Seal and with his ultimate? Because he's constantly have to worry about some sort of movement from a Cookie, which could just, like, break someone out of his little combo, or a Disruption save.
No, I mean, yeah, you're going to need to find the Shadow Demon, I think. Like, they have to get him. Whitemon's free to do too much. Tomato takes another tower. Heard him in that little interview talking about how he sees the future playing out. A very lovely voice. His old man impersonation.
I played in 3 TIs. That was good. He did nice.
He definitely did. We'll see if they can continue moving on here to the third one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's really trying to force them back right now.
Ari staying so far back as well.
Shadow Demon Lunaing even here. A little bit of vintage gameplay right now.
I mean, nobody's showing up. Nobody's here.
You just gotta mix them up so you don't even know who the real one is.
The building is just going to fall. You leave Luna alone to hit buildings for a second. Down bottom, connection.
Nice.
He got the strength form off. Can Arteezy get out of trouble? Are they going to be able to get anybody to help him? Tries to TP out, but no, the skewer was there. Stampede now trying to escape. But Arteezy, he's in no man's land. The hunt, the kisses, everything drops onto his head. saving the buildings with his body, but giving up another death, it hurts. TSM everywhere.
And I love what Ari's done here. He's just picked up a pipe.
Yeah.
They are going for it. They're saying that we have grouped up, we are stronger than you right now. Sure, maybe the net worth isn't the highest. You guys have been farming. Yeah, we've seen you all over the map. But our strength right now as a unit, you just can't match it right now. And if we keep bolstering that with a couple auras, like with a slightly, you know, unused hero here in the Snapfire, like one of the benefits of this hero is that she can pick up these greaves, these pipes, and feel good about it.
As they catch another. And you talk about auras, there's only one aura right now on the Shopify Rebellion team, and it's on Saberlight with the Crimson Guard. He's getting chased down. Does not have that many places to go, was hoping for a blink away, but the chase is there. Bryle has him. Controlled and the slow, steady death. A lot of HP on the Centaur, but eventually he too will die.
And how are you feeling right now on Shopify? I mean, you know, you're getting chased around the map, you're trying to farm as much as possible, you're watching these new items pop up on each hero. I mean, there's a Satanic, there's an AC done on this Lycan. They are peaking right now on TSM.
It's got to feel like an inevitability. There's so much that is going to be running down these lanes and just trying to end this game. Shopify, they've got to prep for it, and I feel like they need to catch somebody unawares. They're going to have a Scotty soon on the Morph lane. But yeah, TSM, they're not looking to stop anytime soon. You're still a ways away from the heart on Abed.
I think he has to abandon those plans. Yeah. I mean, he's looking at a blink right now because they just have to find a way to create a fight that's favorable for them right now. Part of that is definitely the Scotty, which is done. Certainly a huge element of that. They also have level 12 on the Phoenix, which is a big deal, plus the Shard. So, trying to get the best egg possible. And trying to catch them before they get a Roche, right? This might be the best moment they're going to get.
Can they get anything, though? Jump forward. Bryle finds one. BKB out. Doesn't have an angle.
Okay.
BKB wearing low. Abed thinking about going, not wanting to commit yet.
Bad jump. Do they chase?
They take down that ward. Hunting. Saberlight. Still has Stampede ready. Kasane pumps it. Catches immediately. Ari throwing out the kisses. What damage do they have? The egg is already there. Tomato hits onto it, but now the Manta, the walk away. Stun is there. Can they get it in time? They do. Barely managing to bring it down. Oh. Connection says no, sorry. TSM, they're tired of playing second fiddle, trying to take the top spot here at NA as they find 4.
Oh, they're too strong. The auras are there. They race up the high ground into the base immediately.
And just like that, trying to end this game. They want to move on in this tournament, continue on a date with Nouns in their future. If they can finish this one off, TSM on the verge as the tier 4 towers are going to fall. Ancient Turnipon, they don't have anything. There is nothing left as Shopify are going to be eliminated. TSM, they are moving on.
All the thanks between the teams. Regional rivals, of course. Good luck furthers. The thanks back and forth, but total heartbreak, of course, here for many fans and for Shopify. But TSM, just complete elation here as they get themselves what some would consider an upset, but at the same time, like, regional rivals in NA have proven that nothing is secured in these matchups.
Absolutely. I mean, no matter what, there's going to be 2 teams from NA going home today. It was meant to happen, considering it's 3 of them playing off against each other. But TSM moving on, looking incredibly solid. Again, a flawless game coming out from Tomato. The love being spread from the crowd. As of course, there are eliminations abound today. But it will be TSM that move on and have that date against Nouns a little bit later on.
I mean, you just saw the absolute, like, wonderful team play as well, of course, right? I mean, how many times do we go back to the supports in this game? Ari and Whitemon constantly covering. They made it just so comfortable to be up front as these core players. And what 0 deaths on Bryle, insane game on the Earth Spirit game 1, and then towards the Magnus 2 in game 2.
Impressive showing indeed as we head on back now to the panel. Let them talk about all the actions and implications from that solid series.
It was a beautiful display from TSM. Unfortunately, Shopify Rebellion going to be our first team eliminated in the playoffs. This NA bloodbath, it didn't go to the 3-game streak, but it was still an amazing game too. I mean, TSM, they were just applying the pressure. They were keeping it on. It took one solid team fight from them, and they just went straight for the Ancients, straight for the win.
I mean, before we get into the TSM praise, of which they deserve very much.
Okay, all right.
I thought the start of the game looked good for Shopify. It was really nicely played from them. They had the 6 6-minute smoke from mid on the Primal to top, killed that Lycan to try and stop some of his pressure. Lycan was trying to take the tier 1 up top again. They bring in the TP Primal, they kill him again. I'm like thinking that they were making such nice moves, as well as like bringing heroes to the right things. Like 12 minutes in, there's a rune. Let's bring the Centaur mid, fight with him, get some more kills. Like they were constantly staving off the moves that TSM wanted to make, and then it all just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, I absolutely adore the TSM support during this game. Ari and Whitemon, the way that they played their heroes, you got disruption saves, cookie saves, for like all the highlights you're going to see in these clips. It's like, see here, Tomato, you get saved on top. In the mid fights earlier than this, again, just clutch saves. You're basically baiting Shopify in, and for that, it's like Primal, he's either in the middle of the fight or he's running away. Centaur, he blinks in. The disengage, of course, without Stampede, not so good. But yeah, the support duo from TSM just absolutely picked apart Shopify in this second and final game.
Yeah, Bral popping off there for himself. The TSM boys taking some photos, autographs with the audience there. Okay. Oh, it's Will. I was like, who is that man?
There's a fisherman next to him, too.
This is a fisherman, yeah.
Oh, no, I don't know that person. No one knows that person. That's an ancient relic standing beside him. It is tough to see Shopify go, but you're right. It does feel like a story we've had so many times, though, of them having this great lane, this great early start for themselves. TSM, though, able to hit their timings perfectly purged. They knew when they were able to apply this pressure and this Luna coming online and being able to have those active fights, have an active role, and have a pressure on the objectives.
Yeah, they really did hit their timings. And there's another cool thing about Luna now, the new shard, it reduces the damage you take, so it helps you so much. Normally Luna's like one of those ranged, kind of squishy, vulnerable heroes. When they get on top of you, it's a bad time. But now with the shard, you're like, I'm in trouble. You press the button, you take 25% less damage, and you do a huge amount of reflection. Well, not reflection, you just start attacking them with your glaive thingies. It's great against these primal beasts, these centaurs that get on top of you. So it makes the timing even safer, because your chances of getting that pick off that leads them back into the game, it just reduces it.
We're really excited for the TSM boys. They're going to be continuing on going up against Nouns, but an Empyrean has Moon Meander joining him. So let's hear what he has to say.
Yes, I do, Nat. Thank you. Talking of excited, you looked excited before the game. You looked excited just now. That was a hype win.
Yep, we're here playing the NADPC for the last time.
Okay. So when you were going into those games, both those drafts everyone was saying backstage that I think they won the draft. You guys were very confident. You clearly have a very good idea of how you want to play, and you executed well. How much of that is scrims, or how much of that is just sparks of genius?
It's mostly the genius from my teammates. I couldn't really do it without like having such awesome players in their roles, like Brawl on Magnus, unconventional picks, Lycanthrope Master, and Luna on Tomato.
So before the game, Bulba said that this was a battle of new ideas between your team and his. Those new ideas, how much are you taking from other teams, and how much of this is kind of original thought?
There was some new ideas in this draft, like the Magnus and stuff. I think he went way too back into Morphling. I think that's like the hero was a Dream League thing with the Aghanims, but here, this patch, I don't think you want to play Morphling in the elimination game.
Okay, well, there it is. Thank you so much, Moon Meander. Congratulations to you and the lads. Back to Nat and the panel.
Oh, Moon Meander, the humble man that he is. I thought he was doing something else.
Yeah,
I was like, as I'm saying the word humble, he was very humble in his interview, giving a lot of credit to his players, having faith in them, being able to draft those heroes that he could, but also quite a bit of humor. The NADPC coming back once again, and they're going on to continue that NADPC later today.
I love Moon Meander, bro. He's so funny. He's great. I've also loved like him moving into this coach role and the way he's talked about it and all his progression. He's like, yeah, I used to be like, so, you know, when you're playing, you're so emotional, you really get into it, but like being able to be a coach, step back and kind of understand how to communicate more effectively with my players and really like learn that type of stuff. It's incredible. I mean, he's really shown that improvement and growth, and I'm super happy for the team.
Yeah, and he definitely deserves credit for it, because this team, at the start of their formation, it was kind of like, man, tons of young players. They were skilled, but there were a lot of doubts. Their first couple of performances went kind of poorly, consistently. They were disappointing. I didn't expect much out of them this TI, but they're definitely overperforming now. They're looking together, and you got to credit Moon Meander for that he's there to help form them, instruct them, and keep things together.
And he's one of the rare coaches that actually shows a lot of emotion. You know, like in the draft, before draft, he's like making these big moves, he's being animated. Nowadays, a lot of coaches, they're very stoic. You know, it's like, this is good, this is bad, do this. You know, Zhao 8, for example. Moon Man is probably like the polar opposite on like the animacy he has during the booth.
Yeah, I mean, we saw those fingers go up there, and I do believe, right, where there is a winner, there is a loser. So I do believe that we have our losers interview. It is going to be Pyrian, joined by Crit.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I am here with Crit, of course. Commiserations, dude. You guys must be very disappointed. But both of those games seemed to be going okay for you early on, but then it kind of got away from you. Did it feel that way?
I think the first game for sure. I think second game, I feel like we didn't really get a grasp on the game. They kind of just got to do what they wanted to, and then they just hit a timing that we couldn't fight. So I think second game was hard, but first game was definitely ours. So yeah.
Disappointing. However, disappointing this is, there must have been some highlights for you this year. What was your highlight as a team this year, or even just as an individual?
I think Lima was good for us. That was our first major this year. We had it wasn't perfect, but we had a good atmosphere, and we did pretty well there. And then I think the Dream League that we just played as well was pretty good for us. In some ways, maybe the Dream League put us in a bad spot for this TI, but I think it's been a hard year for us. I think the team's not really functioning as we wanted it to, and sometimes that's just what happens. And then we're in lower bracket, and we didn't do well at all in group stage either. So we're put ourselves in a spot where this can happen, So.
Well, that's very tough, but I know you guys have a lot of fans around the world. Is there anything you'd like to say to them for their support throughout the year?
Yeah, I mean, huge thanks to all of you, especially the people here in the arena as well. It's always us that's cheered for the loudest, and we really appreciate that. So it never falters, so we love you guys a lot.
Thank you, Crit, and better luck next time. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Pyrian. It's always tough to do those exit interviews, to see a team eliminated and see those emotions on their faces, but we do have to move on. As unfortunate as that is, a massive props to TSM. They're going to have their time to reset, go back to the drawing board, knowing they're going up against Nouns, and while we're waiting for that series later in the day, we get to talk about Gaming Gladiators up against EG. This is our second series for today. One team no one expected to be in the lower bracket in the first round. Everyone expected them to be sitting in that upper bracket. It is Gaming Gladiators coming up against EG, a team that people have probably never put their eyes on before. Maybe the org, but the players not so much. So, Pod, what can we expect out of EG? What are you looking forward to with their players?
Well, I think EG is a fun team to watch because their players individually have looked amazing over the last year and a half. They had a great run last year. They reformed this year. They had a great first half of the year, but the second half of the year has just been disappointment with the caliber of players that they have. So how are they going to do in this series? It's hard to know. They did better than their past 6 months in the group stage, but they could really show up and look like one of the best teams of the tournament, but they could also disappoint. So it's hard to say.
Yeah, I think in general, South America, they've had quite a decent year throughout, and every time we get to this point, it's like, this is the year. Maybe they get further, they can do it. And unfortunately, the region has kind of bombed a little bit, and to enter the lower bracket going against Gaming, of course, 3-time major winner, it's going to be a tough battle, but it's hard. It's like, do you want Gaming, who have done so well? Do you want South America to stay in the tournament? It's going to be quite a difficult one for the fans, I feel.
Do you have anything you want to add, Sheep? Maybe a star player in your eyes on that?
Bro, I love EG. I'm a huge fan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I love them. I love Matthew. I think he's an amazing leader. I think when you see regions like Southeast Asia and South America, leadership is something that they've always struggled and lacked, and they comment on that, right? And it's like you have Jabs kind of stepping up in C. Here you have Matthew, who's really good and has prided himself on his communication and ability to bring the ideas together of his team and figure out their strats. I think it's interesting when you hear about this team and how they function and the problems they've had in the past. For example, they were, I believe, when they brought in the new players, things didn't quite fit because you had players that were quite greedy or wanted to play, like Whisper quite enjoys farming, right? But they had to really recenter their targets. They're like, okay, sometimes you can lead as a core, however, we want Pakaz to be our win condition, and they really had to kind of bring that idea back to that and how their playstyle matched it. So they have very much evolved as a team in terms of internal communication and their actual gameplay. I think they're super fun. I like the hero pools they bring out. They're fresh, you got that bounty hunter Matthew. I mean, my man makes games very fun when he's playing those Invis heroes. For me, I just love this team.
I love that you love this team. I also enjoy all the information you gave. So I have a treat for you, a little special reward sheet.
Ain't no way.
And for all the other EG fans out there, we have a video on that we can see more about this team, more of their journey as well.
En realidad, o sea, cuando termina el TI del año pasado, fue como que la gran mayoría del equipo como que quería hacer unos cambios. Pacas, Panda y yo teníamos como que queríamos jugar con Whisper. Y nos comunicamos con Whisper y él también quería jugar con nosotros y prácticamente fue como que después Whisper quería jugar con Chris y todo se fue formando poco a poco y después nos comunicamos con la empresa de Evil Geniuses y ahí fue donde se hizo todo el trato y el deal.
EG's new lineup hit the ground running, clinching 5th in Lima and 4th in Berlin, but from there, Bali became EG's stumbling block. Not only did they face an unanticipated early bow out during the group stage, but the community's reaction added salt to the wound.
En realidad, en el equipo hay personas a las cuales le afecta y nada, como que lo conversamos y creo que lo que hacemos para que no nos afecten estas cosas es hacer una reunión en el equipo y poder comprender en qué estamos fallando para no volver a cometer esos errores.
Despite the stumble at season's end, EG had already secured a strong foothold, finishing 5th in the DPC. Teams often express a certain wariness playing against EG thanks to their unpredictable and unconventional style.
Sí, en realidad es un poco gracioso porque nosotros somos como que muy agresivos en el juego y hacemos como que jugadas que a veces otro equipo espera que no hagamos y como que las llaman jugadas randoms, pero para nosotros es como que algo que normal, que ya estamos acostumbrados a hacer. Y es muy gracioso porque equipos como, no lo sé, Gladiators, es como que su capitán siempre me escribe cuando jugamos una práctica o algo o un torneo y nos dice nunca sabemos cómo jugar contra ustedes, siempre hacen cosas que no nos esperamos y nosotros como que nos reímos y a la vez nos agrada que reconozcan ese punto que tenemos a favor.
Do you feel you know EG a little bit better now, Purge?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they do have elements of that unpredictable play style. Doesn't always get you wins, and I still don't have as much, like I love the team, I don't have as much passion for their gameplay right now as Sheep does, but they definitely will be a formidable opponent for the Gladiators.
Well, we're going to look at their head-to-head record, not against each other, but just comparing what these two teams have had so far in the road to the International. So the games they've won, the games they lost, how they've stood up against teams in the upper bracket, but the average win time is a lot closer than our previous series. Only a couple minutes between each other, T.
Yeah, I think both these teams like to get in the face of their opponent. When they feel the victory, they are going to kind of close it out, but you know, I think for EG at least, they have had just shaky performances. Specifically, I'm looking towards Seasmile and Panda. I think these two players have not performed as well as they have done at previous, you know, international events, internationals. So yeah, I'd like, if they can kind of find their footing, then of course this should be quite an even bout.
I was going to ask you a question, and I'm not going to because you're taking. Oh, while you're taking your sip, Sheep, I will ask you to talk a little bit more about Game and Gladiators, and if you have just as much passion about that roster as you do for EG.
I hate that team.
Okay,
I hope
perfect.
they fail. Honestly, I'm sick of them.
Oh, you want them out right now?
Too many first places. I think it's time to share the love.
Okay.
They've had a lot of issues, I feel like, recently since the big patch came out. That's kind of their biggest stumbling block.
Yes. Sorry, I just wanted to say, I was thinking about this because I don't know if it's a patch like a hero thing or if it's maybe the draft change that is more of their stumbling block than anything else. Because for DPC 201, there was a lot of strategy. There was like 3 main ones, right? We only had 2 first phase bans. Maybe that was an advantage for them, but now there's more bans.
Yeah, it's a combination.
So just like, I hate that.
I think what happened is they won so many tournaments that everyone's like, what are these guys doing? And they got studied to death, and that it just makes it hard. You have to reinvent yourself. That's tough to do.
Yeah,
I actually disagree with that, but we don't have enough time to disagree right now, so let's keep it short.
Okay, but when a really big patch comes into play, though, then I think teams obviously take time to understand what's happening. So teams just took a little bit longer. It took maybe 3 majors to get there.
Well, we don't have to keep talking about them for too much longer. We are going to get to lay our eyes on them. It is our first team coming out, Game and Gladiators. Our 3-time major winners. These boys have had an impeccable year, victory after victory. They weren't sharing it around, but they are going to be sharing this stage. They're in the lower bracket, a position none of us thought they would be in this early, and it's time that they begin their run. It's going to be up against Evil Geniuses. This organization now representing the South American region. They have 5 veteran players, all with phenomenal records at the previous TI, having great placements. They too are a surprising lower bracket team. Will they be able to be consistent? Will they show up against Gaming Gladiators? We are going to have the answers to these questions because these boys, it's got big pressure. EG is a big org name. Big pressure comes with it, Sheep.
Yeah. Well, they better live up to it, everyone.
Oh, are you going to go down there and you're going to be like, live up to it right now?
Just get good, man.
I mean, the last time EG beat Gaming was at the Lima Major. So since then, it's just been draws, losses the entire time. So if there ever was a time to actually beat them, I mean, it probably is right now.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Now I can disagree. We have time.
Oh, actually, we don't have time.
Oh, my
Yeah, because
God.
it felt like we didn't give enough time to Gaming Gladiators. So we want to have a look back at their pathway. We want to have a look at a video and some information on them, and then you can disagree.
Sure.
I sort of led to join gaming because I'd only really played in NA teams in the past, and we never really did very well. I kind of wanted to give playing like one last shot to prove myself. I had a lot of doubts about whether or not I was a good player, whether or not I was a choker, or whether or not I had what it takes to play. Like, you know, I'd beat the best players if I could win a tournament, things like that. They asked me, and I was like, yeah, I would like to take this opportunity to try to prove myself one more time.
Proving himself one last time paid off. Gaming Gladiators dominated, winning every major. Remarkably, they didn't drop a single main stage match all year until Riyadh. Needless to say, they confidently secured their spot for the International.
You build the muscles of playing against the best players, and you sort of shirk some of that fear and that, like, you know, scariness of like the top players. You get rid of that. You feel way more that you can actually win the tournament. I think in past teams, you sort of, you know, try to cope it up and believe that, hey, I'm really good and we have a chance, we can win the tournament. But deep down, you sort of don't believe you can. Playing through the DPC in Europe, deep down, I believe we could. Like, it wasn't like a bit, it wasn't like some, you know, shell I was putting on. It was like, we can actually win the tournament. With every series we won and every like game that we gained confidence, it was like becoming more of a reality. Like, it's not just that we can, it's maybe we will. The day after you've won a tournament, you're just another chump who needs to prove himself. Like, if you lose the next qualifier, you bomb out of the next major, you don't win the next major, suddenly it was a fluke, you're a chump, you're a joke, you know, you're yesterday's lunch. And so I think going into every tournament after Lima, Berlin, Bali, you know, the Dream Leagues, everyone felt like we were fighting for our life. And that we could get eliminated in groups if we weren't careful. That's how it felt for me. I used to get insanely stressed in the past before games, and this year I've managed to quell that to a large degree, because it used to be playing games was just miserable, honestly. Playing officials was not fun at all, because I was just like racked with anxiety the entire time, and beforehand it was agony. The years of going through that, I slowly fixed bits and pieces and learned different things about this stuff, and I think a lot of those things helped me to find a much better routine for me this year, to allow me to like be more consistent and not be so, you know, in my own head.
Years of anxiety, but now he has 3 majors, 3 wins for himself. Quinn, he couldn't do it alone though. Obviously the 5 stack there, Ace, Tofu, Doracho, and Celery as well for Gaming Gladiators. People put them as their favorites to win TI. I know many people out there are big fans, big supporters of them. Do you want me to not talk about gaming so you can argue with Purge?
I mean, that was talking about gaming.
I meant me not talking about gaming.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's my opinion of it based on comments by other people who play against gaming. They say that actually they know what's coming. Gaming aren't like crazy. They don't do things you don't expect. They're just stable. They don't hide anything. You know what they're going to do. They play incredibly stable Dota, and they do the little things correctly. So when you play against gaming, I think you could study them, and you're still going to know what's going to happen. But like even Nisha said, they're just hard to answer, and their approach was to make them uncomfortable in like the draft. So when you said earlier like the draft could be a big factor, I think that's true. You take away like some more of Quinn's heroes at the beginning, and maybe they are much more uncomfortable because he was such like a focal point of being able to make moves on the map. As well, just like their players were top of their roles. I think a lot of people hate playing against their safe lane who just trade super efficiently. They don't like over prioritize farming. They know when to take those trades and push and apply pressure and just make the game super hard.
Yeah, I have like vivid flashbacks of Celery playing Undying every game in DPC.
Bored out of his mind, yeah.
He was bored out of his mind, but my goodness, did they have a stable safe lane? Like, they're willing to play whatever it is as many times over. So you're right, there might not be this innovation when it comes to draft, but it is consistent. When it works so well for them.
Yeah, and I will apologize for gaming gladiators already. So backstage, Tofu walked up to me, and you know how Y and Jinkyu, they'd rub the belly for good luck? Tofu walked up to me and was like, can I please rub your bald head, please, for good luck for this series?
Oh, I thought you were going to say your belly, and I was
No,
like...
I mean, I have a big belly too, but no, he just walked up and he just, good 5-10 seconds.
Is that what he came to the green room
Yeah,
for?
he's just rubbing my bald head. So I've given him all the energy, and if they lose, it's my fault, but what can you do?
What can you do?
I take full credit right now.
Is there any data so far about the luckiness of your bald head?
This is the first time it's happened, so if they win, teams...
You're going to start
there
charging?
I am. Yeah? No, I'll just keep it free this time. First TI free, second TI, then we can get some monetization.
You got to get them hooked first.
Exactly, you need that good head, whatever stuff.
I'm sorry, what?
What?
We're going to move forward towards EG because we've talked about how stable Gaming Gladiators is in the way that they draft, how consistent we can see it. Maybe even pick order is pretty consistent too, but EG, can we summarize them as easily, Purge?
Can we summarize them as easily? I don't think so, because they've been kind of, they just look kind of consistent. There's time, or inconsistent. There's times where Prakaz looks like guaranteed best top 3 carry of the world type stuff. Other times where they're just not clicking as well. So it's just harder to identify them. They do have their comfort heroes for sure. Prakaz always plays a very hard carry, but he's willing to be active as well. So it's kind of a mix of what's in the meta. I feel like they have some signature heroes, but it's just not as consistent.
Yeah, you keep saying like the inconsistency, but I want to know where. Is it in the later game? Is it the early game? Like what exactly? Is it even an execution thing that...
My viewpoint is that they have at times, they've looked at top 6 team in the world for a long period of time, enough where I got confidence in that. And then when they just start losing games, playing sloppy, stuff that I didn't see in the months prior, it just felt like a big enough shift that I just have to label it as inconsistent. It's like their gameplay just sometimes looks amazing and other times looks like they haven't been practicing enough or they're off meta or something else.
Yeah, like spellcasting, for example. You sometimes just see them do everything right in a team fight, and then I've seen some games like this tournament even where you're doing like bad venge swaps and stuff. I know Panda has like had some issues with like nerves in the past. I think mostly they moved past it and got more confidence, but it could still, like, you can still have those moments.
My question is really for Matthew, the fact that he's played 11
You want me to get him up here?
Yeah. So, can you get him?
Okay.
Hey boss, can you get out of the booth real quick?
Yeah, can you just jump out of the lobby, bro?
So why have you played 11 heroes in 12 games? Like, on POS 4, right, there's, like, normally you play, like, there's quite a good foundation for the 4 role, right? But he has played the furthest extremes possible. Like, Nyx Assassin, we don't really see at all, but he's tried playing it. He's played Bounty Hunter, that we haven't really seen as well. He's played some Dawnfall, that was kind of popular back in the day, but not so more.
Say back in the day, like one patch ago, right?
It's old. Dota ages you very quickly. But like he is playing so much that I think often with creativity, like a carry can be a statement hero, but on a 4 role, having that change, like that's quite an instrumental early game hero to be changing every single time. And that could maybe offset EG's kind of rhythm. Because like one game you have a Sky, one game you have a CM, one game you have a Dawn, like everything's very different from the hero that often kind of connects the early game. So
I have a reason why they may be doing that. I think it's because they pick Matthew's hero later in the drafts usually. I think Whisper and C-Smile oftentimes get picked quite early on whenever they do drafting, like kind of this whole year actually. So as a result, I think the versatility of his pool may come from the fact that he's just seeing supports that work better in these different games because he's seeing more heroes when he gets to respond.
Should we then be expecting a stable offlane for them, or not necessarily stable? I actually don't really want to use that word, but adaptable offlane, right? One that maybe one game we might see as just stay in lane, make sure that we can push out, the carry, and then another game we might see it where they want to be that aggressive, they want to go for those kills, they want to have him rotate. Is that what we can expect them to be able to adapt to?
It's very possible because historically Whisper has been one of those weirder offlane players where he's like, I'll play Timbersaw or standard stuff, and then next I'm going to play offlane Silencer or other support-like heroes as a 3 in an interesting way. But as Dota kind of develops years on years, that becomes generally less viable. Sometimes it works for sure, but there's a lot of things that it just ends up being safer in a lot of cases to play more meta standard. But Whisper right there, definitely probably the best player, widely respected across all regions, always very talented. So we'll see if he cooks up something interesting. I hope so. It's fun to watch.
Do we see then Gaming Gladiators offlane, right? They have been coined as stable. Are they going to be picking something a little bit different? Actually, I don't want to say picking different, but going for a different play style for themselves.
I think Ace is the definition of stable.
Yeah.
If you're talking about a player across the whole scene, he's the first person I think of.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams, when you think about, if you make an all-star team, we saw the Tundra content as well, like it was always Ace or Tofu, always throughout the arguments.
Alrighty, guys, we don't have to theory craft anymore. Our draft is going to be ready for us, so let's get into game number 1.
Evil Geniuses versus Gaming Gladiators. Game 1.
Let's get into the nitty-gritty of the draft. We've danced around it. We've used these words like stable, meta, whatever that word is, and we're going to see what actually does get picked up, what gets banned out. Conquer Primal, absolute no shockers there, but the Brewmaster is the one that is normally kept until the end to either be picked up or banned out for themselves. So Evil Geniuses think it's first phase ban worthy.
So here at the starting, the road to TI was quite prevalent in first pick. Kind of fell off a little bit for teams, at least in regards to that first phase. But I think against Gaming, when you think about what Ace has played, he's often playing these very big brawler type offlanes. He's got Primal, Brew, Spearbreaker, Centaur, and then Tofu's playing quite a high damage dealing, ranged 4 position. So they have quite a traditional combination. So if you target the offlane, then it does kind of potentially hurt Tofu as well, indirectly.
Yeah, they massively targeted the offlane. They got rid of the Muerta, which was really good. I think Gaming played it like 7 times, but it was a lot of times actually, maybe not 7, sorry. But it's been mostly in support, which has been interesting. It's like the Atos build and playing like that. It's a little bit greedier, I would say, but they've been making it work.
You are right, it was 7 games on Tofu.
It was actually 7
games for Tofu and
Muerta is definitely a greedy support, but before other heroes are able to finish items, she's kind of valuable as a 4 because she has a high mana pool from being an int hero. The cast range on your spells is really high, so in some ways, like, before anyone gets items, she's less greedy because she can impact lanes and roam really effectively. So no matter what, though, definitely a dangerous hero. She can set a lot of tempo in the early mid-game and transition in the right circumstances. Maybe just not worth dealing with.
Yeah. And Gaming, they've only played Bristleback so far in the carry role. I'd like to think that they can shift it into that 3 role. I mean, it's Ace, of course, but yeah, so far they haven't done it. And of course, flexibility will exist here.
You say that shift, but still when we talk about Ace, in my mind, it's a lot of aura builds. I know Bristle is tanky, right? But for me, I still see him as like this Tide, this Underlord. I know he is more like the Primal he's brought out to, the Wraith King, but yeah, I don't know. It's still kind of difficult in my mind to picture him as a Bristle player.
That's the major days for you. When they win 3 majors, it's ingrained right there.
Oh, that's what they were doing. They were like Pavlov dogging you.
Exactly. But now, not so much. He's had to relearn, had to shift from that one.
All right, we'll see if they make that shift, though. Trian got banned out in the first series, both games. Evil Geniuses having it in the pool, and they think it's a worthy pickup first for them.
It's a good response for Bristle. You're going to slap armor on whoever's about to take 4,000 physical damage, so gives you a chance of keeping that guy alive.
3,972 physical damage instead?
Yeah, it could be a lot, yeah. I mean, 8 armors, it's a couple extra thousand HP, effective. And yeah, great scouter. You can set tempo, heals to help offset the AoE damage too. I think it's good. Could be Matthew, could be Panda playing it.
I prefer seeing Panda play it. I think Matthew will make it work and it's fine, but Panda's always been really, really good at safe heroes. It's kind of like his brand of support throughout the years. It's what he primarily prefers, even though lately he has been branching out. I just like seeing Matthew when he's able to move a lot on the map. And I suppose you can on Tree. I really like seeing teams that abuse this hero to like play on the like the outer parts of the map, like the new parts that were added, and place wards down there and in lanes to kind of see where the enemy are moving on the map so that you can punish them. You can do that with Tree. I know everyone prioritizes, it feels like the shard lately, so that you're invis and you're just kind of undercover on the map.
For me, I'd love to see Gaming think about Enchantress a little bit more in this series. It's a hero that other teams are crushing, especially Team Spirit, and it's a Celery Classic. And I think in this type of game so far, if EG is trying to make moves as well, just make sure you crush your lane so well that this Ench can move away. And if you already know Willow's going to be that 4 position against you, Ench naturally does quite good against that. Get that extra creep, throw the body in front of you, zone her away, and force it to be like a 1v1 against the carry.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And you can dispel off the tree armor. You can also help offset the fact that tree's going to keep your towers alive by bringing a creep there to actually take it. And then it doesn't force your draft so much around like, well, we need one hero that can help guarantee that tier 1 tower dies. Enchantress solves that. She's maybe not the fanciest ganker in the mid game, but as long as your map control is good, that will really unlock a lot of things for you anyway. So I definitely could see the enchant pick.
All right, guys, guess what? Dota 2 Pro Tracker check.
I was gonna ask.
Pakasa's played the Willow.
Hey, I want to know who hasn't played the Willow now from the carries.
I haven't.
Who's...
You're not carry, babe.
Damn, she got me.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't know. Everyone's pubbed it a few times. Funnily enough, most times I've checked, I haven't seen anyone with an overwhelming like win.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Sounds like a terrible pub hero. Like, guys, I need to farm the Midas, an Ags, maybe a Silver Edge,
BKB,
plus another item and another item. Just don't lose the game or tilt out your mind whilst I'm doing this.
Hey, well, look, that's what Tree can be pretty good at, you know? You can keep those towers alive for yourself. You can make sure that you're keeping your side of the map pretty safe, that they aren't able to invade as easily. I mean, the Bristle is going to want to be that aggressive. The Enchantress as well, running around, breaking the map open. Tree's just going to stop that. So maybe Dark Willow is going to have time to come online if they want her as +1.
He'll slow it down. I don't know if stop is necessarily possible, but yeah, if he can delay the tower dying or make it more dangerous for them to commit to towers dying, that can be really nice. It can buy you seconds so your team can respond. You can get a couple kills here and there.
Do you want to do more on the Enchantress here, talk more on it, or you feel like you said your piece?
Yeah, it's good. It's great for the lane. I think as soon as you have Bristleback in your lineup, you just need to have like artillery behind it. And this is a couple forms of artillery, right? You've got Enchantress with Impetus, and now Invoker. Tofu has played it in the 4 position. If there ever was a time for Invoker to be a 4, it's probably when laning with a Bristleback who kind of doesn't need any help at all. You get Vanguard and you're incredibly independent. So if this is the strategy they go for, you now have a Alacrity buffing hero that maybe goes Solar Crest, maybe gets some like Urn Vessel type situation. Both the supports will be pushing the Bristleback forward. Of course, Invoker can still just be their mid laner, and this is where they'll be flexing it as the EG reveal a Tusk and a Dawnbreaker.
I mean, I'm pretty into Invoker core with his AoE disables. That's going to be able to deal with a potential Dark Willow carry.
Yeah.
Deafening Blast, Tornado, even some EMP stuff. Like, they've got decent solutions with just the first 3 picks. And with the Tusk and the Dawnbreaker, it's looking more likely that it is Willow carry.
Couldn't this just be like a void though for gaming? Like Bristle's going to be so noisy in the early portion of the game that maybe a slightly greedier hero like Void that needs a bit more time to get in. Ench is also so strong in lane that will kind of help the Faceless Void. And then you have the classic Invoker Void for, as the game goes real chaotic. I just think EG, they don't have the cleanest lockdown where like one Manta or one defensive tool will help them. Sorry, Quinn Pangolier.
Wants to say it.
No one. Instead, we're going to talk about Tusk and Dawnbreaker a little bit more. I want to know about why you think it makes it a Dark Willow carry more possible. Is it the saves, the Tusk, Snowball, the Dawn ult, that if they wanted to put everything onto a Dark Willow, that's the saves to keep her alive, that she could go greedier, it protects her in that earlier game?
Well, I think earlier when we watched Shopify play Willow, they didn't have enough ways to save him. Funnily enough, in the end, it just felt like he kind of died, and now they have 3 ways to save it. So I guess it could work. I like that they can fight without Willow while she's farming, because like Purge pointed out, this hero does farm so much. Shiro farmed so much yesterday. Arteezy farmed so much earlier. Like, this hero is going to just hit creeps for a long time. And Tusk and Dawnbreaker could fight in that meantime. And Tree's, like T said, going to hold that map.
10 seconds.
So they both could potentially be looking for their carries here at the end.
5 seconds.
They could be looking for a carry for Gaming Gladiators and a +4 for Evil Geniuses. So
I think
it's
Free
tough.
Tusker probably supports.
Okay.
Probably.
Although maybe Tusk mid. I don't know if that's ever a thing.
That's not really
meta.
in the meta.
That's ages ago. That's old school T. Not last patch.
It'd be a little different. It would have to be, they'd have to really feel forced to it. And the Dark Willow, there's some counters here, but it's not like the most extreme. They're probably going to commit to it. I still have my doubts on the hero. The Pengo should be good though. Brings him some nice team fight. He does have to worry about all the roots, of course. And there's another thing LGD has been doing. They've been picking Weaver as a carry. The new shard gives you an extra Geminate attack if you Sakuchi through somebody. So you get like 3 attacks while breaking invis. It actually can give you a lot of single target damage.
Yep. EG, they don't have the best form of control. They go for a shaker that will help supplement that a little bit, but if Gaming hit their stride early on, Roshan falls very quickly with the Nasal Goa Bristle plus the bugs of the Carry Weaver. The Pangos are like, they are so aggressive and they don't really have cooldowns. Like none of these heroes, like sure Rolling Thunder, but that's relatively short. And yeah, Gaming, if they can get a little bit of a grip, that's where EG, they're going to feel potentially outpaced, right? Willow, a lot of farming. We saw it just, hours ago when RTZ tried playing it. It was just constantly farming. Please, 25 minutes, 30 minutes, just please wait. And I don't know if there's enough time for EG to get their heroes into a game against what is such an aggressive lineup.
I do like the Earthshaker a lot though, because he's going to be able to set up disable follow-ups. He's great against the Weaver carry, and they can also then utilize the Terrorize so much easier. It was when she first came out, that was the combo. Any stun plus Terrorize, somebody is probably dead. So there's some good synergy in the EG draft for sure.
Very team heavy focus for Evil Geniuses. We'll see if that's an advantage for them. We can actually know more about their draft as we have their coach ready with Tsunami.
That's right, I am standing by with a Vintage with Avo helping out with the translations. Vintage, yet again, I'm looking at a Dark Willow carry, but this is something we haven't seen that much during the tournament. How important is it for you to stick to what Evil Geniuses plays all the time versus trying to adapt to new heroes as the game develops?
Vintage, vemos Dark Willow como carry en este caso. ¿Cómo de importante es para tu equipo, cuando estás en el segundo día del torneo, adaptarte a lo que has visto hasta ahora, a comparación de sencillamente seguir el juego, el plan de juego de Evil Geniuses de siempre?
Yo creo que el camino es adaptarse para que ver la manera que funcione. Creo que Dark Willow es de uno de los carries cheesy muy fuertes que han aparecido. Es muy bueno contra el Bristle. Así que lo hemos practicado bastante durante toda la semana. Estoy feliz que haya salido el héroe. Así que tengo confianza que puede funcionar muy bien hoy día.
He thinks the path is just to adapt, you know, you gotta make it work no matter what. And he thinks Dark Willow is one of the stronger carries that have come out, a little bit of a cheesy pick, really good against Bristleback, and they've been practicing all week, and they're pretty confident it's gonna work.
How about adapting to your opponent then? Because Gaming Gladiators has also been terrorizing everyone this whole season. Are you still just sticking to your Evil Geniuses foundation, or you got something special against these opponents?
Gaming Gladiators ha estado aterrorizando a todo el mundo esta temporada. Es el equipo invicto. Y aún así, cuando estás contra ellos, os tenéis que adaptar a su estilo de juego o intentáis jugar el estilo de juego de Evil Geniuses y quedaros con vuestros fundamentos.
Yo creo que la única forma que podemos ganar es imponer nuestro juego, ¿no? Y cuando estás en el TI no le puedes tener miedo a nadie.
I think the best thing to do is to play your game, and when you're at TI, you can't be scared of anything. In fact, ¿hay miedo en esta partida contra Gaming Gladiators o podéis ganarles, Vintage?
Creo que podemos ganar.
¿Un poco más?
Creo que podemos ganar por mucho.
Yes, they can win by a lot. He thinks they can win. He thinks they can win by a lot. They're confident. They're not afraid of Gaming Gladiators today.
Well, then let's watch it. Let's get started with game number 1.
And you know they shouldn't be scared of Gaming Gladiators because this is a squad that has amazing success when it comes to LAN. In fact, this year has been one of the most successful for a South American team. After all, they placed 5th, 6th at the Lima Major. They managed to get 4th at Berlin. This is a squad that has had a very successful run so far. Maybe not quite as good as Gaming Gladiators, but they show they can take on the best, right, Avery?
I mean, it depends how you look at it, right? Do you want to win all those majors and get all your heroes nerfed and then have to play a non-real hero in the Pangolier? I mean, things can go downhill real fast, right? You're looking at an EG squad who has been in these tough positions at TI before, has overcome some of them and also fallen short in others, right? They were very close to the highest berth for a South American team at TI last year, and now it's a very long road to get back to where they were, and it's a different squad, so they have a lot to prove. They have a lot to prove to their fans, to the region, and I mean, this is step 1 of getting there, and damn, what a tough opponent to go into round 1. Triple major champions here on Gaming. Everything that has been said about this team, I feel, has been said at this point. Now it's just, can you prove it?
Absolutely. Can you prove it win elimination is on the line. We asked that question to Gaming Gladiators at Riyadh. We said, you went through the upper bracket time and time again when it comes to these majors and you win the whole thing, but can you bounce back when you've been knocked down? They proved at Riyadh they can, but Evil Geniuses, they have been the masters of going through the lower bracket. In fact, it's a reason that they have actually not played up against Gaming Gladiators in one of these major LAN events this year in playoffs. They matched up against each other in group stage time and time again. Here in some Dream Leagues, they'll play a best of 3, but when it comes to these LAN playoff games, they actually have not run into Gaming Gladiators. So despite both of these teams going far in tournaments, this is a little bit of untreaded ground.
That's an interesting strategy to dodge the most dominant team. You know, just stay in the lower bracket. They're never there.
Exactly.
Upper brackets for somebody here. You know, I won't complete that, but Matthew will also not complete the snowball. And then snowball level 1, I think it hurts a little bit on this lane. I mean, you really want to get this, like, shard. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Shard or snowball into the tag team level 2 is the timing you're looking for to burst this Weaver. And we're looking at a carry player in Diracho, who has arguably been the most aggressive carry player we've seen come out in the last few years, on one of the most aggressive carry heroes that, dare I say it, has a history of falling a little short at TI clutch matches. I feel like this Weaver always pops off, but it's a different thing getting that win. And of course, it's a very different Weaver than a lot of these past tournaments. I mean, this is a hero that scales a lot better, and the damage just ramps up considerably, especially level 20 and 25 talents. It's a long way away, but the Geminate just starts to pound you into the dirt. It's like, what, plus 90 with the level 20 talent, plus 65 now with the buffs. You're looking at over 150 bonus damage per Geminate that can also proc off the shard. Sakuchi going through everybody. It's just a whirlwind of pain. So that is what Diracho is looking to get towards here, hopefully with as little deaths as possible. Dare I cast or curse him. And EG coming out with their own pace. Shaker last pick mid to combat the Pango. Of course, only one of those heroes is real, as I mentioned.
Yeah, it's, well, we have interesting carries on both sides. I think Weaver and Darkwill are a little unexplored in the current meta. We could definitely do a little bit more digging on those heroes. This mid matchup, it's the same old that we've seen so many times. As you said, Pango, not a real hero. Earthshaker also being spammed in the mid lane quite a bit, so.
It's so funny, he like complains about it, and then he plays it every game. But what can you do, you know? I mean, it is a great Pango game. There's a reason they picked it, right? Very limited Rolling Thunder control on the side of EG. And it's another AoE stun hero to deal with the Dark Willow, pull you out of the Shadow Realm, and then just burst you down. The mana burn, also pretty substantial this game if you get a fast defusal, right? You're looking at a lot of melee strength heroes for EG that just don't like losing their mana pool. So I kind of like what the Pango does here for gaming, and it's a lot of AoE control between the Pango and the Tofu Invoker here.
I will say, though, you said it's not the best Rolling Thunder game. I will say he's going to have to be a good driver for it to be a good Rolling Thunder game, because he is going to have to deal with Fissures, Ice Shards, and then there is going to be the Overgrowth that's going to be popping up. But popping up, Whisper pops up at the top lane, gets a kill on Celery. So while this is a kill duo for sure, the Dawnbreaker Tusk, Weaver is going to be a hard hero to lock down. That Enchantress, not nearly as hard.
This is a very strong kill lane, and Enchantress generally suffers versus those lanes. I mean, your nature's attendants are only as good as you can stay alive for them to heal you. You just get bursted down in a second, you're absolutely gone, and that's a first blood to Whisper. Honestly, I feel like Whisper's had a quieter season than we expect from him. Yeah. And I think this is time to show up or go home, right? So he has been one of the cornerstones for his team, one of the linchpins. Give him a fast start on a very powerful hero in the Dawnbreaker. He might just run away with it here.
Do you think maybe part of that is because of the player we just saw on the screen there, Because, who's going to be rocking the carry Dark Willow in this game? I mean, this South American squad was put together, for my money, it was the two superstars from South America put on the same team together. Because on one side, Whisper on the other. Do you think by doing that, it has maybe hurt Whisper's game a little bit more? So they're going to try and go on Ace here, the Bristleback, try and shut him down early, and they do just that. Because and Panda pick up a counter kill.
I mean, that was just too easy, right? They still have full wand charges down here. Just living the life, and we're seeing the dominance of the Dark Willow in terms of the laning phase. Hero's very powerful on lane with the low BAT and just the high base damage. Very hard to trade versus. I kind of agree. The one thing about that, though, is, you know, you could say, well, maybe Whisper's game's been hurt because Mikaz takes more farm, but I feel like Whisper played with arguably the one carry that was even greedier than Mikaz for most of his career. So if anything, he should have more room to operate with Mikaz on his team instead of Hector, but it just hasn't panned out. So this is, again, time to show up. I'm excited to see what they can pull out in this game. And for me, EG has two modes, especially going up against gaming. There's the mode where they play ultra fast with like the bounty hunter type lineups. We're just going to dominate the lanes, run at you. The game's over in 20 minutes. This is the other mode where it's a bit more patient, a bit more consistent with just team fight execution. Like, we're just going to out team fight you in the mid game with big Dawnbreaker ultimate coming through, Earthshaker controlling the fights, and then Dark Willow on Bakaz to help bring up the scale, especially against the Bristle. And if the lanes go their way, that's just even better.
But C-Smile is here to be able to block out Ace, and he gets him. Now the Tornado's going to help. They actually managed to get the kill on Celery on the other side, but Ace is still dead. So great rotation from C-Smile. Just the extra bit of damage they needed. Bakaz, meanwhile, hiding away from Tofu, tried to hunt him down. Meanwhile, the fight's still going up there in the top lane as they trade out kills. Both supports do die. Duraccio chasing after Whisper, trying to get some extra damage on him with the Hellbear.
He's going to clap him.
Yeah, if he gets the clap and he still has this bug on him, it's going to be a ton of damage. Whisper tries to turn around and get the damage on Duraccio, but Duraccio scoots on by, turns around, picks up that double.
Big turnaround for Duraccio up here. This lane was not going extremely well for gaming, especially with the first one on Whisper, so they get the double turnaround, whereas bottom Ace still struggling. But honestly, I mean, if you get some stacks up for the Bristle and EG can't contest them that easily, he can always come back. So I don't know if the early start for Ace means too much. It's nice for Bakaz for sure, as he's just trying to rush the Midas down here. That's what you have to be worried about. You cannot give too many kills to the Dark Willow.
Early gold, early levels, and getting kills will speed that along. Bakaz gets to be part of yet another one. I mean, part of the reason you want to rush that Midas, right, is the levels. The talent levels are super important for this hero.
I've said it all year, right? This is the best Midas hero in the game to me. Yep. The attack speed is invaluable. The levels are invaluable. Though I will say, I mean, he's skilled a point of Cursed Crown, Cap.
Oh yeah, that what is that? That's supposed to be levels of stats.
Yeah,
come on.
Clearly didn't watch the last series, if anything. So maybe Bakaz playing his own version.
Maybe that's for the best.
Yeah.
5-2, Evil Geniuses may have a kill lead, but they do not have a gold lead, and that is something that Gaming Gladiators have pulled the wool over a lot of different teams in the past. The Centaur game.
The backstab.
Coming around from behind, Bakaz didn't see that one coming. Not that he's going to be too punished for it. Maybe will. He actually runs back in his cellar with the Wolf.
This is your Vanguard Bristle timing, so Gaming are just trying to collapse with Ace, force the pressure point. And if you use the fact that Willow is not great in these numbers fights.
Does have a wand, pops it, be able to get off the Shadow Realm, but the Tornado is going to help finish him off. And Panda is here on an island now with the creep wave pushing in. Now, like, with these kills raining in on both sides, these side lanes are getting crazy hectic.
He does lead Duraccio in that 1-on-2, and he will get punished with the single target burst coming out. And it's a tough lane for Weaver, honestly. You mess up one Sakuchi up here, you're just gone. So Whisper's going to have a very strong start. Bakaz gets forced off the lane. And now it's a question of, do you go back to bottom here? I mean, your tower's just gone. Bakaz is going to TP in. He wants to defend this. I mean, the tower basically paid the price off the catapult. It's just a question of, can you get something in return? And they'll gobble up Celery. So some more levels for Bakaz. And it puts Gaming in a position of, do you run back down here with the Vanguard Bristle once more to finish off this tower and kick Bakaz out again? And if you can't provide another death on this Dark Willow.
Yeah. There is, both teams are definitely going to be assaulting this bottom lane, I think. And that kill actually puts our Train Protector to some pretty key levels. I think, you know, you get to level 3, you have 1-2-0, but then after that, you can actually start getting those levels in living armor, which will help the Dark Willow, but also help protect this tower. C-Smile going to be victim here of the first rolling thunder. Matthew is going to try and come in and help him out here, though what can he really do? Does he snowball, pick him up? But then they're going to be next to the tower, straight up for a Tornado EMP. The Dawnbreaker ultimate, though, it's going to come in. A little bit of heals, it's not enough. He was stuck inside. They block off the rest, so they're not pursued, but ultimately they do still lose their mid laner, despite heavy rotations and an ultimate use from Whisper.
That was a lot of resources off this dual off lane that yielded nothing here. They're even going to bring Panda into mid on the bottom wall. Matthew's just going to die to Duraccio top. Pretty much a disaster in mid for EG here.
This is not going well. Matthew will make him reach for it, but ultimately they do still get that kill. 7-5 as Gaming Gladiators might find a 6th kill. Back to back to back. They are just running over Evil Geniuses in this middle area. Panda will be able to get away to the trees, thankfully, and heal himself up a little bit, but
this was the alternative to making that second move bottom. Just let Ace clean it up on his own, because all the skirmishing mid brings the supports, and this is just the more efficient way to do it, right?
Now they're going to try and cut out Bakaz. Quinn on the hunt, but didn't quite spot the Dark Willow due to the part it's nighttime.
And this is where Dark Willow suffers. If you lose your tower fast, you get forced in the jungle.
Now they see him underneath the ward, but he is caught inside the brambles. Quinn's going to take a lot of damage here. Panda's going to pursue, but Bakaz cannot afford another death, and that leaves Panda alone. Threatening to terrorize, ultimately doesn't throw it out. Cannot save Panda, cannot save their tower, and C-Smile's rotation may only net them this support kill. They're going to be able to get him with the dust, but now the Rolling Thunder is going to be troublesome. Bouncing back off the cliff, C-Smile trying to get a cliff push off, does manage to get that. They have to chase away Ace, though. built. That damage was beginning to build up from the Quills. So, Terrorize put to use. Gaming Gladiators just forcing reaction.
I mean, what's happening top?
Getting so much. They're going to get a tower out of this. They have to get kills off of this. They cannot afford to be losing towers for nothing. They will punish Celery. Can they get Dyrachyo next?
Oh, no way. He still has ult up. Skelly Boy's just doing the work here while everybody's distracted. Quick bottle refill into mid. The efficiency in this early game is really nice for gaming right now as they're picking up the pace. And again, just straight to see Smile. Ichi just can't solidify the map right now.
No, they are constantly scrambling to try and save somebody. And not quite enough. And Quinn
should have played more Pango.
Swashbuckle means that now he's going to be nailed by that Solar Guardian. He's going to be chains done. Goodbye. 10 minutes in, finally, Evil Geniuses get a little something to work with, though the damage is done already. They have a Treant Protector, and they've lost both their side lane towers.
It's a big misstep, right? When you're rolling these early games like this, it's all about momentum, especially based on the supports around your mid hero. That's a big swing. It gives some breathing room for EG in what was turning just to be a rout on that laning phase. And what I was mentioning is, for Pakaz, when there's this much early tower pressure, Dark Willow's not a hero who wants to be forced into the jungle super early, right? You don't have some crazy farm spell in Glaives or Sven Cleave or something.
You want your hand of Midas.
Yeah, and
right?
then you're okay
Or you
getting
can go
there.
jungle.
But it's a slow hero, and I think this Bristle pick, exploiting the fact that you have Enchantress to back it up, so you're pressuring both tier 1s on equal sides of the map. It's not a situation Pakaz can respond accordingly to, whereas Dyrachyo, he's going to be happy to join all these fights on a Weaver, man. He comes in, he throws a bug out, you have good minus armor synergy.
Nailed him. And that's one great thing about the Dark Willow. Later on, might have a harder time being able to kill Celery with the Untouchable, but early on, you've got this Bedlam that'll get you free kills on an Enchantress every time. Maybe support on support. Dark Willow's really nice against that hero.
I do think it's a very good Dark Willow game. If Pakaz can get there, he's going to wreak some havoc in the fight. The question is, can he get there? And right now, these gaming cores are pulling out ahead. And the thing is, if you misstep on this map once, Roshan is going to melt, right? You have Goo, you have the bug from Weaver, you have Alacrity from Evoker later on in the game.
Untouchable to be able to tank the Roshan.
Lucky shot. I mean, there's a lot of minus armor poke that comes through from this gaming lineup. Even just the single point in Goo that hits you, it got buffed, right? It's a lot of minus armor straight off the bat, even with the low levels here. It hurts.
Bouncing around once again. Rolling Thunder will find more and more kills. Gaming Gladiators. Now they're going to put some pressure on this mid tower. This is something Evil Geniuses cannot afford to give up, but can they stop it?
No,
We see
no way.
Smile being gone, and too many heroes here, all 5. I mean, I love the fact that Gaming Gladiators make a move like that, right? Getting the pick off, but then just bringing all 5 and saying, go ahead, fight us.
There's just not a lot of zone control for EG, especially dealing with the Enchantress summons this early, and they know the Weaver can rotate. Can't keep these towers up, and that's a lot of minus value for the Treant lineup here. Treant would prefer to fight around these towers. It's not just about living armor healing them up. It's like, how does Panda get a good fight with Overgrowth, right? A lot of the way you do it is you take defensive fights around your tier 1s where the enemies dive you, and it sets up Treant spells. All 3 tier 1s gone by 12 minutes. This is looking like a classic gaming game of, we're just going to run through the objective so fast you don't have a chance to respond. And it's Ace leading the pack, a very good sign for them as, I mean, he has been the linchpin for this team's success all year, right?
Yep. In fact, the Gaming Gladiators, their run through the majors early on in the season was based around a lot of the fact they just figured out like what Ace needed to play to give them the win condition every single time. Do you feel like that changed, though, in the recent meta?
I mean, for sure. A lot of that hero pool was Summons heroes, it was Aura builders, it was things like the Underlord that he was almost undefeated on. I mean, where are any of those heroes now, right? They're gone. So you have to kind of adapt, pull these new heroes in to make them work for you. We're starting to see it with things like the Primal Beast and the Bristleback. That is something gaming have had to adjust. It changes a lot of your itemization across the board. EG will go for a quick pickoff here on the support Joker, of course. Damn, that is a big swing there from Whisper.
It always surprised me how much damage that does, but he does have a 1-4-4 build, so very much focused on being able to throw out that damage. You need to go for an early game Blade Mail, start working towards Echo Saber, BKB. Blink Dagger, though, finally up for Evil Geniuses, and this is where we could see Evil Geniuses do more than just find a single hero pickoff. They've got their team fight hero online with a Blink Dagger. They're going to smoke up almost immediately with 3 heroes.
It's a decent time to fight if you didn't have the shielder on Quinn right now, who just finished Diffusal, because Ace is clearing through the Ancient stack. So he's kind of taking the defensive orientation on the map. You get these towers down and go back to your side of the map. It does give space to EG. Can they find anything?
Vision of Duraccio right now. He's sitting underneath both a ward and a sentry.
I mean, this is the dream.
Shikuchis. This is a perfect.
Echo him on the stack.
Geniuses. Yeah, they're just going to catch him with the Echo. It doesn't have to be on the stack as long as they get him stunned right now. Mid-Shikuchi, chain that stun, and finish him off. Evil Geniuses. Blink Dagger reveal nets them a very big pick-off on the enemy carry.
Pretty much what C-Smile wanted with this Blink. Get a big core kill. Quinn's going to try and turn it back. Arcane Rune.
Oh, Ice Shards tried to stop the Rolling Thunder from being able to catch Bakaz, but it just wasn't quite good enough. Bakaz, Overgrowth, and the Fissure block, but the support damage is there to help get the kill on Bakaz, and Matthew a little bit late there on the snowball to save Bakaz. As a result, Quinn's feeling good. He's got an Arcane Rune, so he's just going to keep on chasing.
Yeah, they're going to bring Whisper in. No Dawnbreaker ultimate to join the fight. He's going to have to do it the hard way. They have the burst for Tofu.
Beautiful. Fissure actually catches 2 more on top of the kill onto Tofu, so maybe separating Quinn from his supports, they can focus down Celery up next. Big hit from Whisper will finish him off. Dominating for Whisper. Yeah, you were right, Avery. Now's the time for Whisper to pop off, and he is doing it right when his team needs him most.
5, 1, and 3 in 15 minutes. He's got to lead the fights. He's the one hero for EG having a tremendous game here, and it's going to be catch-up duty for Bakaz with this Midas. C-Smile also had a very slow early game, but of course, these are heroes that you kind of expect to be behind in this game for EG, right? Versus Enchantress, the start that Bristle had, maybe the lanes go a little better for you, but the objectives, there's just no easy way to defend it. So you're going to play with less map, you're going to play from behind, but you can take those types of fights with this lineup that has a lot of turnaround, and that's something in gaming you're going to have to think about. That exact type of fight bottom, how far do you extend into Overgrowth, Tusk Snowball and Shards, Fissure Block?
This kill would be massive if they can get it. He's used to Swashbuckle. There goes his mobility, and there goes his health pool.
Yeah.
Got in an instant.
That is what EG are looking for right now, and you can't split up too much of your gaming. You own a lot of the map. Can you be this greedy on it, right? That's the big question, at least before big defensive items come out. I mean, Ace, probably a hard target to go on, but even then, that's what this Tusk pick is designed to do with Max Tag Team. Give you the physical threat. Prevent Ace from just controlling all of the map.
And Ace is about to, like, with his Aghanim Scepter now complete, and then I feel like once you get the Shard, that completes the sort of run at you territory. It's very hard to turn around and kill this hero, and he can chase you down pretty easily by leading with that Shard. Tons of burst damage to follow it up. So Gaming Gladiators could definitely, you know, solidify things a little bit more by playing with Ace. But Evil Geniuses, I'm sure, are well prepared for that kind of action.
And the front line's going to be important for gaming because it is Ace, and it's kind of only Ace. You don't want the Pangolier getting jumped first in the fight, and you definitely don't want the Weaver getting jumped first, especially when Duraccio just went Desolator. This is a very aggressive Weaver itemization here. Yep. It's not some early BKB. It's not more stats. It's just raw damage, more minus armor amp to go along with everything else they have, too. That's the part that's super nice here, right? The physical synergy is just off the charts for gaming. If it lines up on any core hero, there's not a lot of armor outside of the living armor here for EG. Yeah. Dark Willow not exactly known for buffing up the physical resistance, so you're going to melt. And Roshan, yeah, it's going to be very fast, very early. This was a gimme, right?
I think that death on Quinn was definitely a moment of reflection for Game Gladiators. It was like, okay, we've been greedy enough trying to play all 3 lanes and play very deep on the enemy side of the map. Let's go ahead and regroup a little bit, focus on the objectives. They'll take the Aegis for their side, give it over to Quinn, so now he can play a little bit more frontline.
Yeah, you know, he dies once, and they'll make sure it won't happen again. That might have been the fastest Roche under 20 minutes of the tournament. Yeah, that thing had minus 33 armor on it. At 17 minutes, that is ridiculous. And gaming, they're going to try and translate this Aegis into more, right? This is not a team that generally sits back with their objectives timings. They want to translate them around Ace's timings, just up the pressure, especially if they can stay on EG's side of the map without giving pickoffs. They're going to be really happy about limiting Pakaz's space, which again, he's not on one of these heroes that can shove lanes out quickly like a Sven or make up for the lack of room. At some point, you're just going to have to fight them back.
I like this positioning from Gaming Gladiators, just taking away the double ancient camps here on the left side of the map.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Whisper, though, I mean, they do have this global capacity where Whisper can at least always play away from his team, so he's trying to greedily farm up that bottom part of the map. He's got his Echo Saber working towards the BKB. They're definitely focusing on later game timing. The Aghanim Scepter is almost done for the Dark Willow, though. In fact, he could buy it out as soon as his courier actually gets to the secret shop, which is all dark right now for Evil Geniuses.
If you're EG, I feel like you almost want Gaming to run past a tier 2 or something to give you the fight setup.
Spotted Panda, but they do have the stun there. Tofu reaches out, but even still, double damage on Quinn helps a lot.
This is not a fight. Double damage Aegis, which means you're just going to give up more of the map. This is a ticking time bomb. Like, you can definitely turn this game around if you're EG. At a certain point, you bend, don't break, get that one team fight, then reopen the map. But right now, I mean, do you want to go into this ball?
How well do you feel like this version of Weaver scales?
I think he scales better than some of the previous versions for sure.
Okay.
The new shard plus the talents for the Geminate, it hits real damn hard. Zero can be really scary in the late game. I think it is still a hero that's susceptible to getting bursted, and maybe he's not as terrifying in an overall team fight. But when you have some of these other cores that can help pick up the physical damage slack, then he's just great because the bug goes through, and suddenly Pango and Bristle are having a field day, right?
Yeah.
You're amping the damage of everybody on this team. That's what's really nice about the gaming lineup. The scaling synergy is nothing to scoff at. Gonna make a quick smoke, try and control all the ancients here. Continue to limit Pakaz's room.
Pakaz?
Yeah, he might get caught.
Yep, they're gonna hit him with the tornado. Team has to respond here. Shadow Realm TP away, but the cold snap was still on him, so he couldn't actually complete that one. Oh, here comes that Rolling Thunder. Overgrowth is gonna be able to stop him. Snowball, though, didn't go through. He's actually on to Quinn, so he wasn't in a position to be able to pick him up. Oh, the cold snap goes in, almost enough burst damage. And Matthew is there with the final punch, but it is a blow that is good for EG, but the fight is not. EG is going to lose more members here, as they've already lost the 2. Looks like Quinn, he's searching for more. He's like, you guys got this kill, right? All good. I'm going to look for a 4th kill out on the map. Maybe we're a little bit too greedy here. Does not have a TP though, so he's going to be dying.
21-minute wisdom.
Finds him with the quills. Oh, Panda! Panda, get it! Okay.
What?
Hey, he got the wisdom rune. It gives up his life to get the experience for himself and his team.
I don't know how many players get that rune in that situation, but Ace gives him a little bit of a freebie.
Speaking of freebies, one thing about this Bristleback, Tormentor is always a freebie for him.
Solo it up here. That's going to be a nice grab. Map control paying off for gaming as they continue to run through these. A little bit of a weird death for Terraccio. I think he time-lapsed super early. Just didn't line it up. Does get a Deso charge out of that fight, however. And, I mean, he gets the BKB. He's kind of invincible unless you straight burst him off the Echo, which we've seen. There's a lot of interrupt for the Shaker jump in this game until C-Smile has his own BKB. It's not necessarily reliable to just going on one of these cores versus the Invoker, versus the Pangolier if he's not the one getting caught. So BKB timing's really important for EG here, particularly when they come out relative to Terraccio's. And I mean, Bloodstone already done for Ace. Yeah, he's big.
The BKB combined with the shard especially, allowing him to be super aggressive. Good kill if they can get it, but he's already popped the time lapse, and that's going to pull Matthew way out of position and up on top of the cliff. He'll wave goodbye, spotted with the Sunstrike, but nobody's close with the stun. Still looking to be able to chase down some heroes. They know Whisper has got to be somewhere close, and they got him with the coup. So he's going to be slowed down significantly, trying to get away with that hammer. Panda will cover him with a bit more slows, but the bug is going to latch. They'll have vision of Whisper.
They're going to take the fight. Aegis ran out.
On to Quinn, right as the Aegis is run out. He's in trouble. He's already dead. Oh, what a turn. Is Pakaz in good position, but look at Terraccio and Ace. They're both hunting onto Pakaz right now, trying to finish him up with the quills. Terraccio commits into the base. He goes to finish off the enemy carry, but another Shadow Realm. Terraccio, no, he's overextended himself. Instead of getting the kill on the enemy carry, he's got himself killed instead. Panda is going to be left alone here with the damage dealer pushed all the way back inside the base. EG can't really keep this good situation going for them.
They're healing him, bouncing, coming back.
Okay, a punch up in the air does get him killed, but Ace is way far forward, and there are too many members of Evil Geniuses. He has stumbled into all of this. Now it just leaves Celery all alone. Now, we did get that shard from the Tormentor. That'll help him get a little bit of distance here.
I mean, you're looking for the full team wipe.
A Blink Dagger, a Hammer, and they'll finish him off.
Just a matter of time here as the physical burst. Winning EG a fight on the turnaround. They won't get the wipe, but I mean,
the fight was so delayed that Gaming Gladiators heroes were up again.
I mean, they're super happy with that, especially Pakaz, right? He gets the Weaver kill, doesn't even die here, and just everything on that turnaround was great because the H expired the second C-Smile jumps in with that Echo Slam. They had it down to a T there. As Gaming were trying to force that fight, you can't really blame them, right? They're trying to make the most out of this duration running out. It's just the smoke on the other side. They weren't expecting it. Catches two. It does get disrupted by the tornado, but it just doesn't matter. You have enough lockdown to follow it up. And it's just about running down the supports while you can. And this Bramble into Shadow Realm coming up for Pakaz is just perfect.
So massive. So massive that he gets this kill. You can see how much gold he got out of that. We saw at the end, the chart, he got the most gold and most experience out of anybody in that fight. Massive win for this hard carry Willow that is only going to get stronger and stronger.
I mean, I talked about the combination Duraccio on a Weaver, right? It has to be one of the most explosive combinations in Dota right now.
Yeah.
It's just, you know he's going to have some deaths on the hero at the same time. He's going to go in super aggressively and make a huge amount of space. It's just a nice edge.
Yeah, he is a man who rides that line constantly.
Exactly.
And he surely was confident going into this series because he has been playing a lot of pubs of it. In fact, he played 5 matches recently.
Oh, yeah.
Only lost 1 of them. So he's been practicing the Weaver, had to feel good about it going into this series, and they had a great start. They still have a big lead. Gaming Gladiators still control this game, no doubt about it. It's just they've given a window, an opening for Evil Geniuses to now strike.
And they're amplifying the BKB timing, right? Now you have BKB done on Whisper and on C-Smile, and then you can push towards your next item for Pakaz, which is going to be the Hurricane Pike. So these heroes on EG are tanking up, whereas that was your Bloodstone timing for Ace, and he just got melted through it. So he's going to go into like Bot's Lotus here on the Bristleback. He's not really getting too much tankier in the next few minutes here for EG if you end up in another fight if you're gaming. So it's going to come down to Duraccio and the BKB he picks up on the Weaver. That's going to limit the amount of burst EG can pump into the Weaver, and it pretty much should guarantee him a time lapse here. At least a better time lapse than he's been getting in these fights. He's been getting forced out early. Generally not what you want. He'll lead the charge. Wants to put it to use here. Still looking for Deso charges as well.
Now, the potential Roshan spawn time has started, so both teams are going to be thinking about Roshan. Gaming Gladiators probably a bit more than EG, but EG can finally contest. Felt like that first one was probably too much for them, but this feels like a Roshan they can actually fight for.
This is a dangerous game, man. You're showing all these waves versus a Blink Echo Slam Shaker alone. You don't know if C-Smile's there ready to pull the trigger, and he'll have to time lapse out. This is really a game about who bursts who off the jump, who's tanky enough to survive it. The Hurricane Pike on Pakaz, like we're seeing here, it's an interesting item choice, right? I think you have options of going Manta, for example. The Dispel's pretty solid. This is going to be a lot tankier. The Hurricane Pike is also super nice in this game versus the Bristleback, or even some of the Weaver and Pango later on in the fight to recreate some space, get you another Shadow Realm.
Sure.
Kind of like the idea. I mean, it's also a standard itemization for Willow. Absolutely nothing wrong with it here.
He is going to need to start speeding along. He's got to get the BKB, he feels like, next, but then Octarine, super important to hit with that level 20 timing, so you can have that kind of near Perma Shadow Realm obnoxiousness.
That's what it's all about. Late game Octarine plus neutral item for extra cooldown reduction. Just get permanent Shadow Realm, then you're a god.
I like this a little bit of efficiency. They stacked up the Ancients so they could clear it out at 27 minutes, so they go into the smoke with tier 3 items right as they spawn.
I mean, of course, you're still going to stick with the Grove Bow here.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Pakaz is going to stick with that one for quite some time.
Yeah, it'll be smoke on smoke. Gaming, they're just going to meet him up here. They want the next Roshan. Remember, that Roshan happened super early. The next one's even more valuable, and they're just going to run into him. You see,
Smile. He's going to run instantly, goes straight for Duraccio as the chain's done, going to land. Small moment with no BKB. Duraccio now gone.
Buyback time lapse.
Oh no, Quick got himself stuck on the cliff, and he can't actually chase after Pakaz. Pakaz, who's stuck in this dead end. They have to get on top of him now, but now the Shadow Realm TP will get out. No stuns, he's getting out. Oh no, a buyback from Gaming Gladiators that now puts them at a point where they can't immediately capitalize. They do manage to get Panda, so there will be one member down on the side of Evil Geniuses. We'll see whether or not he buys back to contest this Roshan, or if this is enough space for Gaming Gladiators to just go for it.
Got Matthews buyback as well, but of course it cost you Duraccio's here, who time lapse back in, used the BKB and found nothing in that entire fight. He gets jumped once more. So you're going to feel good about getting this Roshan, but not nearly as good as you would have felt getting it for free. And they'll put the Aegis on the Weaver here. Not a bad choice, right? I mean, at some point you're just going to have to make sure you can man up and play the fight aggressively, wear through these ultimates. the saves and the instruction have not been enough to buy him the time for the time lapse.
Yeah. Ace is still having a fantastic time in these fights, though, and he's now completed a Lotus Orb on top of the Bloodstone, Aghanim Scepter, and Boots of Travel. So they're going to make sure they can keep playing the map and try and keep evil geniuses from being able to expand too far out there. They're just going to be locked inside the base.
And that's the thing. EG, they're playing these fights in a way where you're shutting down Dyrachyo. I mean, it's a tri-core lineup, right? All these cores are scaling pretty hard. They all have good synergy. Sure, you kill the Weaver, but if it costs you too much, can you actually win that fight afterwards? And the only real consistent damage they have going into these later portions is the Dark Willow. At some point, Pakaz has to be able to stand there and win them that long fight, kill multiple cores after they commit Echo Slam, you know, Solar Guardian onto Dyrachyo.
Right.
That's what you're saying. Ace is big, and yeah, he is big and bad.
Now, they are going to be going, I was wondering, where's the break mechanic come in? Because you're right, they haven't really been addressing this Bristleback all too much. We're going to go for a Shadow Blade on the Earthshaker. We'll see whether or not he completes out the full-out Silver Edge. Obviously, Shadow Blade, the invisibility is super important.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going full Silver Edge here. I feel like they're aiming more just for the Tusk Axe. That's something that can shift the way these fights are played. Displace one of these, especially Ace on the front line, displace him into your burst. That's a very different scenario.
Right.
So that is something Gaming are racing against here. I mean, they're not racing, right? They're still 15k up. They are controlling the whole map, cruising through this game. Still have Aegis for 3 minutes. Could very well be just be a high ground force here.
I think they should, because I'm looking at Matthew, and he's got an Aghanim Scepter queued up.
Yes, so
you do not want to be trying to still break the high ground when you're dealing with Aghanim's Tusk, so I definitely want to take that advantage. At least get yourself 1 or 2 lanes of barracks before that item comes up.
It would feel nice to go high ground here, especially with Weaver just hitting level 20. We're talking about this hero scaling. I mean, this is one of the big timings, right? Plus 90 on the Gemini. Has the shard as well.
Yeah, that kind of flat damage buff is going to be super impactful in this window right here. Meanwhile, we don't have the armor items. Whisper is trying to go for the AC, which would help a lot against all this physical damage and minus armor, but not there yet.
Still, EG, they have both supports out on the map. Doing a decent job of holding this network even while the space is really limited. This is way better than being stuck in your base right now. And it is a tough high ground to crack. You have the Tusk Shard, you have Fissure that can block people off on the ramp, isolate a hero. Somebody gets bursted, then you go back and fountain heal. It's definitely not the easiest high ground, particularly for a Weaver who, as we've seen, is pretty versatile this game. Be another solo tormentor from Ace.
Yeah, who wants it this time? Oh, they already have all of them.
Nobody. Goes to us, I guess.
Nice. What's your shard ability?
You get to listen to me for once. Very powerful shard.
Quinn, gonna get some chain stuns here. BKB is available. Do they have anything to stop BKB TP away? No, not yet anyway. And it doesn't look like anybody, I don't see anybody going for any. Like Quinn's going Octarine, not Basher, and Bristleback is going to be going for Akaya, so that is going to be a problem.
Nothing in the short term. It'll only be the Basher on Pango later. Quinn off sort. Satanic for the Weaver, definitely nice here. Now you're suddenly 3,000 HP. Way harder to burst them off the magical damage.
We're getting to the final 60 seconds of that Aegis, so now has got to be the time for Gaming Gladiators to pull that trigger and at least try and see what they can do. But
yeah, I mean, we tried.
Good effort, guys. It's okay. Satanic will heal him up instantly. And, well, they got the living armor on the bottom tower. Do you want to go hit mid instead?
I just don't think you can force the high ground here. You don't have a great way to siege it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess like, what's the point of chipping away at that tower if it's just going to get healed up by living armor?
Exactly. You'd rather just build the lead and farm the map, play for the third Roshan, or at least a team fight that EG is probably going to bring to you. And yeah, if you can catch the supports on the map, because Matthew has been getting away a lot right now.
That is a good item to take out of their hands for a while. Matthew does blink back into the range of Tofu. He does have enough mana. Tornado is going to be used. Is there any more disables left from Tofu? Used a lot of them, and oh, the damage just enough. Matthew almost got away with Courier Murder there, but does ultimately get murked 22-18 with an 18,000 net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators. Finally putting a stop to the supports that are farming out on the map.
This is going to become a real test of Dark Willow carry right now. How strong do you think this hero is? Because we've basically seen Gaming exploit a lot of the weaknesses of it, right? The slow pace, the inability to defend your towers or join these early fights. The fact that when you lose a lot of these neutral camps, I mean, for any carry, it's really bad. For Dark Willow, the Midas doesn't feel great. Because just had a very slow game.
Decent amount of AoE damage.
Yeah, so now's your time to pay it back and show why this hero's a late game powerhouse. It's gonna happen soon.
Gonna try and get some revenge for Tofu. Rolling around here, they do have the vision of the cause. Are they going to focus him down, though? Another Shadow Realm going to be popped. Threatening to terrorize. Instant BKB from Dirachi, who wants this kill, and he wants it bad. He couldn't get it in the last engagement. BKB, plus they have the Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in.
Quinn.
Neither goes for Quinn, though. Quinn going to be the target. Swashbuckles away from that final hit from Whisper. Because still in trouble, and his BKB is now down. What does he do? Keep away. C-Smile, same thing here. Oh, he barely gets out. Oh, man, that was a close one.
The Geminate hits off this Weaver when you get minus armor down. There's no saving you. I'm surprised that EG get out of there with everybody.
Yeah, I think that was just the Shadow Blade that got him away ultimately.
Garacho is having a tough time sticking on the targets here. I mean, that is the one downside of gaming's life. There's not a huge amount of lockdown and control, right? It's kind of just, you just want to run into EG and slay him with the right clicks here. Yeah, outside of Tofu. And Tofu, he's doing his best, but it's hard to control this Dark Willow in the Shadow Realm right now when your only real AoE spell outside of the Invoker is the Rolling Thunder, and they've been jumping Quinn. Did get the cheese out of Quinn on that as well. So technically, you know, you got through one life there.
Kinda. I like what Tofu's doing right now. He's just like hunting, right? He's ghost walking, run around at high movement speed. He's got a gem as well, so if he runs into, say, the Earthshaker with invisibility, or he finds some sort of ward, he's constantly checking for vision to make sure evil geniuses do not feel safe pushing outside of the base. And again, trying to limit somebody very important here, Matthew. Still, what was it, 1,000 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter. It's looking like Gaming Gladiators, I think they're likely to get the third Roshan, but it means they're also probably going to be facing up against Walrus Kick High Ground.
That's the thing, the Walrus Kick is really nice for stalling the game, but it doesn't help you in that Roshan fight, I think, especially if it ends up being Dire side, where gaming can just abuse buybacks. Again, there has to be at some point more consistent damage coming out from EG so they can win a longer fight. Otherwise, I think gaming are going to be happy to throw lives and then just take the longer extension.
Sure.
Win it off that.
I almost wonder if evil geniuses, I'm sure they are going to contest Roshan, but I almost feel like it would be better for them just to say, go ahead, take the Aegis, try the high ground, see what happens.
It is a route you can go. Again, that comes down to your conceptual understanding of Dark Willow right now.
Yep.
And just how hard does this hero scale in this particular game. Silver Edge for Pakaz is definitely going to up the capability in the fight, especially versus Ace here. More attack speed, more damage, crits, everything adds up, and hey, Walrus Kick online for Matthew. He eventually grinded it out in this game. The lead has been built to 22,000 gold for gaming, but he eventually found some space, which is going to change how these fights operate. And I mean, you got to just instantly go for the fight here, right? If you want to get a fight in, maybe force some buybacks, set yourself up for the Roshan, which is going to spawn soon, and you know it. Now's the time, and it'll be a smoke from EG to try and find something on the map.
It is a powerful tool to be sure, but is it enough to cut through a 23,000 net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators in this Roshan fight that's going to be coming up? 45 seconds until Roshan spawns. Both teams going to be playing for it throughout this 3 minutes. Dyrachio, he just completed his Daedalus. We also have some tier 4 items. Very important, Spell Prism on the Dark Willow, so he may not have the Octarine, but he's got the next best thing, a free 12% CDR.
CDR is always what you want on this hero, especially with the talents coming out. I mean, gaming, they're closing in on some big ones too, but they're not there yet. They're level 24 on Dyrachio. Something to note, he went the Aesthetics cap here.
Okay.
This could be really big in the fight because you might not expect the extra status resistance on the jump trying to burst his Weaver, and suddenly he lives with 3,400 HP.
If he's the one that gets targeted.
Well, I mean, it's Dyrachio, so he's going to be in there.
That means Dyrachio does have to, like, really aggressively go in. Otherwise, I think if they get the initiation on Quinn, then things are probably a lot better for EG in that regard.
They have to find the Pango the Weaver. There's not really a way around it because Ace is just way too big, man. He just finished hard at 4,600 HP right now. Dude also finished this Assault Cuirass for Whisper.
Shot dies fast.
Yeah, it's gone. This is just an impossible contest. I mean, how do you even get an angle in here, right?
Okay, so Evil Geniuses do not contest this Roshan. They are going to have all of their resources for a high ground defense, and we'll see what Gaming Gladiators what their strategy is to break this high ground.
This is a go high ground Aegis. You have everything you need. Not much is going to change in terms of how these fights are going for you. So you have to devise a plan right now. Think about it. Understand someone is getting kicked in. There's potential to fissure block the ramp. You're going into Overgrowth. You're going into Maresca in the back. It's going to have almost permanent Shadow Realm. If you can't get on Pakaz, he's going to kill you in these long fights at this point. Damage is creeping up there.
Other big items coming in soon. Sea Smile working towards an Aghanim Scepter. The Silver Edge is going to be on the side of the Dark Willow instead. And the Assault Cuirass we already talked about for Dawnbreaker.
Continuing to grow.
I mean, is there something you see that Gaming Gladiators want to wait for right now? Or is it they're just waiting for a better opportunity?
I mean, you can wait for more items on Quinn. This Pango still has a lot of room to evolve. In a sense, you can wait for some of these level 25 talents if you really feel like they make the difference. But honestly, I don't think much changes about how the fight is going to go, right? It's just a question of, are you jumping the right heroes on EG? Do you see them? Or are you willing to just let them sit base until you have 50k gold lead?
Yeah, why not?
That's what Tundra would say.
Best way to siege the base is perhaps just building more war engines. There's the kickback, first one of the game.
And there's a time lapse.
And immediate time lapse from Duraccio, who's still playing a little forward here.
The thing is, you're happy to trade that if you're Matthew.
Yeah, they're getting damage on all three of these tier 3 towers right now. They know that Evil Geniuses are strongest when there is just one lane being pushed in. There's the kickback again. Ace gonna be in some trouble here. He's gonna be pulled in with the snowball. Quinn's gonna try and rescue him though with this Rolling Thunder. Ace has his Lotus Orb still protecting him. He's gonna run out of here. Quinn, same thing. He's gonna roll on out away from this base. How much damage have you really done? Overgrowth is actually gonna be used on Quinn. He's gonna be in big trouble. Tornado comes through. Is that enough to save him? No, he ends up falling. Because at half health, trying to get away from Duraccio, who is tearing through these heroes right now. Snowball pickup. Picks up Whisper. He's gonna be pulled out of position though. Blink away. Nice. Whisper over to the side here. Can he get back to the fountain? He's getting away from this one. Ace, yes, his Quills do man and finish him off, but he's at half health right now, deep inside the enemy base. The rest of his team, though, Gaming Gladiators, focused on the objectives.
Yeah, screw the heroes. These buildings are a way easier target right now. You still have Aegis on Duraccio. They ate the cheese. Literally a buyback from EG.
Back is dead. They see the opportunity. 1 small second is all it takes to be able to finish him off. Oh, what health! Oh, it might be enough damage. It's going to fall all the way to the back, but it's not quite enough. Now the damage starts raining in. A kickback. 1 life down for Duraccio. Can they do it again? It's going to try and wash him, but not quite landing. Time lapse to get to the other position, but there is Matthew on the other side. Too many stuns. Gaming Gladiators are not able to break Evil Geniuses on the high ground.
They get a tier 3 and that's it because they split the difference here, and the kickbacks are just devastating for a lineup that can't take the fight super deep. All the BKBs got wasted really early there. Man, the supports from EG doing work in these high ground holds. Their spells are so annoying between the overgrowths, the kick, the shards, the snowball saves from Matthew, right? I mean, he is MVP in this for sure right now. He gets multiple cores out on the brink of death. Whisper lives with under 100 HP, and C-Smile lives with barely any after this impetus, down to 25.
I mean,
Solar
just
Guardian
beautiful
kept him
team
up.
fighting.
Yeah, this is where this team shines, right? I talked about the 2 modes that EG have. They're either going to run you over, or they're going to try and out-team fight you. That is one of the strengths of this lineup. And they're showing why. It cost them some buybacks, but they are happy to trade that for a big Aegis timing, especially when all their cores stay up.
I mean, ultimately, Gaming Gladiators, they got a tier 3 out of that. That's all they got. They almost got the barracks. They were focused on the objectives. I guess they also got a buyback out of what? I think Panda.
Both supports.
Bought back. Both supports ended up having a buyback. So
economic damage, but it did cost you that Aegis. It cost you the cheese. You still have a Refresher Shard on Duraccio. But Gaming's not the best Refresher Shard team. I mean, it's okay. There's nothing crazy. He did get level 25 out of that as well in the Weaver, so he's fully amped up here. But that's one of those high grounds where it's like, all right, that went pretty wrong. But the next time, what's our plan, guys?
Are you willing to take that next time? Like, you got 2 buybacks out of the 2
Well, that's what I'm saying. What's your plan when you do it again?
Yeah.
What changes? Somebody's getting kicked. I mean, the one thing they had going for him was the Lotus on Ace that reflected the snowball.
Yeah.
That's a nice mechanism, right? Even if you get kicked in, you stall it out, and then you just go from there.
Let's go ahead and take a quick listen in onto the Gaming Gladiators side after that fight.
we also just need to not over-focus on these racks. Like, the racks are not going to win us this game. Killing their heroes and building an enormous, insurmountable gold lead is going to win us this game. Don't over-focus on these racks. Play this slow and calculated.
Great insight there. Gaming Gladiators saying, yeah, we were overly focused on the barracks. We're trying to end this now. We don't need to, guys. We can play it slow, and you said you could just go ahead and wait it out. Get a 50,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's right in the sense that if you get a lane of racks in this game, does anything change? No.
Probably not. No.
The way you win this game is you need to kill EG's heroes. You have to win them in a team fight. And, I mean, a lot of times you're going to get baited on this racks and give them a good team fight out of it. And right now, all of a sudden, EG out on the map, right? Still 40 seconds for Thrachu to come back up. But they're getting a lot of net worth out of this, a lot of breathing room. And Ags on C-Smile. A blink on Whisper to make sure this Starbreaker gets applied correctly. And he also has that Starbreaker cooldown. This is a 6-second Starbreaker on a Dawnbreaker with Deso AC plus the Shard. I mean, you get 3 or 4 of these off in a fight, it's hard to lose it, right?
Yeah, because is not the only damage dealer in town.
Exactly. So some of the hidden scale for EG is starting to show itself, and of course, because working towards that 6 slots Moon Shard.
What, we're talking about the damage
in the backpack.
Dawnbreaker, but what is, he's going for a Scythe of Ice.
Well, I mean, you got to balance. I mean, not everybody can carry the game.
Okay, so we get a little bit extra control. I mean, I can see it, right? You get the Echo Slam, you follow it up with the Solar Guardian, you land, you then can Scythe of Ice. Like, it is a ton of chain stun.
It's a good set.
When you choose to jump on somebody.
I mean, he probably asked what he should build, you know, because, yo, chill out, Whisper. I'm still a carry.
You got this, man.
Don't kill them all, man.
Speaking of because, he is getting close to level 25, which is pretty big. 100 attack speed for a hero that is already pumping out serious damage.
I mean, you get the attack speed, you get a Moon Shard, you get a Pirate Hat. I mean, how much do you need, really? You know, at a certain point, it's too much. These are valuable talents. And of course, a lot of these fights, I feel like, still come down to Matthew. I mean, Matthew has been, to me, the linchpin of the GG team for a long time. He's the biggest shot caller. He's their drafter. He understands how these fights are going to go. But he's really what sets the fight up, right? If you get the good punch kickback into the burst, if you get the big snowball saves, that's what's winning EG these fights. Maybe they have enough firepower to just take it straight up, but you're still looking at a 24K deficit. You're still looking at 3 cores for gaming that are on top here, and all continuing to scale.
Gaming Gladiators, you could see what they were talking about. They're definitely playing it a lot slower, but it's also because they've given Evil Geniuses a chance. The game has changed quite significantly, where EG is no longer holed up inside of their base, whether it's just purely because of the map push that they've gotten, or also just confidence. They are not hiding.
It's time to smoke.
Or maybe they're hiding right now. They are pushing back to their base at the right time. 2 Gaming Gladiators have gone for a 5-man smoke.
I mean, double damage on Thrachu. That's what's signaling it here. Oh, Ace is going to TP top, so they feel like they're not going to find anybody here. Just want to get all the lanes in off this smoke. Daedal is completed for Thrachu as well, by the way, so this is about as strong as Weaver's going to get. I mean, there's not much left in the tank, right?
Yeah.
Now, this is a carry that can operate without boots. That's the one nice
But he did see Smile. Goes invisible.
No detection.
Need the help of Tofu to catch him. C-Smile is already too far away. Maybe a slight error there from Gaming Gladiators having Ace lead, but he's also the person if you're going to run into 5 heroes of EG, you want him on the front line, so.
I mean, to me, this game is almost even because so much of the net worth for gaming is on these supports, but can you use it, right?
Yeah.
Can Tofu and Celery have the impact they normally would have in a game? I mean, how many of these heroes are you going to be able to just sit there and rain and the impetus is on? You can't touch the Dark Willow. You might not see the Shaker. There's snowball saves that can disjoint.
And maybe part of the reason he's not so focused on trying to scale up, he took a pit stop and went for more utility. He picked up a Lincoln, so that's going to try and combat some of that.
That is not a Moon Shard, so that tells you all you need to know.
Exactly, because how many Moon Shards is too many on Dark Willow?
2.
Okay, well, he was thinking about a second one, but he's now backed away for instead a Swift Blink. I mean,
he's also getting close to being slotted here. Yeah. Also pick up his level 25 talent, and I mean, we're at 47 minutes. This game goes to 60. You're going to get the next set of neutral items. And it might go that distance, because we've seen EG be very patient about holding the high grounds going into these late games, right? They are a team that has had Mega Creep comebacks. They are a team that has been there with us at that point, in fact. with some of their members at least, and this game could definitely go in that direction. It can get very weird at this point because you're maxing out. And finally, a Tormentor goes down for EG. I think they're first of the game, right? I think all the others have gone to Ace.
Yeah, is there any shards that they really would have liked? I guess the ice shards is kind of annoying. The upgraded ice shards. Who cares about the Curse Crown upgrade for because the Fisher's a nice upgrade, I guess.
That Dark Willow shard is nice, but yeah, you're not in a range to use it a lot of times.
Yeah, not on a carry Dark Willow.
No, it's definitely not. Actually, it's probably bad because you're just inflating your net worth.
That's actually a good point. Minute and a half left until Roshan is up. Now, it could be up right now. Evil Geniuses are not in a position to play for it. Do you think they're giving this up again?
This is a Roshan you can start to think about fighting for sure. I think you have a lot more staying power if you can keep the Dawnbreaker alive, especially. You're just looking at, again, that 6-second Starbreaker with the Hex. It's a lot of control, a lot of burst that doesn't necessarily rely on the big Echo Slam anymore. That's the valuable part of this Hex, right? You can go and find the Weaver, find the Pango, Hex him up in a Starbreaker with like a Totem follow-up and tag team. That might be enough. Then all of a sudden you can hold your BKBs, hold an Echo Slam, start to take that longer fight that's been the problem the whole game that I think still favors gaming for sure. That's when the support net worth on gaming side really comes into play. If you get stuck in a Roshan fight with buybacks, your BKBs are down, you're just taking man fights into these gaming cores, all of a sudden the two supports are going to make that a world of pain. So I don't know, that Roche fight, it's a very tough fight for EG to take, but it is starting to get doable.
You know, looking forward, we're talking a lot about this game and how it's going to progress, but just thinking about this game, no matter what happens in this game, thinking about the series, I feel like the composure that these two teams show and who ends up making that final mistake in the game, I think it's super important for the series because it does look like this is going to be a marathon. This game one is anyway.
And you're at the brink of elimination. You can't make mistakes right now. The TI pressure is going to start to get to you here. And it can come down to one team fight which determines a game, which might determine a series.
Hey, for the first time, Evil Geniuses will have a chance to play for Roshan on their favorite side of the map. Radiant side.
And this is very good for them, right? We're talking about these extended fights. Well, if you don't have to do it into the buybacks that are instantly there, you feel way better about that. Because all of a sudden, yours might not be too bad. Especially if Whisper goes down, you just buy, you can instantly Stole or Guardian straight back into the fight. You don't even need to wait for that long TP. There's some global capability here for EG. We're talking about the buybacks. I mean, which are even up right now. It's everybody but Celery.
Everybody but Celery.
So yeah, this is going to be a straight 10 on 10.
And here comes the big man himself. Over to the Roshan side he goes. Evil Geniuses, you're ready to play for it, but Gaming Gladiators show up just in time to contest. The 5-man smoke, they're going to wrap around.
Send the Skellies in.
You get some idea. Okay, nobody from Evil Geniuses is home. Where are they at?
Any amount of vision. Look what you're looking for here, so you can get the jump. But look at the wrap, man. C Smiles up so far.
But they're also prepared for this. Celery is in a position to break it with a very deep ward sentry combo there on the far left. But if Gaming Gladiators don't see this coming on the right-hand side, oh, they spotted Celery. Okay, he's going to be done. Oh, that's right. He's managing to get away a little bit of distance. They couldn't finish him off, and now they go straight for Picage. They try and get the Rolling Thunder on top of him. They force the BKB usage out of him. Evil Geniuses are trying to reset right now, but the Rolling Thunder is constantly in their face. Whisper blinking over, knows he needs to be able to help out. Their Dark Willow, they do. They blow him up. Boom, he's gone. Duracio's dead, but they get C-Smile in exchange, and Evil Genius is now on the run.
You have to play for the buybacks here. You have to regroup if you're both teams in a sense.
They've lost sight of Because with that Shadow Blade. He's getting away. 5 seconds for Matthew, but he's now been caught by the bugs. Can he get this snowball blink away? It is unlikely. Trying to cover him with the tornado, but there's nowhere he can blink far enough. He will be caught by this as well. Gaming Gladiators with that extra pickoff, especially since C-Smile didn't buy back right away. It's looking like Roshan is theirs to take for the 4th time.
EG does not want to buy back 2 heroes into running through the Vision, running through the Invoker to try and take that. I believe the Bash are done for the Pangolier. The Rolling Thunder did a lot of work that fight. And a lot of the damage came out from Duraccio. A lot of it was into Picaz, who ended up living. And he just gets bursted down. Another time-lapse buyback forced out of the Weaver, but he'll get it back with the Aegis here. So a pretty acceptable outcome if you're gaming right. Especially with the fact that Celery broke that smoke and lived off of 1 hit.
Okay, so Tofu does consume that Aghanim's Blessing. So we've now got the Sunstrike, double Cataclysm going on.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have the best stuns to use it.
Yeah, I'm not.
Hey, never know.
depends what Quinn can get for them, I suppose.
Yeah, the old bash into Cataclysm. But once more, you are faced with this high ground. And a almost permanent uptime Shadow Realm. 2 more seconds here. We'll get the early BKB.
Going to be put to use here. Ace heals himself up with the Bloodstone. Dawnbreaker raining in. The damage is not the best. They do try and break him again, but Ace is just causing enough of a distraction. Whisper now tries to go in, but the Varix is already gone, and he's going to have to jump away. They manage to get the sight onto the Weaver. Force Staff getting them some distance, and that is just enough outside of the sight of the Dark Willow. Couldn't complete it. Couldn't take away that Aegis. And Gaming Gladiators can now keep up the pressure.
So that's EG trading a Rax to keep Matthews buyback here. That is how much they value the Tuskar in these fights. I kind of agree with it, right? I mean, you can just buy the Tusk there and take that fight. But like we heard, the Rax, it doesn't mean much at this point in the game, especially when you have a Dawn who can just clean up the lane anyway. They will retain all their buybacks outside of Pandas, which they traded for Durachios, and Aegis up for 3.5 minutes here. So you're going to have a 2-minute differential where you don't have Durachios buyback and your Aegis expires. So if you're gaming, you kind of want to use this Aegis. On the flip side, if it goes really wrong like it did the first time,
like if he dies after being kicked deep inside the base,
it's pretty terrifying, right?
It's going to be so important in how they use these Lotus Orbs and Lincolns to protect that hero.
We are almost at 40,000 gold lead, but it doesn't matter if you get kicked.
Can you get the chainsaw? Not quite enough. The snowball was put onto him, and Zerachi already used the time lapse, so he pulls Matthew back, and now Matthew may be forced to use that buyback.
Really nice grab for gaming. That is what they want, because now you're putting them in a position where if Matthew dies again, this high ground just gets broken entirely. I say that because he's just raining down hellfire right
he's
now.
going to get on top of Pakaz right now, but of course Staff does get him a little bit of distance with the side device. Now they get the Terrorize on him. That's going to be the first life, and no, he does fall.
Did get Matthew's buy.
Matthew, can he get the kick in on the revive? Durachu instantly pops BKB. C-Smile looks to jump forward, pops his BKB, but Durachu popping his own BKB to go for Quinn instead. Now with the kickback on him, they blow him up instead. Ace coming in deep, and look at the Fisher. He's blocked off right now. With his BKB, he can protect himself. Immediate refresher. C-Smile trying to get out, but Panda was in deep.
Because on the front line. No buy.
He jumps straight in, takes out Duraccio. Panda gave him an opportunity, and Pakaz goes straight for the throne. Now he's going to finish up both Ace as well. The Bloodstone, C-Smile. He gets something out of it, but he still falls.
How much can EG get off of 100 seconds with no Weaver, and they know it? That's the smile kill.
He's got mangoes coming in from the courier because it's like, I cannot take any moments to go back to the base. I have to maximize this 90 seconds.
I agree. Every second matters here if you are EG. You have potential to throne gaming back if you get a good fight out of it.
There's an arcane rune up there.
That is the Dark Willow dream right now. Because sees it, but he's not going to see it. Oh, a missed opportunity in the night, and they will just push down the lane. I mean, this is not an easy push either, right? Because you know the rest of the buybacks are up for gaming. Yeah, you can equally throw it straight back their way here. Daedalus completed for Pakaz. Flying it in now. You can eat that Moon Shard and finish it up. And man, he is hitting so damn hard in these fights. Nobody survives a full burst from the Shadow Realm if they're stunned for the duration of it.
Eats the Aghanim Scepter, now a Daedalus. Good cut though. Tofu is going to be cutting the wave here.
Yeah, it's gone. They have no other creep.
Evil Genius is not protecting their waves. A massive push coming in at bottom. It looks like they may not even be able to get a single lane of barracks out of this.
Skelly Boys, meanwhile, are cleaning up a tier 3.
They're going to take the tier 3 tower.
Who's pushing who here? You got nothing out of that. Absolutely nothing. I mean, you got the Dark Troll Summoner, but you got absolutely nothing out of that if you're EG. Though, you did feel good about winning that team fight, and it only cost you Matthews by for another Aegis high ground push that does not end this game. So if you're gaming, it feels like you're getting frustrated at this point, right? You have 30, 40k gold lead, you have Aegis, you have Refresher Shards, you have Cheese, and you're just not getting enough out of it. Maybe you just need more Lincoln Spheres. I don't know. Start stacking them.
We've seen that before. We've seen 4 or 5 Lincolns all being put onto one hero just to try and protect against this.
Just try and stop something about how these initiations are going. We do have another Lincolns on Tofu. We have a Lincolns now on Duracio. So yeah, I guess they agree with the assessment. I mean, just start massing Lincolns here.
Yeah. Now, it's going to be an interesting note because that buyback cooldown is going to be up in 2 minutes. Another minute after that, and we have 60-minute items. So is Evil Geniuses going to be able to get their 60-minute items, or is Gaming Gladiators going to be able to take control of the map like they've done for pretty much 80% of this game?
It's interesting. I mean, Gaming could try and push up and play off of it. You know you don't have this Matthew buyback, so if you find the Tusk, I almost feel like that's one of the most important ones to take out here, because you're not going to find Pakaz without buyback in this game, right? It's probably just not going to happen when you can play so far back, and he has so much damn gold to play with here.
Pakaz, who is 9-3 and 12, he was pressured pretty early, but throughout this later game, I feel like he's done a very good job of keeping it clean. Whisper even more so, 7-1 and 15, 1 death.
Only 1 death for him, who's been going into the middle of these fights. He's played this game very damn well, and a lot of these fights are also coming down to kiting Ace, making sure there's not a hero around him that heals, because Pakaz will kill the Bristleback incredibly fast if there's nothing to Bloodstone heal off. That's how this matchup's supposed to work.
And as much as we're setting this up as the potential of the Evil Geniuses coming back, they could just slip up in the next fight and get Megas. They have to keep a constant composure in this game. Some may seem calm, cool, and collected, perhaps. 1.5 minutes
those
left.
Days are long gone.
1.5 minutes left until we get these 60-minute items. Those are massive game changers. And we're also going to have that Roshan potential spawn time starting at the same point.
And Matthews, he's getting to the Tusk dream. Like, you have that Ags, but now you have Aether Lens on top of it. It just makes your life way easier. And full Octarine completed. Of course, he does not have to save for buybacks since it's on cooldown for 3 minutes. So you are looking at some low cooldown spells here, 8 and 6.5 seconds between the kick and the punch, with an Aether Lens cast range and a Spell Prism to back it up. If Matthew's alive, I feel like somebody is dying on gaming side.
The scary part
almost
is
the highest priority at this point.
We saw in that last fight, especially with the Lincolns, like, without a buyback, he has to jump in. He has to somehow get through some of these Lincolns, get the kickback in the first place. But then even if he gets the kickback, his way to stay alive is snowballing that person. If he does it onto, say, Jirachi, we saw last time he got the time lapse off. So he has to just kind of free fall and hope that his team catches him. They have to stop Duraccio from being able to get off the time lapse. Otherwise, he's guaranteed dead.
It's a risky move. I mean, that's why they prioritize that Tuskar buyback so highly. Yep. They're willing to give a lane for it. Just guarantees the first initiation. Doesn't matter too much. And maybe that's like one of the pieces missing here for gaming in terms of all the itemization is a Hex of their own. Just something to give them the chance at the instant Hex on a Blinken. Like, you never know, right? He can mess up the snowball cast, doesn't hit it exactly on time. You have a chance, especially with Invoker being invis all the time. But outside of that, yeah, I mean, you're just maxing it out here. Ex Machina for Duraccio. I mean, take your pick right now, right? But double everything, never bad, and another DD room to boot. So we are getting into the ultra late game here. Some 60-minute items. We'll see what they opt for.
Cataclysm, gonna get him some reveal. It's gonna spot Panda, who, with being on disc, is gonna try and walk away. Blink out, but he's gonna be lucky to survive, and he will not.
Yeah, but if you're gonna die on a part of the map, that's where you want to do it.
That's true.
And this will create that space for EG to farm some neutral items.
Yeah, they're getting something out of it. They got the Pirate Hat on the Dark Willow. They got that massive attack. They got the Stitch and Desolator on the Dawnbreaker, which is probably the best item for him as well.
That is a really nice pickup for Whisper here.
So funny. I see Panda swap out his neutral item. I'm like, oh, what'd he get? Oh, no, he's just swapping in his Philly Stone. 61 minutes into the game, need an extra 90 GPM while he's dead. Another, wait, whoa. He actually went for another Stygian Desolator. See, Smile wants to start pumping out some single target damage, too.
I mean, it makes sense, right? They aren't always going on the same target here, and their individual physical burst means a lot when they're going on these big core targets, especially at the end of these fights. If you're cleaning up a Bristleback, you're cleaning up a Weaver. Makes sense to me. These are some nice items for EG. If you're gaming, you've got to match it. Ace is deciding what he wants here. He's still thinking about it. But it's just Mirror Shield on Celery. You know, it's okay. Ex Machina for Duraccio is definitely the big one here.
I almost wonder, like, I wonder
Ace
if
wants
Ace,
to go.
if he has Mirror Shield as an option, maybe you put him in the front to start hitting some of these buildings.
The problem is he just starts getting Shadow Realm.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the problem. They don't have a hero that kills the building fast enough before Pakaz starts wearing you down.
Well, he is going to be cruising now. Force boots picked up on him.
Okay. So they're just going for the economic advantage, right? Double force boots between Ace and Quinn here means you free up the boot slots.
Yeah, exactly.
Get another item. Put that gold lead to use.
Quick reveal. I mean, we haven't seen any combos of the Cataclysm, but it has done a great job of revealing Evil Geniuses the few times they actually get outside of their base. And it's going to be yet another Roshan. What is that? 5th Roshan of the game for Gaming Gladiators?
It'll be an Ag Scepter. Or, I mean, who at this point?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Dyrachyo ever wants to give a time lapse to anybody else.
Nobody wants it. The rare game. I mean, Tofu, you already got one, man.
I'm not sure if Celery wants little friends this late.
Oh, they're going to give it to Quinn so he can eat his own. I.e. sell it back. So, more economic advantage here.
Is there enough gold in the world for Gaming Gladiators to break the seemingly unbreakable Evil Geniuses?
I mean, not really. That's the thing. This game is getting capped.
Yeah.
There's just not that much left to spend on.
Yeah, the biggest thing was like, okay, we can make some minor tweaks, right? It's like 5% here.
Yeah, exactly.
But the 60-minute items, that was the biggest splash we were going to see in a while.
That's where so much of this game came down to the understanding of Dark Willow as a carry, which is not something a lot of these teams are used to. If you're EG and you believe Bakaz will carry this game with the matchups he has no matter what, you were happy with the high ground defense hold strategy. You're just wearing through this lead, and the 30k gold lead at 65 minutes doesn't mean a whole lot. It honestly doesn't mean much here.
One thing to note about this, due to these item choices, we also have now Arcanist armor on Panda, something to know. But it does mean that Evil Geniuses have the Pirate Hat advantage. We've seen sometimes in these late games, like a bunch of teams.
That's a roll.
Rolling Thunder, they're going to go straight forward here with the armor. He gets off the Shadow Realm on Bakaz, has to use the kick. Got the kickback, and there's the burst. That's an Aegis, yes, but it's also Weaver in an awkward position. Is he going to time-lapse? Is he going to BKB? He does both. They got a second lane of barracks, but again, does that change anything?
I mean, 30 minutes ago, it was don't focus the racks. At this point, it almost feels like kill the racks before somebody else gets kicked in and get the hell out. The times have changed.
But the scary part is, what if they get Megas? Then they have to hit tier 4s. Then you're just even closer to being kicked into the fountain.
Let's go even deeper.
They actually went outside their base, though. Evil Geniuses decide to go and fight aggressively into him. They have the Ace. Ace in trouble. Got him on the overgrowth. C-Smile chasing after him, but he's already got the floats down heal. Back up the full. C-Smile trying to get out of here. Dyrachyo chasing after him is going to bring him down. Big crits coming in. Massive damage. A Sunstrike right in the edge, but Whisper will be away. And because not for once.
They find the Dark Willow, take the damage out of the fight. Force a Shaker buyback. Matthew somehow survived off the Octarine cooldowns on the Snowball without an Aegis.
Evil Geniuses who break ranks first. They were the ones who were holding this high ground for so long. They decided to take a fight outside of it, and it immediately goes bad.
And that was the weird opportunity to choose it, right? That was just an awkward go up the hill from Whisper that it ended up being super deep. You almost get the bristle back, but it ends up just being too far. You overextend, show your backline, and the second Dyrachyo finds Bakaz, I mean, I'm sure he enjoyed that kill with some crits.
Oh, yeah.
He has been getting pummeled the whole game, but finds his revenge. And now, no buyback on 2 EG cores. You know Gaming want to press the advantage here.
Quinn's got an idea, which is Rolling Thunder, goes straight into the enemy, and just create some space. Now he's taking a ton of damage. He's got to be careful of this one. See if he can roll away before the Shadow Realm second round comes in. He does manage to get out. They get a tier 3. Oh, they got Matthew. Oh, Matthew being pulled away.
Who's kicking who?
He is going to have to lose his buyback here.
And Quinn's back in the base.
Quinn, yeah, Quinn. As long as Quinn doesn't die here, this is all space, but the final hit. Oh, the tower. Oh. So close, but Quinn stays alive.
You gotta be careful, son. That Rolling Thunder is not protecting you anymore.
And the buildings are dying.
And by the way, we have a Divine disassembled on Whisper right now. He can assemble that at any point in this fight.
If he sees the opportunity for a big hit, it might not be Bakaz you have to worry about.
This Starbreaker is going to launch you into the next game right here if it connects. But that's the big question. Can you connect it right now if you're Whisper? And at which point do you assemble Divine right now? Still 3 buybacks down for EG. They got Matthews out of all that when it was said and done. So once more, if you're Gaming, You must throw yourselves into the breach. You must press the advantage here.
And maybe they only need to do it one more time to get the Megas once
assembled.
more into the breach. Whisper does have that Divine ready to go.
He is not going to pick the
1,700
time.
crits. A second one queued up already.
Surprised that Gaming are giving him the breather and waiting. Okay, there's the Hex on Tofu. So that is the big item I was thinking was going to come out earlier. This is really nice because Tofu can basically be ghost walked on the back end of a fight or whatever and instantly catch up Lincoln off one of these cores if you don't preemptively BKB. Especially even in the longer fights, it's huge for locking down Bakaz out of a Shadow Realm. You've got 2 seconds to find him between.
I mean, if he's fast enough, what if he catches Matthew on the Blinken?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It can absolutely turn these fights, especially when there's no buybacks on EG's side. This is them being pushed to the limit here in game 1.
Now the Rolling Thunder, here it comes, the initiation. What is EG going to be able to do about this? Their building is going to be hit.
Just take the rack.
There doesn't seem to be much they can do to stop it. Panda's going to jump in with the overgrowth, trying to slow this down with the glyph also being used. Terrorize trying to push him away with the BKBs. Gaming Gladiators committed to getting the Megas, but can they get out now? C-Smile makes the jump in. Not quite enough to finish off Tofu, but here comes Whisper. Looks to finish him off. A snowball, Sword bounce back. That's keeping Tofu alive. Well, Whisper is Divine Rapier is in trouble, and he gets bursted down by Duraccio. Divine on the deck, because now fighting to keep them in the game as Evil Geniuses are going to be limping along here. A massive network deficit. Vegas, C-Smile.
Round 2.
An opportunity. The Hex doesn't save him. No. Because puts him down, but Whisper will fall for a second time. 3 dead with no buybacks. Make that a 4th. Panda can buy back, but it's Panda and Because the P duo against Gaming Gladiators as a full 5 stack.
And the tip from Duraccio, it may have had me early, but in the ultra late, there can only be one. Double Hex from the gaming supports just broke that high ground fight. And now you have a Divine on Celery. The true carry has arrived.
Look at him. He is doing the most damage. Duraccio, they just lean into the buildings. That is going to be it. Evil Geniuses will call it 69 minutes. What a nice game, but Gaming Gladiators will close it out and get a Game 1 victory.
Oh, man. Going into game 2 here, if you're EG, I mean, what do you go back to, right? Because I feel like this was your game plan. Go to the ultralight with the Dark Willow, with the scaling physical on Whisper, but it ended up just getting shut down by the late game hexes and the overwhelming net worth advantage. And so much of this game, I mean, I know it's hard to think back 60 minutes in a 70-minute game, but the first 12 minutes were mega deciding here, right? 3 tier 1s down by 12 minutes to the Enchantress creep pressure and the Bristleback Vanguard that kicked your Willow out of lane. The laning phase here was an absolute train wreck for EG, and they still managed to hold on, make this game go to 70 minutes, and almost come back.
Almost, but not quite enough. And now the experience has got to play in for the side of Evil Geniuses. They've been down in big series on the TI main stage before. They're going to have to do it again. They're going to have to bounce back after a tough game 1. But we've got a long series ahead of us, it seems. So let's go ahead and check in with the panel so they can break down that game 1.
If that game 1 is anything to go by, we definitely are in for not only a long series, but a treat. Oh my goodness, the match going 60 plus minutes, Purge. We looked at the averages for these two teams. We compared them. They both had relatively short game times, 35, 36 minutes. I thought it was going to be a quicker one, but we get to the point where Dawnbreaker's picking up a Divine Rapier for herself and Enchantress then picking it up when it gets to the deck.
It was about time that Whisper bought something. He had like 12,000 inventory, then he bought the Arcane Blink, he's got 10K again, so happy he bought something. But if you stopped watching at 30 minutes, it makes